Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hard chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, your debt limit seems to be over now. They passed the bill in the House. It is virtually certain that it will go through the Senate, so it looks like we finally have real good news. You know what I'm saying? We could actually respond. We got that. Other data out of the ECB or the European Union, it wasn't as bad, so every other day this week you've had bad European data, not today. And then same with China. They had a different PMI that came in that was a little bit better compared with the one the other couple days. So pretty interesting. You finally got some good data here. You're finally getting the debt ceiling. And then yesterday, a lot of hype was still on the pause. So Chattadonia, or the skip, excuse me. It's going to be a wild one. Welcome to June. It's the first day of the new month, so we're going to see how it plays out. It should be exciting, but welcome, and I hope you're ready, man. 6 more months. It's already been 6 months of 2023, so I hope you're locked and loaded, Chattadonia, but good morning. What's up, baby? What's up, Colin? What's up, Justin? What's up, Lucky J? Battleborn, Laker, J. Oh, good morning. Good morning, Henry. Oh, good morning, Lori. Wavy Gravy. Good morning, J Max. Good morning, Sarah. Good morning, Matthew. How you feeling, Dirty Bird? Oh, Mr. Belvedere, Z-Trade, Mr. Orman, Najee Wolf, baby. Good morning, Justin Brown, Sakoti, Teddy, Trader, Ken Ha, Sue Rav, Michael Medina. Good morning. Oh, Jorge, what's up, baby? Forever Young, how you living? Open face sandwich in the house. Good morning. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Candy Upton, Ashley Howard, Carissa Hayes. Oh, good morning. What's up, Christina? What's up, Carlos? What's up, Slade? Oh, my goodness. Aki, Andrea, Biggie, Adam, Fofef, the Garage Monster. Oh, good morning, Nathan Evans. So I'm talking about. Happy Thursday. I can't believe the week is almost done already. That's crazy. Ready for duty. Let's go, baby. Good morning. What's up, Jay? What's up, D Hunter? What's up, Mr. Canton? Let's go. What's up with the Twitch, man? What's up, T Toxie? What's up, Copy of Blow? Estressin? Oh, good morning. Whoever gifted me. God bless you. Charlie in the tree. Oh, good morning, baby. Love to see it. Woodrow, Mr. Potato Man, Angelus, Oscar, 333, BDA Cookie Monster, and Picky Odie, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Show some love. Good morning, Candy. What's up, 50K? What's up, Monica? Yeah, show some love. It's okay. Have a good day, okay? Have a good day. Have fun, and make sure you don't get too frustrated no matter what. And let's go. Let's go. It's game time. What's up, Timber? I don't know, is that name appropriate? Good morning. Welcome. Welcome. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready for it again. It's been a very interesting back and forth with the economic or the global data, and then now we are dealing with, again, it looks like we actually have some good news here with the debt ceiling. So let's see what happens, but let us get into the news. The House, they passed the debt limit deal, potentially averting a destabilizing U.S. default. Lawmakers from both parties joined for the vote. The bill was 314 to 117 noes. Sending it to the Senate, where its approval will be a virtual certainty. A vote may happen as soon as today, Mitch McConnell said. European stocks and futures were little changed. Treasury steadied. The euro rallied against the dollar as euro area core inflation eased. Equities in Europe are more attractive than the U.S. peers as they already reflect a lot of risk to the downside, says Sanford C. Bernstein. Oil and gold edged higher and Bitcoin fell. Software firm CP3 AI, they tumbled pre-market on disappointments. Oh, the corner of my eye, Jake from State Farm. And Cole Real Estate loves you. Amen. That's what I'm talking about. We need that hype. I'm so horn. You need that in the morning, man. You need to wake up right now. Carvana's ripping. I don't know if anything came out with them right now. They're going crazy on the high ticker. Oh, welcome to pre-market. Again, European software firm Pre-market on disappointing sales forecast, adding to the worries about inflated valuations in the wake of yesterday's sell-off in AI-linked stocks. AI darling Nvidia ticked up. Meanwhile, the chatbots are marching on. Alibaba is building the most advanced AI system in the Ding Talk messaging app and a meeting assistant. JP Morgan is leading the AI hiring spree on Wall Street. They advertised globally for 3,600 AI-related roles from February through April, almost double their closest rival of Citi and Deutsche Bank. Evident data showed. Igen Tech, which advises firms including Goldman and ING, said inquiries from banks jumped fivefold in the first quarter compared with a year ago. Macy's and Dollar General fell pre-market after both chains cut their guidance for the year, citing worsening pressures on consumers. Apple is testing a pair of new high-end Mac processors ahead of the WWDC conference next week, suggesting that their release is getting closer. Employment growth at the U.S. companies last month exceeded all projections. ADP data showed private payrolls increased 278,000 from a revised 291 gain in April, while hiring led by leisure and hospitality. Initial jobless claims were at 232,000 from 230 the previous week. U.S. crude stockpiles rebounded 5.2 million barrels last week after a big drop in the prior period. The API said to have reported stocks at Cushing rose for a 6-week. More oil. OPEC faces a divided market when they meet this weekend. The group has never cut within 3 months of similar action. There's up to a 70% chance that curbs will come if Brent falls towards 70 or below, Citi said. And gold is too expensive after recent declines and more losses may be in store. PIMCO's Greg Shernow said sticky inflation will make it difficult for the Fed to meaningfully cut rates, which may have made bullion more attractive. The metal is modestly overvalued compared with inflation-linked bonds. Expectations of real bond yields will stay higher for longer and add to bearish signs. 9:45, you're going to get a global manufacturing PMIs. 10 a.m. April construction spending. May ISM manufacturing. 10 a.m. U.S. to sell 25 billion of 3-day CMBSs. 11 a.m. EIA crude oil inventories. 11:30, 35 billion of 4-week bonds and 35 billion of 8-week bills. 1 p.m. Fed Harker, and then U.S. May light vehicle sales. Earnings include Broadcom, Dell, VMware, MongoDB, and Lululemon. More U.S. data on tap. The ISM manufacturing probably inched down to 47. Construction spending may have slowed. Morgan Stanley estimates that the debt deal will have a negligible impact on the overall U.S. economy, probably dampening growth next year by a couple tenths of a percentage point. Barclays economists see 2 additional 25 basis point Fed hikes in the coming meetings, compared with a previous view of no extra tightening through the end of the year. The timing will largely depend on tomorrow's payroll report, they say. Underlying inflation in the Eurozone dipped more than expected. Consumer prices, including or excluding items like fuel and food, advanced by 5.3 from a year earlier in May, less than the 5.5 median estimate. Christine Lagarde said shortly after the release that there's no clear evidence core inflation has peaked, pledging further increases in borrowing costs. UK home prices resumed their decline. With nationwide warnings that headwinds for property sellers are increasing. Prices fell 0.1 in May after a downwardly revised 0.4 gain the month before. The annual pace of declines accelerated to 3.4 from 2.7. Larry Summers said he would be very surprised if the UK gets through the next 2 years without a recession after a historic economic error on Brexit. As for Moody's, they say that the UK is headed for a mild recession this year amid higher than expected inflation and rising rates. Excuse me. NATO is gathering in Oslo. France is pushing for a concrete path for Ukraine to join the alliance, but Germany is urging more caution about discussing membership in light of Russia's ongoing war. Military chiefs in the world's biggest economies will be in Singapore for a defense conference starting tomorrow, but those hoping to thaw U.S.-China ties may be disappointed. Instead, the event will highlight the rift over issues including Taiwan, restrictions on high-end chips, and China's claims to large swaths of the South China Sea. About 30% of Asia-Pacific family offices plan to raise their allocation of assets in Greater China in the next 5 years, according to UBS. Japan plans to spend $25 billion on policies meant to bolster its sliding birth rate. Crude shipments in May, Iraq's exports edged higher the prior month to 3.3 million barrels a day. Kuwait's sales volume slumped 12% to the lowest in more than 2 years. Tanker tracker data showed Qatari supply plunged to the lowest since March 2022. And Russia, shipments from the Pacific Coast terminals edged lower. Spot prices for LNG in Asia are trading at a consistent premium over the European benchmark for the rest of the year, signaling competition for the fuel could tighten. Exports from the U.S. are currently more profitable to Asia in the 3 months of September, Bloomberg says. Competition for spare cargoes may rise in the second half. European natural gas futures slumped 11%, the most in almost 2 months. WTI fluctuated and base metals rose in London from a 6-month low. Spot aluminum traded at the highest premium to 3-month futures since February 2022. Crop prices gained as forecaster Maxar said dry conditions will persist in parts of the corn and soybean producing areas. The LME has lost their benchmark status in a key part of the nickel market. An index from Shanghai Metals Market is now the benchmark for pricing ferronickel, said Crystal Bori, CEO of Aramet. The LME's problem is that pricing the pure ore. Meanwhile, nickel is less and less used as a pure metal. At least 3 firms filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection in the U.S. 2 weeks after the busiest stretch of the year. Those filings include ATM maker Diebold Nixdorf, cancer treatment firm Genesis Care, and aerospace supplier Westco Aircraft, which does business as Incora. Paulo and Bain are among potential bidders for Fujitsu's 50% stake in Shinko Electric, a packaging and material maker for semiconductors. The stake is valued at $2.7 billion. Deutsche Bank displaced JP Morgan and became one of the top 3 underwriters of European bonds during the last month. BNP remained the top manager with a market share of 5.69%. Elon Musk was urged to boost investment in Shanghai by a top Communist Party official. Prior to departing China, Musk also met with Vice Premier Ding Zhuozhang. Reuters reported UBS will keep Credit Suisse's wealth management business in Spain, and it may spark a spat with local rival Singular. At least 3 U.S. firms filed for Chapter 11. Europe needs to revise ESG rulebook. Google invest in AI startup runway. Chevron upgraded on defensive portfolio. Exxon downgraded at RBC. Boeing Max families can now seek damages for victims suffering in the air. Salesforce price target raised to $275 from $250 at JMP. Foxconn to make iPhones in India, Karnataka by April 24th. Salesforce price target raised to $250 from $225 at Macquarie. Bayer and Merck start late-stage trial on heart drug for children. The truth is out, or is it? NASA held their first public meeting on UFOs yesterday, a year after launching a study into unexplained sightings, and insisted it's not hiding anything. The AP reported, "I want to emphasize this loud and proud. There's absolutely no convincing evidence of extraterrestrial life associated with unidentified objects," said NASA's Dan Evans. Still, some members of the public were skeptical, and the live stream of the event led to considerable trolling. Camp Goldman, David Solomon already co-owned Robinhood, a $14,900 per month summer New Hampshire camp. And he became Goldman CEO in 2018. Now he added 99-year-old Kenmont and Kenwood for Girls in the Berkshire foothills to his portfolio. David Solomon owns a bunch of camps. I didn't know this. Island in the Sun. Dubai is reviving the Palm Jebel Ali project, the largest of its famous artificial islands shaped like a tree. It's likely to feature luxury mansions and apartments and houses, as many as 35,000 families, and will include 80 hotels and resorts, adding 110 kilometers to the Emirates coastline. The project was halted amid the global credit crisis of 2008, leaving hundreds of buyers in limbo. Walmart is sticking with their Pride Month offerings even after competitor Target became embroiled in a controversy for removing some items for its collection. "We have merchandise that we sell all year that supports different groups," said Walmart Chief Merchandising Officer Latrice Watkins. "We haven't changed anything in our assortment." Air New Zealand is the latest airline to ask passengers to step on scales before boarding to help carriers calibrate their weight loads for safety reasons. They plan to ask more than 10,000 customers boarding international flights to take part in a survey in Auckland through June. That's crazy. They weigh in your bags and you now? That's insane. Okay, this one's an interesting one. On this day in history, the doomsday clock made the worrying debut in 1947. As atomic scientists try to communicate how close we are all to oblivion, the formula is simple. The nearer the minute hand is to midnight, the closer the group's board thinks we are to disaster. It started at 11:53 p.m., and now it is at 90 seconds to midnight, the closest it has ever been. Wow. I like that one. The doomsday clock. I remember here, everybody, you remember your first time ever hearing about the doomsday clock? I don't know. It may correlate with like your first like tinfoil bout, but it's pretty interesting. I like it. I could get behind it. It's always good to look into that one. A nice piece of history from 1947, baby. From 1947. But Chad, Still got a couple of pre-market movers for you. Have no fear. Ultrix, AYX, they rise 5.1 as Bank of America moves to buy from neutral in a note. Bluebird rises 8.7 after Barclays upgraded the stock to overweight from equal weight. And analyst Gina Wang is cautiously optimistic on the opportunity for gene therapy to treat sickle cell. C3 plunged 20% after giving revenue forecasts for next quarter and full year 24. That disappointed analysts and prompted D.A. Davison to cut the stock to neutral from buy. Macy said earnings will be weaker than previously expected for the full year, underscoring the uncertainty around the U.S. consumer spending through the remainder of 2023. Shares declined 5%. Nordstrom's rallied 5.1 after the department store reported better than expected quarterly revenue and profit. Analysts were optimistic about the improvements at the retailer's off-price rack stores. Pure Storage shares are up 5.4 after the enterprise storage company reported first quarter results that beat expectations and gave a second quarter forecast that was ahead of consensus estimate. Salesforce shares are down 7.6 after the software company reported their first quarter results and gave a forecast showing the company isn't growing as fast as it used to. Analysts noted in particular the slowdown of contracted sales, though many continue to be positive on the long-term prospects. Lucid shares dropped 13% after the EV maker said they are raising $3 billion in common stock offering, with the majority of the money coming from the Saudi owners. Viva Systems shares are up 9.8 after the application software company reported first quarter results that beat. Veritone shares fall 6.4 after the analysts both Roth MKM downgraded the software company. Victoria's Secret slides 15% VSCO after the apparel company forecast operating income for the second quarter that missed estimates. Analysts found that first quarter results were disappointing, highlighting the miss on sales and pressure on gross margins from promotions, which in turn resulted in a miss on EPS. And that is it. It's kind of a quick list. Surprisingly, again, today's your first day. We actually have good news. Again, you have good news out of Europe, good news out of China, or at least better than awful news out of China. You have your debt ceiling now. The closest has been to passing, and I think we just had CRM earnings. So not too bad. We have a lot of time. Yeah, we're ahead of schedule here. So I hope you enjoyed it so far. I'm going to go to the bathroom here, and then we are going to get into the final set and go over some plays. And before you know it, the bell will be ringing, Chattadonia. So follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you, and I will be right back. Good morning. Happy Thursday.
Yeas are 314. The nays are 117. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The debt limit deal passed in the House with ease. Lawmakers from both parties joining to approve the bill 314 to 117.
Tonight, we all made history because this is the biggest cut and savings this Congress has ever voted for. And we didn't do it by taking the easy way. We didn't do it by the ways that people did it in the past by just lifting it. We decided that you had to spend less, and we achieved that goal.
A win for Speaker McCarthy with just one small caveat. More Democrats backed it than Republicans. The president tweeting tonight the House took a critical step forward to prevent a first ever default and protect our country's hard-earned and historic economic recovery. The next step to get it through the Senate.
There's been a very good vote in the House of Representatives. I hope we can move the bill quickly here in the Senate and bring it to the president's desk as soon as possible.
Let's get to the Bloomberg team. Anne-Marie, Katie Lyons down in Washington, D.C. MH, let's start with you. Is that a win for Speaker McCarthy?
Well, it was a win in the sense that 2/3 of Republicans did vote for this bill. The final vote count from the Republican side was 149. He was promising around 150. And so far, Jonathan, there hasn't been a motion to vacate. So he's keeping his job at this moment. But you mentioned a very good and important nuance. More Democrats actually signed up for this bill, backing the president, than you had Republicans signing up for this bill. So that is something you're going to see the hard right and conservatives really take aim
would that be possible?
And really trying to pinpoint and poke McCarthy.
We're going to pinpoint it like a PowerPoint? Is it going to be like a PowerPoint, like a presentation? Okay, it looked like we got the good news and the deal is done. Okay, thank you. Woo! Chattadonia, we're back. Good morning. I hope you're feeling good. So, I got the Chad post. I hope your morning is great. I hope you're ready again. I think today's going to be an interesting one compared with what we have already seen. But the question of the day that I asked the Chads, I said, would you vote for Jamie Dimon if he ran for president? Again, that's what Bill Ackman was saying. People were talking about it yesterday. Thought it was a good question, but I guess all political candidates are split. 49% of the chat said yes. 51 said no. That's off of 149 votes. Yeah, very, very interesting. I thought it was good. But let's see the plays. TSAL long, and I know AI again, but I'm buying the dip. End phase long. Jamie love bank. Jamie save bank from regulation, so he buy cheap. Jamie run president. Bud and KSS puts for the downside, and then Palantir and Charge Point leaps for the long. God bless Chatadonia. Jamie love held to maturity. TRK performed 1 for 25 reverse stock split. Long Chewy before close. Looking to take profits soon. Next play I'm looking for is 3M long soon. Diamonds are forever. Airbnb continuation. Watch out. Heard on the radio this morning. They're coming for Chick-fil-A now. Jamie hungry. Jamie like bank. Jamie like country more. Picking up stocks of Unity, Tesla to the upside, NVIDIA 360 put expire in June 23rd. QQQ puts TMF August 18th, $14 calls, Macy calls, and then Apple and Art calls. Wow. I'll take it. I'll take it. Chatadonia, you ready to go? So you got to hear from the chat. We got to hear about Jamie Monster. So tell me, man, what do you got? What do you got? What do you got for me, Chad? You here live in the chat? You here in the chat? Post your first play of the day. What do we got? What do we got? Show me what you're working with, baby. Show me what you're working with. Did not get my bill dividend. It comes in a little bit. Tesla calls, Unity long, Bud puts, Spy Daily, long IIPR, long on Josh, no hedge, AMD calls, Baba, THT, Chewy calls, dollar cost averaging, SunPower, holding short on Pac W, watching for traps, coin, AI, Target puts, Senators puts, Tesla calls, SQQ, Colt calls, long term, Boeing long, Romans 818, buying 35 shares of Bill, Palantir, Strangle on, Broadcom, long crude oil, Metacall, NVIDIA calls, gold calls, IWM, Citi, at the money puts, Oracle long, CRM calls, Chad calls, Baidu, Charge Point for the high, Egypt calls, SoFi calls, long ALGM, CRM up, TLT put credit spreads, oil long option, long-term Target calls, sell LXRX, adding MPW, selling ZN, Amazon call, Palantir leap, SoFi calls, holding Tesla 150, short SPY, Roblox call, Netflix calls, Lululemon, Denver Nuggets on the under, cash out of Amazon, TLT, buying 3M shares, Bill shares, check out the 10-year, holding Robo, 12 SunPower calls, SPY calls, 3 days till expiration, SPY call debit spread, ET call, Walmart puts, Target calls, Nature calls, Ford calls, adding to the falling knife, SQQ, Meta, Soxel, Enphase, Twilio short, Copper puts, it's not stopping, calls on the Nuggets, AT&T, and the final play, Jimmy Butler calls, Target puts, PayPal and Square, long-term ELF. Okay, I'll take it. Wow, Chatadonia, a lot of plays. So let's see again where we at. We're at 418.35 on the S&P. I got a couple plays. We are ahead of schedule. I'm going to be watching Tesla. Again, it's at this 204, 205 to 209 breakout. That's what we're looking for. Then Broadcom earnings. I thought they were going to be pre-market. I guess it's after hours, so we'll have time there. Hopefully the premiums start to juice up. AI, everybody's been watching that one. They're down 20%. See how that one moves. CRM I really like. Again, a lot of analysts, they don't like it and they like it, so I think it might move a little bit more. Again, sometimes it moves a little slower post-earnings, so watch out for that. Then Intel, I like that one from yesterday. Okta, we're still in that play post-earnings, and then Nordstrom's, Macy, and any of the retail plays following post-earnings. So we will see. And then maybe even take a look at Walmart and any of the consumer staples. We will find out. Yeah, Bill's payday is June 7th. So right now, Bill has reset, and you will get your dividend in a little bit. Give it a couple days. Give it a couple of days. But Chatadonia, what do you got? Any pressing questions? We got about 2 minutes. We got a lot of time. We're ahead of schedule here. Again, you have good news out of Europe as far as the inflation side. And then China data was not another day of waking up to bad data. You got a couple bad earnings here, depending on how you want to look at it. And then, it's the beginning of the month. 100%. I think that's a big one. It is yesterday, end of the month rebalance. It's still May. I mean, big expiration in 2 weeks. And the skip. Just don't forget that coming in from last night. the whole talk about the skip and all of these Fed speakers. It was really big. I think we even had Fed Harker today around like 1 or 2 p.m. again. So we'll see what he says. But that was a very, very bullish impetus from yesterday. So that's where we're at for now. And then we'll see how the morning plays out. If there's any updates, again, the debt ceiling is pretty much virtually done at this point now that they passed everything through. It has to go to the Senate, but the Senate will have way less issues than they would have at the House. So not bad. Calls on ideas, baby. Amen. Anything else? Any final questions? Thoughts on NVIDIA? Again, if you're open to like $20 to $30 per share of risk daily, I'd be down to trade it. About going long term at it at this price, I'm not in that game, but I think if you have the risk appetite, NVIDIA is a easy trade in the sense of at least you'll get dollar movements. All about the dollars. All about the dollars, baby. So Chattadonia, that's all. The day is about to start. I hope you're ready for it. I hope you know how blessed you are. And here at the Colt, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Colt, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families. God bless you. Thank you for your sacrifice. I hope you know we love and appreciate you, and I encourage all of you to show that love and appreciation to your vets day in and day out, baby. So God bless you and thank you, and big shout out if you're helping out your local community and giving back on a day-to-day basis. Another big shout out to the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, garbage man, janitors, helping out with the nonprofits, the coaches. If you're giving back to your community, I hope you know you appreciate it as well too, baby. So keep it up. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah, let's go. Oh, good morning, Chattadonia. Good morning. Woo! Feel good, huh? Feel Thursday. It's Friday Junior. It's Friday Junior. Woo! So you better be ready. Yep. All right, so we got the plays out the way. We got all the news. Again, I think even by Euro close, it's gonna be very interesting to see how this one ends up playing out. That is what we are going to wait for. But other than that, should be pretty straightforward. You should get way less political headlines. You got a couple of data sets. You already got continuing claims in ADP. They didn't move much, but again, yesterday's little skip statement, that pretty much balanced out any of the bad jobs data. So we got PMIs 15 after the bell, then ISM 30, and then we'll be good to go. So Chattadonia, we got 1:30 until the bell. So like the video. Make sure you're subscribed. Call out any plays. You have any questions, let us know. You need to verify. You need a source, whatever it may be. I got you. Okay? And be positive. Be respectful. And let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. If they skip, do you think the market will price in rate cuts? Probably, even though they're going to try to signal it. But, I mean, even then, without even the Fed stopping rate hikes, I mean, this year you've already watched them price in a rate cut twice. So I think even right now we are still pricing in rate cuts. So we're going to find out. And yeah, Bill is safe. Bill, we have nothing to worry about with Bill. Again, the deal should go through today. Bill is already reset. The yields are going to be a lot higher. And that's it. I mean, there's nothing to worry. The debt ceiling's done. It's like it's actually over now. And it's good for bonds, all of your cash balances. I mean, now we're yielding 5.5 now, maybe a little higher. So we will see. So get ready, 30 seconds, Chad. Again, call it out if you see anything. A lot of what was it? There's like CRM. That one's going to be a good one. And then I think the retail ones, and then we'll see how the AI hype plays out, and then Tesla just with Elon, and then at the 205 breakout. I'll even keep AI up here, and then watch any of the retail names, and then keep in mind how staples, utilities, and some of the defensive played out yesterday, and then watch if yields go lower, see how it affects financials. Okta. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna go to that one. Round 1. Fight. Okay. Oh, let's see. AI down 18% at open. CRM down 6.6. I think they were pricing in about 7. Yeah, Vive did very, very good. Vive, I think they were up like 9 or 12%. Damn, they're up 15 now. So I even think they got a little bit extra on that opening candle. Nordstrom's is up 10%, so that one's actually starting to go up there. Again, Macy's is down, and then another retailer also went down too. Crowd tanking, Okta. Okta's down 20. Whew. So Okta has just a fat range. I don't know if it goes down to 60. I mean, that's pretty low for them, but I think you could get lower. Watch Okta. Okta can move a lot. We've seen that. Yeah, Canada Global PMI, May 49. Where's bonds at? 0.3. Spies break even on the day. So 41.87. Tesla popper. Amazon. Spies at 41.81. So you're right above the optimism level. Okta's on the low. Where's NVIDIA? I haven't even checked the AI names. NVIDIA's up today, 1.4. So even just watch if any of the chip makers go. Intel's up from yesterday, but below 3,200. Tesla is going now 204. So watch 205. 205 leads to 209. If you break past 209, you could start getting, multiple, 210, 215. But let's see here. I think this is the highest it's been in a couple of weeks now. Boeing pop, Bank of America, ex-Divvy. Boeing is up 0.7 right now. Where's Broadcom? Broadcom's down 1.47. Again, I don't know what the spread's at. It has a value, but I don't know if it's real. Pfizer. And then are all the other AI. I think all the other AI plays are dead because of AI. Bookings on the high. Watch out for travel. Again, Southwest had some stuff earlier in the morning today on some guidance numbers. Apple on the low. Yeah, Apple's down 0.2. A couple of value names right now. Financials and banks are number 1, 0.52. Communications number 2. And then tech is the worst on the day with real estate down 0.39. So NASDAQ down 0.07. SPY down 0.03. And the Dow Jones is down 0.4. So that's the big one for now. Intel big red. Apple selling off. AI still at the low. NVIDIA is going up. And then bonds are trying to climb up here. Intel is at the low. Apps is breaking out. Abivai tanking. Chewy rip. Oh, Chewy was a good one. Apps is running 2.84 on the high. Chewy is going up. They're up 23% right now. So you still got a couple of things moving there. Is that Tesla again? Yeah, even Tesla 205. It's doing its own thing. PayPal AI patent? What? What does you mean PayPal AI patent? Oh no. They're like, we're getting in the servers. And then real estate, MPW just flushed. MPW, I think the other REITs are down too. Well, they gave up. O was up a little bit more in the morning. Baidu on the high. Yeah, I see PayPal is set to price in Japanese bonds. They're selling foreign bonds, but I don't see the patent thing. Let's see if that gets a move in. NVIDIA, Abivai crashing, XOM dying, Meta 52-week high. PayPal starting to work. Again, Chad said something about AI, but we'll see. CRM is now going up there. And then Baidu is on the high, but CRM, so still within 6%. That's where it was moving yesterday or today. Damn, that's still so high, though, 209. AMD's on the high. 3M flush. O is getting pretty good. Again, anything with a 5 handle, I think, is pretty legit. Yeah, 3M, $92. They're on the low. Roblo's on the high. Roblo's getting volume right now, actually, too. And then SPY keeps going lower. NASDAQ went green on that by 0.03. SPY is still down, and then Dow is getting murdered. Target down 2.75. Target's flushing right now into the lows. And then bonds keep climbing up. YD, I think there was something there. Dollar, I think it was one of the guidances, or was that Dollar Tree the other day? BABA's on the high again. China names are running. VKTX, that's the other Ozempic one. You're now below the optimism level, so 41.75. Next level is 41.73. You spent a lot of time there yesterday, so we'll see. But, I mean, the movements are pretty active here to start off. Meta went up and came down. Tesla just went negative on that. So Tesla was just doing good. AMD is up right now, 118. They're barely green there. Again, NVIDIA is also in the green. CRM's going now. So CRM's recovered about like 1% from the bottom. I have the CRM in the top right. And there's Tessie. Pfizer's at break even. Where's healthcare? XLV's down 0.2. So financials are the best. Financials, materials, industrials, communications. Those are the only things green. And then discretionaries and staple is doing bad. I think Target just brought down the discretionaries a decent amount. Citi's on the high. Citi with the pop. All the other banks are kind of red right now, or they're going a little lower. Again, banks are the best, but Citi just popped. JP Morgan to close 21 First Republic branches. Victoria's Secret on the low. SoFi is working hard. Citi's going up. I forgot about SoFi. That was crazy yesterday. And then SPY's still going lower. Yeah, BABA and the China names are moving, but this is already now 10 points from the open. You are now to the next level. Google is on the low. Apple's barely green. Again, Google is hitting the low ticker now. They just flipped red. Netflix is down by 0.27. Again, even Tesla now at 200. Abivide down 4. I don't know if there was Abivide news. Let me check. They probably got a downgrade or something. A couple of other healthcare names sold off too. AstraZeneca to discontinue brazikumab development. Abivide funding of program. So I think they had a bad, what's it called? And then Coherus launches Humira copycat for less than 85% of original. So they had one drug for bowel disease not do good that they partnered with, and then Coherus launches, what's it called? Humana. The Humana generic. But it's weird because Coherus is even down too. So it's weird. Their chart looks the same. But Abivide's down a lot. There's a couple of things on that one. Yeah, LXRX, they have an offering. They did that last night. They didn't even specify the amount. Target going to 0. It's down pretty bad right now, 2.37. Tesla drilling. CRM's on the high still, so they're still going. AI is on the low. So AI back to 30. I think it hit as low as, what, 35 prior to that earnings yesterday? SDA, SunCar, that was the D-SPAC. They're paused due to volatility. Carvana got halted too. Meta guessing. Yeah, honest, dude, I can't, like, dude, Meta's at, like, 270. Like, are you guys serious? Meta is up a lot. It's like, it's literally in between, 270. I think you're, at, like, 280-ish. We'll get, like, the halfway point from the real big gap down. That is actually crazy. And then SPY, that you had your first 2 green candles of the day here. So you're right below VWAP. Again, this is actually right. VWAP is right at the optimism level. Meta is still going up. Boeing is starting to climb now. Boeing's doing good. They're up 1.5 right now. The PMIs, well, we get S&P PMIs in, 5 minutes, 6 minutes? And then you get construction spending and then ISM manufacturing afterwards. AEHR on the high. Macy's is going. Nordstrom's gave up, 6%? And then Macy's bounced 5%. Pac B. Pac West is starting to flush right now. CRM is still going, and then Boeing's on the high as well. Regionals are doing a little better today, but if those flip, that'll be bad. And then again, financials and materials are the number one on the day. Baba, Baidu. Netflix is on the high now. They were just down. Netflix just flipped red to green. Uber going green as well. Yeah, back to 38. Southwest, the guidance didn't help them. And then SPY above VWAP and then back above the optimism level. That's around like 4178, 4180. And then bonds even chilled out after just climbing all morning. Redfin and Airbnb going up. DoorDash now too. Unity. Again, Netflix just had a pretty wild flip right there. Amazon green. PacW Chicle. More volume on Boeing. Adobe starting to run up there. They look nice. Twilio 2 from yesterday. Again, they had the activist investor, and they've just been going crazy. TTD. Bro, what's up with Netflix? Wall, Big Chicle. Are all these ones going down? I mean, watch. Regionals just flipped red there. So, yeah, regionals are starting to dump on this, whatever it is. But remember, that was a bad day for regionals yesterday. KRE is dumping. Yeah, it's in the top right there. CCJ on the high, and then CRM. Where are they at? CRM 2% now from the bottom. So everyone keeps buying it. Everybody keeps buying CRM. Like I'm saying, the debate on the earnings is interesting. NVIDIA, don't forget about NVIDIA. It's approaching 390. Yeah, the REITs are getting clobbered right now. Again, I mean, that's, I think, word to KRE and the regionals. Real estate's now the worst on the day. So remember, real estate was the best on the day the last 2 days. So it's interesting, too, because yields came down a little bit. And then even Tesla barely at 201. Marvel and Microsoft on the high. So Marvel's trying to come up here. Microsoft starting to run now. 327. Oh, it gapped a lot lower from when we've traded it. Oh, it's TSM, NQ strong. And NASDAQ is green. It's been green pretty much all day. I think it went red for a little bit. SPY is barely at break even too now. So SPY could even go green from here. I mean, the close was 41.79. So again, we're just hugging the optimism level in VWAP right now. Roblo was going earlier. Target, UUU. Adobe keeps going up. That one's like a pretty steady climb. Oh, yeah, below optimism. Excuse me. Below the optimism level. Broadcom. I know, it's funny. The weeklies chilled out, though. Again, they're even down here. We'll see by the end of the day, but their earnings is after the bell. Walmart's on the high. So Walmart 0.11, not anything too big. Communications are now in the green. So, like, if Google comes up, that'll be big. But Meta and Google, those are pretty decently in the green right now. Those are your best on the day. And then financials are number 2, even though regionals are dumping. So regionals and XLF look the same, but regionals are in the red. XLF's in the green. Carvana got halted, but they were just going crazy yesterday and today, I think. Airbnb lost 110. IEP. Carl Icahn stock is up 5% now. Again, yields like 40%. iRobot on the high, IRBT, and then SPY coming down here. But still, this is still the early move. It's only been like, what, 10 minutes, 13 minutes? A couple things on the long term are getting to levels. Again, even Altria had guidance today that they updated. But we have our deposit. I don't know if it's actually hit yet, but we could shop. We could shop or we get our yield. Dollar General. Google's going up. I think Dollar General, it's the worst day since 2020. Yeah, Google and Meta, again, these are your tech leaders on the day right now. Maybe a little Netflix too. Regionals are going one more lower. New low on the day for the regional banks. TSM is on the high. They're even going up there, and same thing with Microsoft. And then China plays are actually doing good. I mean, they're holding up for now. Disney 87 too. That one's even getting clobbered. Explain why you're waiting for Disney while it's below 88. Because I don't know where the stock price will be by the time the dividend announcement comes in. So we're speculating on the dividend announcement. We don't know if it's going to be this next quarter or if that will happen, maybe October, November, December. So if it drops another 10, 20% by the time we get closer to the event, I just don't. If I position too early for a different reason, I just don't want to get trapped in it. And then by the time it gets announced, if it fluctuated too much, it wouldn't be good. But I like the 88 price. I like it a lot, actually. I think last time we traded it at 88, it ended up working good, but there was a little bit of you had to hold it for a little bit. I think Disney already had earnings, so you're not going to hear from them for another couple of months. And then Tesla's still holding on there. AstraZeneca's on the high. And then 3M at 92. That's another interesting one. And then MPW got murdered with all the REITs today. And then Nordstrom's slipping. This one's about to go 10% to negative. Nordstrom's is about to flip. S&P Global PMI's 46.8 or 48.4. It came in 0.1 below expectations. So manufacturing PMIs were dead in line right now. The next one will be ISM in 15 minutes. ISM and then construction spending. But no real crazy reaction so far. Nordstrom's had earnings. They actually did good. But then Macy's did bad. But then they kind of flip-flopped. Nordstrom sold off the gain. Macy's bought up the loss. Roblo, yeah, they flipped right there. Again, Google and Meta, they're both at the high. Even Microsoft, but Google and Meta are both green now. But Meta's coming down. I mean, we're hugging on to the low of the day right now. Abivi's getting slaughtered. Yallah, Habibi, inshallah, inshallah. This is, we say, you wait for the Abivi dips, then you buy them, This one. So it is finally lower again. I was saying I wanted something even like 130, 120-ish now. Or that's the, 130 was the minimum. So it's good, though. It is good. Walgreens divvy. I don't know if it paid yet. It should, or I think in a couple days. Walgreens even moving around right there now, too. But I don't know if it's just tweaking out. And then SPY going a little lower there. I think you just wicked into that. Even Tesla selling off a little bit. 41.75. Your low is what? 41.74.32. So you're like a point and a half off the low. Google's running now. Hold on. So, again, communications are the best on the day. Google and Meta. But now Google's really, really running there. Even AMBA's on the high. They've still got stuff running. The high-low ticker's kind of balanced out. NEM, too, on the high. Tesla under 200. Yeah, 199.80. And NVIDIA's down, too, but it's still green. But it's near their low of the day. CRM, they came down a little bit from the 2% rally. What was the other one? Chewy. They're still holding up great. And then SPY just hit a new low. It wicked on that. So 41.73 now. And then this is 41.73 flats the next level. I mean, you were here from 7:30 to like 9:50, 10 a.m. yesterday. Yeah, AMBA is going up there. Remember, they did bad on earnings yesterday. A couple of the underperformers kind of went crazy here today. Like even Marvel, they're up 2.5, kind of doing their own thing after selling off yesterday. Gold is running, 0.52. It's a decent amount. Good morning, Ruben. AMBA has AI news. Airbnb still holding Pure Storage. They had earnings. PTSG, and they were running crazy the last couple days. Or PSTG. I sound like a soccer team. Yeah, they're already crazy. So again, they were down and then flipped green. I think that one's even a possible squeeze. You think tech will remain the safe place? I mean, relatively speaking, until faced with the right event. But yeah, until it gives you a reason. Otherwise, until it shows, more risk being highlighted, or if it responds to the interest rate sensitivity, because that was the big worry in the beginning. Just remember, at the beginning, when rates were lower, people were worried about tech, going down because yields were going up. So if they could keep handling it, I mean, that's it. That's good enough for me. But then again, I mean, there's still a lot we're going to deal with here in the market. AAP had very bad earnings, yeah. People not happy. Microsoft's at the high, but red. SPY's trying to bounce up from here, but it's not working. Carvana doing weird things. Yeah, they had a whole... I mean, again, I don't know if they're coming off earnings, but they moved big yesterday, too. Tesla back above 200, but might come down. Nvidia's coming up. Interesting range. The 173. Yeah, right now it's a virtual certainty the debt ceiling will pass. Baidu's climbing up here. Baidu's a weird guy, man. He need help. Sound dump. Again, I think all the AI plays, I think that's it. I mean, after AI, no good guidance. I think the chip AI plays are holding up, but you're going to have just one day of cooling down with AI random plays. It'll come back, though. But again, AI is just the AI actual stock. The earnings did not give it didn't come with the heat. Even Palantir, yeah. Palantir's still great, though. It's just right below 15. That's actually wild. HubSpot AI stock, yeah, huh? I mean, I think it's because they're just killing it. I mean, even then, that's like 100% from December. But I feel you. I don't think that has been mentioned as much in AI. Marvel, data kelb on the high. Marvel's going up now again. That was the other chip maker with the guidance, and they had a very interesting trading between the last 48 hours, from being the only chip maker to sell off yesterday or in a small few to now being up while everything's down. Intel's popping a little bit too. Okta's on the low, $70. I think I'm a buyer of Okta in the 60s. That'd be just a good swing trade, I think. But they're getting murdered. Palantir is supposed to show AI today. I did not know that. Baidu's going again. China names. First day of good China news. Google with a pretty decent Clifford. Marvel's on the high. Data kelb is going up, but SPY's kind of climbing a little lower. NASDAQ went red just a minute ago. It's down 0.03 now, 0.01 break even. Now it's back to green. It was just green most of the day by a little bit. S&P's down 0.14 and Dow down 0.5%. Boeing even came down. TTD on the high. Crowd is going too. And then now NVIDIA back to 389. So NVIDIA just keeps doing this. It's selling off, and then it just runs right back up. NVO on the high. Yeah, NVIDIA is starting to rocket a little bit. Up 3%. MP Dubs, Tessie just hugging 200. HD low. Yeah, we're chilling. Chilling for now. We got to get off of this zone. And then the bonds are still messed up. in the sense that it's been I think it's been like 3 days in a row of just straight green. But bond volatility is calming here. We'll see where this is at the end of the day. You've got 7. They gave you 7 surgery bills yesterday. You say you got the wrong person. I'll be like, you looking for who? Nah, man, nah. Baidu 128, about to. Yeah, the green light on Bill is there. That's it. I mean, Bill is already reset. So if you already held Bill, if you've been holding Bill now, it should be a little bit lower than the price that we bought it at, and I believe the same price as March. So like I was saying, if you have Bill in the long term now, from the price we got it, it's the same price. You lose the unrealized gains, but then you're going to be getting a dividend next month. Yeah, PSTG, they were only up 5%, or I think they were down 5%, and then they flipped. TLT coming up. Even the bonds, and we're still near the lows, so watch what happens. Netflix 401, and now Airbnb's running up too. Even DraftKings. Hey, Chad, Co-Real Estate loves you. Hope everyone has a blessed, amazing day. Prayers out to everybody. God bless you, Jake from State Farm. Tell them. Amen. Amen. Then the video hit 390 for a second. Alpha's on the high. Percentage cash. I think in the long term we're going to be at like 6% maybe after today, the deposit. Whoa, is that real? Look at the bonds. Okay, I don't know. If the bonds dump though, that volume, I don't know if that's real volume or not. But see, you're getting a pop here on the SPY. Bonds look like they're moving again. DraftKings is running. DraftKings is just breaking out right now to the high. Zscaler and ZI and ZS. Zscaler and Zoom Info. Those are also going. And then NVIDIA is about to hit 390. Netflix is already going. The China names are playing. I mean, Tesla's just holding up, but even the China names, though, that's pretty optimistic. And then NVIDIA, again, 389.50 right now, 389.75. Where's Intel and Pfizer? NVIDIA, there she goes. Yeah, 39.50. I think it almost hit 30.91 on the one candle. And then, bro, Netflix. That one's crazy. 400. SPY above VWAP now. And I still think this is the optimism zone. Again, 400 on NVIDIA. No, it's actually below. So VWAP was climbing lower from there, but we're actually still below it. Target on the high now. And then, again, another candle out of Alibaba. 391 almost here on NVIDIA. Even Netflix, that's like a silent one. And then watch Baba again. I think, remember, the last 2-3 days, it's been very, very bad news out of China. So if they could free up, that'd be a nice segment that has not moved over the last couple days. And then communications and tech is flipped 0.5%. Tech was down 0.5, and now tech is up a quarter as an industry. And then NASDAQ's up 0.11. NVIDIA is going up again, 391 still. Another high on Netflix. I think even Baidu too. Yeah, ISM. So get ready. 1 more minute. ISM manufacturing, prices played, employment, and new orders. So there's a couple things you're going to be looking at. 1, manufacturing in general. 2, prices paid, relate that to inflation. And then employment, relate that to the job. So like I said, tomorrow is the big set of data. This could cause a reaction, but I don't think it's going to be the set-all, be-all. And just like yesterday, whatever the data provided, it got balanced out by the Fed speakers. And I think we have one today. But get ready. You got 20 seconds. And then NVIDIA is still going. SPY at VWAP still below optimism level. Bonds holding up 0.3. NASDAQ green, Dow red, SPY red leading into it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. Whoa. Construction spending 1.2%. So big increase on construction spending. Manufacturing barely dropped, literally by 0.1. Prices paid dropped heavily. So I feel like that's actually really good. And then ISM employment ticked up a little bit, and then new orders dropped. There's no I think the most bullish thing right there is prices paid got demolished. So prices paid dropped. I want to say this is one of the bigger drops for prices paid. So if anything, this is just bullish inflation data. Everything else was kind of nothing. But take a look again. Oh, you got to add. I'll give you a second. But, yeah, that's a big drop. So here's where it's supposed to come in on prices paid. Came in right here. I think that's why bonds are getting a bid. I think people are getting excited. Again, people might price in the cut or the pause really aggressively if that's the case. But, again, that's very good inflation side data. Everything else was borderline. Again, employment barely went up. No bad signs there. New orders dropped a little bit. Again, manufacturing slightly beat, but prices paid very substantial drop. So that's the immediate read I get off of it. So prices paid. Here's the chart. It came in right now on the ISM. It was supposed to come in a lot higher, so it came in a lot lower. Everything else just didn't do anything. So the data, the manufacturing data, employment, new orders, none of them were like dramatic, but prices paid came in at 44.2. Estimate was 52.3. So if anything, just bullish inflation data and call it a day. Let's see how much the market likes it. And then get ready for your other Fed speakers too. And no, we're not waiting on anything. Bill is good to go. Bill, back to the plan. Me and my mama hopped in that U-Bill van. What? Any zero interest rates? I talked to them. But no, yeah, but we're on Bill. The debt ceiling is over now. They've got the vote in. Whew! 3-day bills draw 6.1%. My goodness. But yeah, it's the situation's done. The risk of default has been dramatically lowered at this point. Your bill has already reset, and you have nothing to worry about. I mean, God willing, but we'll see. I think you always be cautious. You know what I'm saying? Not like you got nothing to worry about, but you know what I'm saying. It's like, you know what I'm saying. I hope you do. Dollar drops 0.5 after ISM data. That's a big drop. No way. Oh, it was already down. I thought it was a 0.5 drop on the news. So it was already down on the day, but that data did help the dollar hit a low. Bonds are coming down. I'm surprised. The move is a little smaller, but I think that's even what happened yesterday with Jefferson. I think the market's waiting for and wants a couple of good things in a row. Pfizer data supports that aztreonam avibactam combo is effective and well tolerated. I have no idea what that is. That's coming out now. So NVIDIA just hit 392. SPY's working its way up here again. Data ISM came out. Nothing big except for prices paid dropping. Okay, we're good. I grabbed a small MES. I went MES to the long side, 41.88. Dollar down decently. Tesla needs to move, man. Tesla need to get to 2,000. What? Starbucks CEO Laxman Narasham visits partners in China. So Bill is all good. Yeah, I'm I didn't even move my money out of it yesterday. I'm still in it, and now I'm more excited than ever for Bill, actually. So now there's zero. There's nothing that should get in the way of Bill unless Powell changes interest rates. That's it. So now, that was the setup I told you in the beginning. The only thing that could change Bill would be Powell. So now that there's no external debt ceiling, I mean, we're good to go. I went long on the MES, just with one. I went with the micro. Just one to the... Again, I mean, I think the prices paid was bullish. It's not really reacting too much right now, I think. And then like yesterday, if you remember the pause announcement, we did the same thing. Pause announcement, you like kind of had this like little pop, and then we chilled out, and then it did these two crazy moves. But we'll see. I think it could get balanced out with stuff later, but I don't think we even have... all you have left is vehicle sales on the day, and then the Fed speakers. Leaning towards the deposit for Bill, or do I have options? I have a lot of options. Again, I mean, there's a lot of good names, and we've even bought a little more than expected in May. But I'm going to take the deposit. I'm going to move it into Bill immediately because that's where I'm putting all my deposits. And then we're going to see. Because like after those purchases, I lowered my cash balance a lot. So I want to make sure we still are going to be set up nicely no matter what the market throws at us. Tesla, another pop. Even the SPY's going up there too. I have bond plays. I have options on bond futures. That's my only play similar to TLT. I just grabbed a MES. I did a micro E-mini to the upside. Palantir flying. Yeah, they woke up. I thought it would be like one day off on the AI plays, but that's kind of crazy. Even CX, I think they're kind of coming up. Even Zen V popped up, so I don't know. Maybe I thought the AI plays would kind of take a breather after AI, and then bonds are coming down, so immediate, price in rate cuts off of a good inflation print, but it's coming down a little bit. And then watch the Fed futures. Market is going though now. You're back to the high of the day. Palantir has an event. AMBA's back up there too. Remember, earnings the other day were bad. Now they're going. PayPal's waking up. Square. Roblo now 243. Even DoorDash. Even Airbnb. So again, very interesting mix. A lot of different names on the high. And then the low ticker has cooled down since the data. Goldman president speaks at conference. John Waldron speaks at Bernstein conference. Lulu on the high. AI is even kind of climbing up there a little bit. Yeah, it's testing opening price. That's what I'm saying. Even Palantir going up. I thought the AI plays would take a break, but again, like even Marvel, they're running up. NVIDIA, like subtly your AI names are moving. I mean, even the Intel, but I don't even think that's a real AI name. Marvel's a good one. That one, I thought it would go a little lower. MPW working its way back up. Yeah, that was weird. But I think it's typical. But even then, the REIT index also dropped. But they were looking great. They were looking great in the morning, but that opening killed them. Lululemon is on the high. Chad's calling that out. You're seeing it on the high ticker. It just ran through. We have the momentum, and it's still early. But we'll see. I mean, your carrot to chase right now is prices paid dropping. That's it. Dollar General says customers are shopping closer to payday. So 4184, you're above optimism level again. 4188 to 4190, then 4200. Roblo's going, man. Almost $43 right there. Palantir, fat pump. So I don't know when is the event, but Chad's saying there's a Palantir event. Meta, they just announced Quest 3. I don't know if that's good or not. 3M price target cut to 95 from 115 at UBS. Yeah, Meta Quest 3 headset starts at $499. Meta Quest headset to come this fall. I don't even know if that's bullish or bearish for them. I'm like, so how much money did you spend on this new headset? Hold on, Y'all don't have any data chips. Y'all don't have any servers or nothing. Y'all can't just, can y'all just sell AI or something? Target closing the gap. Procter & Gamble on the high. Square's even going now. Again, Coca-Cola 2 days in a row. It's been pretty active. Apple's even on the high. And then Target's coming back up. So Target, death, that's still dead. I mean, it's still down 1.3. They had a big gap down. XLF came up. Regionals bounced a little bit too. I think regionals kind of look like the REITs. Square, Shopify, Square's going up again. And then bonds are about to flush a little lower here. Very, very interesting move there since the ISM. Happy Friday, Junior. And then Tesla, 202.50. SPY just hit that high here of the day, but it's not breaking out in the last 4 minutes. It's been dancing here. So 41.84 to 41.85. I mean, this is where we kind of broke down from and broke out a little bit from yesterday. And then Meta, they just announced Quest 3. That one's still holding. AI above 33. Watch out for it. Some of them are coming up there. Again, I think some of these random AI plays, some are still down, like SoundHound. There's like CXAI and the other ones. So I think it's hit or miss. PayPal. Again, PayPal, $64. Get excited until it could break there. I think it's going to be trapped under. I sold Microsoft yesterday, yeah. I only made like $40 off of it. McRib to cross 5. Lockheed Martin is commenting, CEO at the Bernstein conference. Space popping. Dude, Netflix is insane. I think 400, I don't know. I don't know why it's just processing for me. But I'm like, dude, 400 is wild. But then even looking at Meta at 270 is insane. I'm like, okay. I like it. I like it for the long term. But I'm like, what is this, bro? And then Abiva. Yeah, Meta's insane. Where's even Netflix? Still 68. HRL up 7. CNBC CRM should be considered for Salesforce. What Kramer said. Meta's going, though. I think people, it's either just general momentum or people like the Quest 3. Remember when Netflix was setting record declines last year? Yep. Them and Meta. Boeing back to 207. Dude, a lot of things are running on this now. So again, Meta, Apple, all of your big tech, communication number 1. Tech isn't even up the same amount. Like, this is everything else lifting. So discretionaries, they got a boost. Staples got a boost. Even real estate got a boost there. So ever since the ISM, we're still been running up here, but a lot of different movers there on the high-low ticker. Low ticker is barely moving. And then energy's not even down on the day. Energy's like break even. The MES, $30 on one of them. Not bad. Microsoft lagging. Kind of. I mean, we traded at like, what, 3:30 yesterday? So Microsoft had a pretty big gap down in the morning. MPW, that was a weird. They flushed 3%. Now they're back down to 0.9. Square on the high. And there's PayPal. 3M went up after a price target decrease. Oh, Tessie. I don't know. Tesla, I wanted to do what it did yesterday. Like yesterday, it was in a world of its own. So we're going to see. I think NVIDIA is the one in its own world today. The chips are getting a lot of back and forth. AI is on the high ticker now. That's it. AI has recovered a decent amount. Even the SPY dancing up here. But high ticker is still getting juice. China names again. Baba is hitting a new high. ON on the high. Where's Broadcom? Broadcom's not waking up. They have earnings. And then CRM is at the high too. And then bonds bouncing off the low of the day. DGX, Quest Diagnostic. Good call on that. DGX is dying. Yo, Quest Diagnostic, 133 to 130 in 2 minutes. I do not see anything. Check news on that one. DGX, dying. 3 big candles to the low. They're speaking at the conference. So, you know, there's like Lockheed speaking right now, and what's his name? There's Lockheed and the Goldman guy. I think there's Bernstein conference. They're probably saying something. Disney went green. Meta still working up. Again, watch DGX. That one's interesting. Palo Alto on the high too. Now Apple's starting to play along. More China rip. Let's go. Tesla. Where are you? Again, all the other ones. Netflix, Apple, Meta, Nvidia, Google. They're just, I guess Google's not running into the high. Neither is Amazon. But I think Apple, Microsoft, and Meta. Not bad. All right, still climbing up here. I love you. God bless you and good morning. But I'm going to go to the bathroom now. Okay? Is that cool? It's cool. What time is it? Is it just under an hour? Not bad. Again, most of the data is done for the day. We do have Fed speakers soon, and then that's it. Oh, this is Harker. Okay, I'll be right back.
Skip an increase.
Okay, fine. No pause. Philadelphia Fed President Patrick Harker saying that the Fed should probably skip an interest rate increase in its upcoming June policy meeting, which brings us to the question of the day. Hold June, hike later. Joining us now, Rebecca Patterson, former chief investment strategist at Bridgewater Associates. What do you think? Hold June, hike later?
I think we hold June, hike later, most likely. If there was going to be movement at the June meeting, I think we would have gotten Powell or Williams, someone at the top of the pyramid, changing the narrative so it would be priced in more to market. So at this point, now that we go into the blackout period, I think that window's closed. And so you'll get some dissents probably at this meeting. Some people will push for a hike, but I think the overriding view will probably be skip.
That's the perfect word to use.
Is it?
Can I just point out to everybody here, okay? So Alex is playing a little game, okay? She doesn't like the word skip. So she's decided that she's going to basically insert the word hold into the conversation.
Okay.
And she's going to try and say
not true.
Everybody count. Everybody count. Alex is going to say the word hold an awful lot.
Okay, he's leaving out a whole part of the story, which is the fact that he's trying to make hop, skip, jump a thing when it comes to the Fed. And I was like, that's not a thing. So now he's just focused on skip. So we have a competition of who like can say Fed, hold versus skip more.
Like the Fed is saying skip. You just heard Harker. He's going to be speaking a little bit later on. He's probably going to say the word skip again. If I put pause on my iPad when I'm listening to a song, it stops. Like a hold. But if I skip to the next song, that's a whole different thing. Anyway, Rebecca, let's talk a little bit about what happens next. I just needed to get that out there. Everybody needs to know what's happening here. This show is all about transparency. Next meeting after this, let's talk about July.
Damn.
What are the probability that we get a hike in July? What do you
hit him with the analogy? He said, you know, when you pause a song, it's much more different than skipping a song. I'm just letting you. I said, what? That's crazy, bro. I didn't think about that one. No way they are pausing. Well, my theory, I don't believe in a skip. That's it. My belief is that the moment they stop, they're really stopping. That's it. The moment it keeps going, it keeps going. Yeah, see, I don't think I think an object in motion will stay in motion, and I think if they end up pausing it, I don't think you could start moving again, not for a little bit, or at least they don't like to. But we'll see. The only difference is that there is other countries in the world that have already done that though, so they may have flexibility because it's again Europe, Canada, a lot of countries have already paused. They said they planned on stopping, and then inflation, the data made them go back. So they don't communicate the same way the Fed does, but it's still kind of an issue. And then we just came down there. That bathroom break didn't let you go up. I'm sorry. My MES came back down. I'm up $6. Where's Tessie? DGX, again, I think they're speaking at the conference. SOX S is on the high. NVIDIA came down from 390. Now it's below there again. PayPal Square look exactly the same. Dish has cut. I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, Dish is publicly traded. I was like, who still has a Dish? And then I drove by a house and it had like 5 satellite dishes. I was like, okay, never mind. Oh, wow. The market may have needed that. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Bradley Frizzle and the Peach is here. Peach Nation, get your ass up. Horn. Wow. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Peach Day, that's a blessing. Wow, do you feel... Oh, I feel consistent. I feel blessed. Wow. Wow, thank you. Thank you, Bradley Frizzle. God bless you. We need that. Sellers getting aggressive. It just feels like yesterday's move right around here when the last time we had good news. But let's see. If it breaks right back down, you go below optimism level, and then we start even selling out the ISM. I mean, I think that's not a good sign. So you just went from 40.70 to 40.90, and now you're back to 40.79. So pretty much went up 20 points, gave back 10. Now you're right at the middle. This is like a little bit lower now. We'll see. NASDAQ's back to red. Actually, last time we were here, NASDAQ was in the green. So now the NASDAQ went red earlier, and then the Dow recovered a lot on that. So Dow is down like 0.5. Last time we were like right around here. And now the Dow is only down 0.29, and then S&P is down 0.2. I think Dollar General, I think it was earnings, and they changed their guidance on buybacks too. So they said they were going to buy back $1 billion, and they were like, never mind. MES is a micro future. So it's like a smaller future. Just a baby. Just a city future. Born and raised in South Detroit. No? He took a midnight trade going anywhere. No? Just a city stock. No? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to. Okta earnings, it was meh. Dude, I'm telling you, it's funny how even quickly, like yesterday, there was Okta and CRM were two companies where everybody, they had a view of it, and they were looking for one thing, and then right when you got it, you started looking for the next. So Okta, they didn't do as bad as people thought, and like they did good on the margin, they did good on profitability, but then everyone's like, well, wait a minute, and now your revenue's not growing. So that was the bad part for them, and it was very similar to CRM. Even CRM, they killed it on profits and the operations, and they turned that ship around. But right when everybody got that, they're like, well, actually, we don't even have revenue growth now. So I think that's it. Though I like both of them. I like Okta at like $60. I think it starts showing a 6 handle. I mean, it's down. Could get worse once the stock drops like 22%, but I do like Okta. I mean, it's a stock that can move $10-20 every couple of weeks. Visco, they did bad. Victoria's Secret, I think they were down 15% earlier, and then again Macy's did bad. Macy's came down. Nordstrom's did good, but Nordstrom's, they couldn't hold the gain for the life of them. I like Pfizer right now. That's it. They got Ozempic. They're trading at lows. You even got maybe if anything happens in China, but I'm liking them a lot at this price. UPower. You guys called this one out a couple times. Unhalted up 105%. Mazda North America sales, 33,000 vehicles, up 117%. Yo, man, people buying Mazdas 100% more than last year? That's crazy. What happened with Mazdas? Yeah, zoom. Yeah, Mazda North America, 33,000 vehicles, up 117%. Broadcom, yeah, they're down 2.5. URNJ on the high. And then CCJ, why? It seems like all these uranium and materials companies are moving. There's NVIDIA. NVIDIA came back down 385. Surprising. I mean, the market surprisingly dropped pretty quick there. It's weird because it looks like you're at the same price, but the tech got hit on that. On this little move, benefited the Dow, and then pretty much left the tech NASDAQ a little weaker. The Mazda. My girlfriend is obsessed with Mazda Miatas. She thinks they're cute. So when she first got here, she was like, what car is that? The one with the eyes. So she loved the Mazda Miata. I kind of did. Dude, do you know Mazda Miatas are like $15,000 now? It's actually crazy. Like, Miatas are expensive if you wanted one. Or I guess last time we checked was like 2021. Target, they had a big gap down. They hit a low, then they popped, but they've just stayed in this weird gap down range. Even Walmart. And then again, Walmart, they made an update. Walmart said, we ain't changing none of our offerings in June. And then what else happened? And then Chick-fil-A put out like a diversity inclusion like update, and then now everyone's like, cancel Chick-fil-A. They're going crazy with it. But I think Walmart will be an interesting test. The Miata index, I have not looked. I've not looked. Are China plays still moving? Yeah, Baidu's coming up. Intel's coming down. And then nice little green shoot on the market. Yeah, Intel went red. It's by getting a decent amount of volume. Again, the new Meta Quest. Half-point minute candle. Pretty big. But let's, again, I mean, right since this little pop, that was 10 points in like roughly 5 minutes. So we'll see and watch the bonds. That Airbnb China name still going. Everything or two things green now. SPY and NASDAQ are matched up. They're both up right now, 0.1, and then Dow 0.15. I think the market is literally just matching up with everything. Because, again, the Dow has been the one advancing the fastest, and now S&P and NASDAQ are equal. I mean, bonds are up 0.3. Tesla going to Mexico. I don't know if that's good or bad. I don't know what you're referencing there. That could be very bullish if Tesla is in Mexico. You know what I'm saying? Like Tesla going to China was bullish too. Today's the first day of hurricane season. Again, Baidu and I think Baba, a couple of the China names. Rita's on the high team. EIA says natural gas stockpiles rose 110 BCF last week. And they say natural gas stockpiles rose 4.71%. Nat gas will probably get murdered on that. And then watch oil too. And then CRM now, that's still going. That's another high on CRM. Even Baidu's coming up now too. UNG got murked. Yeah, Goldman. Oh, well, Goldman. They're at the conference. I don't have the headline, but I guarantee he's saying something at the Bernstein conference. Again, CEO just was talking a couple of minutes ago. Goldman, 2 big candles. That's $5 actually. $5 on 2 candles, 322 to 318. Dollar General says they're reevaluating store count goals. Again, Goldman now on the low. 1029, yeah, he says we're tracking 25% down year over year on FICC and equities. Whoa. So, again, this was like Morgan Stanley yesterday. They're giving updates on pretty much their numbers and guidance and like where they're at with trading and stuff. But that's crazy. They're pretty much saying they're making 25% less than last year in certain segments. And again, Goldman and Morgan Stanley, they both had weaker trading arms. Yeah, Goldman's clapped off of that. Oh, 317. That was quick. Bear Cave Palantir. They have the event, right? So Palantir just got a short report. I don't know. I think Goldman, I'd want to play it because you just look how Morgan Stanley traded yesterday. They had the drop pop and they're pretty much at the same level, but I mean, it's already moved down a lot. I've shorted Goldman before. It doesn't like going below this level. So if it does flush, that could be big, but it might even bounce here. We'll see, but that's 2.5%, 3% real quick. Today's what, Thursday? Where's Palant? Palantir's at 12:30. They have a shareholder meeting, yeah. 12:30 Eastern, so in 2 hours. And then Palantir just got a bear cave report, so they're dropping on the short report. Purple's on the low. JP using AI, yeah, they're the biggest hiring. JP Morgan has like what, 3,600 positions. They're looking for like job postings for AI. Tesla. Yeah, Palantir, then Goldman too. I'm surprised. Below 315, man, that's pretty wild. Yeah, Morgan Stanley's dropping with it too. Damn it. I want to take it, but I know I'm going to get trapped on it. I know. Maybe if there's like a cheap op, it's too late now though. But we'll see. But that's down 2.6 there. They're at the low. And then SPY, you had that one little pop 5 minutes ago. Still kind of holding, still above VWAP. Goldman, you see, if it goes below 315, it'll get bad. If it bounces, then there you go. Because again, bro, Goldman did not drop below 320 for months, and then this was all out. Even during FRC, they barely went under there. Again, SVB they dropped, and then FRC in April. But so well, it's interesting though. But this is related to their earnings. Again, CEO is pretty much giving guidance. And he's talking about what's it called? He's talking about the trading and net income. Lulu, I think is I don't know if I'd buy it if it's near all-time highs, but as a company, I think they're legit. I'm still holding Intel. I'm barely up on it now though. They're not doing as good. KRE regional banks are running up right now. There's Tessie. Lulu hasn't reported yet. I thought they did. Interesting. Bonds hitting a new low now. Dude, very, very wild. So that pop, you had the big bond pop, and then it just unwound all of it. And then ever since then, we've been going up. But 10 years hitting a new low on the day right now. I'm not shorting the 10-year anymore, no. The only play I have on the bonds, like I just have those option plays that we got before the debt ceiling. That's it. And they're pretty much the same price. Musk SpaceX gets Pentagon contract for Starlink in Ukraine. I don't know if it'll help out Tesla, but SpaceX gets Pentagon contract for Starlink in Ukraine. UCAR halted to the upside. IWM is up. I think that's the thing outpacing on the day. I think it's because regionals. Again, regionals just turned around and are breaking out now, recovering a little bit of that loss yesterday. I think this was, or was that the day before with the FDIC comments? Josh, God bless you, Prairie. I think Lulu had a run on earnings. I thought they already reported, but that'll be an interesting one. Because either right now in retail, you're either doing good or you're not. But then again, like even Nordstrom's, they did good. They still kind of got punished. But then who was it the other? Abercrombie. They did good. So, again, a lot boils down to your guidance here. Goldman working its way back up. Yeah, see at 318, 319. That's just the level of don't break. PayPower, Apple on the high. Yeah, Apple just had a big pop in there. Again, regionals have been running probably for the last hour now. Ever since that pop, the market gave it back, but regionals have been waking up there as the bonds have been going down. I think even real estate stocks. Because real estate still down there's only 4 things down. Discretionaries, real estate, staples, and utilities. Yeah, KRE is running. Is Tesla running on the SpaceX news? It could just be with the market, but we'll see. And then Apple's hitting a high, and then K-Web, China plays, Baidu, Baba. They're starting to go back up now. Dude, the China plays are vicious. They'll go down for like 2 weeks and drop like 15%, and then they'll go up like 12% in one day. And then they'll be like, okay, we're in the middle. SoFi on the high. Yeah, they hit 7 yesterday. Baidu's still going, though. And then K-Web now, all of the China names. SDA, I don't know much about it. I know Jay All posted it it was a D-SPAC, but I saw it running yesterday. That's all I know about it. Gold breakout from the bonds. No, Goldman didn't cut dividend. They just gave an update on trading incomes, and they already had a weak earnings. McConnell says voting for debt deal a step in the right direction. McConnell speaks on Senate House floor. Abivi tanking. Yeah, let's see. I mean, we get one more bigger flush there. I think it'll look better. Hershey's. What are they doing to these dividend names? Even Hershey's is on the low. And then SPY starting to break here a little bit. Airbnb 111. I mean, that's way better than I thought already. So, again, it's like, what, 112, 115, or 117 you need to get above? But they're still going. Airbnb might hold. Even Walgreens, 3M. Altria had guidance in the morning. Apple is still going. So that's a nice little wake up there. Microsoft's still red. And then Google is barely green. Amazon starting to move. And then now there's Meta. And then Netflix 400. Oh, they scam me. I grabbed 100 shares of Microsoft, 327.85. So, again, remember we traded it yesterday during the event, but it's $3 lower than where we traded it. So, if we start to break here, they're the only ones lagging, but they could be an underperformer. Try to flip it for today. Or is it? Abivi 120, 190. Yeah, and then the other future's still working, but there it is. Again, I think Microsoft's the only one lagging behind. China names are still going. Again, Google's still a little bit lower too. But a lot of things coming. Yeah, even MPW came back there. Your regionals, a lot of things just had a wild bounce right there. And now, especially from the, what's it called? Now Microsoft's going green. Roblo was already breaking out earlier. Amazon, that one was, we didn't talk about that at all today. But then they just started waking up. Is Tesla? Tesla's not having the pop. Again, Tesla was leading when everything else. So, see UCAR again. Okay. It's 4119. What level is that? That's not even 40. That's 4190. That's the high of yesterday. Wow. That was fat, man. We still have a lot of time, too. AI back above 34. Marvel killed it again. I mean, they're not like they're going higher than where their high was over the last couple of days, but they rebounded yesterday. XOM. Whoa. Why did that so crazy? You see that? The high-low ticker said XOM was at 104. I don't know if you saw that, but XOM's running up there again. China plays, Baidu. Kroger, still Euro Power. Yeah, we still got, what, 50 minutes till our power hour? Kroger dumping. Apple. That PayPal. Dude, the high-low ticker is going crazy. So, again, a lot of names. The low ticker just stopped. High-low ticker, everything from healthcare to tech. Again, you're even watching some of your bigger names go up there. Amazon's breaking out. Microsoft's trying to go green and break out. Apple was the one leading it. And then you already had Meta. They haven't hit a new high since. Neither has Netflix. Again, some things are taking turns, it looks like. And then Tesla's still a little behind. Palantir eats shorts. It's terrifying. The Fed speaker you're getting today, I mean, good news, bad news, depending on where you stand. But the guy you're getting today, the only Fed speaker that we have lined up, it's the same guy yesterday who was saying pause or saying skip. So you're going to hear from Harker again. He kind of looked like Bob Barker. We should call him Barker instead of Harker. He kind of looked like Bob Barker. But yesterday, he was the one saying skip, and he's the only one talking today. Yeah, Amazon, tech, again, even Microsoft starting to move there. The peach of glory, for real. But no, this time everything is moving with it. NASDAQ is outperforming. Now NASDAQ's up over a quarter on the SPY, and then now the Dow surprisingly still hasn't went green. So there was a lot of tech driving that little run up right there. Again, dang, you hit another high. So you went above yesterday's high on that candle. We hit 4196. This is yesterday's high right here. And then bonds are still at the low. What are levels? It's either you break out, that's it. It's 4,200. You get above 4,200, 4,225, and all those other higher prices come in play. So that's what's happening now. You just broke through. We might go to 4,199, 4,200, and then that's it. All right, I sold the MES. I made $80 on that one from ISM. It would have been better if it was bigger, but I'll take it. And then the Microsoft actually even went up $1 a share almost. Crowd is rebounding. I think Ziggy likes that stock. I don't know what gives me that inclination, but I think he likes it. Crowd. %, 0.46 on SPY, 0.6 on NASDAQ, 0.3. Dow just went green, and I sold out of the MES, so you might have a little of upside. The sectors are getting better. So now staples and utilities are the only thing red, but like real estate recovered, tech recovered, healthcare, and discretion. At one point, discretionaries were down almost 1% today. So you've had a big flip. And then now we just retested 4,200. Let's see what happens here. UCAR on the high still. MU pop in. Let's see. I haven't looked at NVIDIA yet. NVIDIA is even climbing back up again. It's sad. Tesla, get back. Just go to 2,000 Tesla. Come on. Out of SPY swing. MPW came back to break even. And what's the other one? PayPal. The reason for pop, I mean, I would say it started over. It was just ISM. I think the ISM prices paid dropping was your only bullish catalyst today, besides getting your debt deal. So we popped on that news, and you came down for a little bit, and then we just kind of did a reload as we're setting into Euro close. Meta, and then SPY coming down. Dude, Meta's at 271. What? That's insane to me. That's, again, because it's like right now at the spot, this is where, like, you're back to 2020 prices on Meta, and now this is just like you're in between this giant gap down on earnings. So very, very wild spot for them. Oh, business, baby. God bless y'all. On the daily. Orna. Let's go. God bless all the chats. Everybody showing love. Oh, give them some blessings. Give them some blessings, baby. Good morning. Good morning. Gold isn't budging. I know, it's very interesting so far. And they were even saying, I think Goldman said gold is overvalued, but we'll find out. I own Q on the high. Meta again. Microsoft still holding. Tesla's getting some. But dude, Meta 271.81, 52-week high. And then Nvidia is trying to climb up here too. Amazon is already in the highs. And then Apple again. And then Baidu. And then Mr. Edgar. What is Edgar? Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. Father Edgar. How many sons? How many sons have Father Edgar? I am one of them. So are you. Now, let's just... Edgar, Charlie, God bless the chat. God bless you, bro. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Let's go, baby. These engineering students, man. Where y'all getting this from, bro? God bless you. IonQ, they were talking quantum computing yesterday. Yeah, man. We were talking Edgar yesterday, too. He was being all subtle in the Twitch chat. Oh, my gosh. God bless you, my friend. Thank you. It's very, very humbling. My goodness. Edgar. Yeah, what a hype man. Let's go. Oh, Bryo. The Brian Edgar combo. Oh, back at it again. Horna. Amen. And bonds off the low a little bit. Bank of America on the high. And then Airbnb, hold on. KRE, yeah, regionals are going again. There's a lot of things moving now. High ticker is still dominating. Let me give you the breakdown. BA breaking highs. So right now you have 316 names in the green, 186 names in the red on the S&P 500. And then 1,700 names green on the NASDAQ, 1,100 red. Not bad. And then Baidu, 130.55. Rio's going up now, too. Again, Airbnb. Tesla just holding 203. Yeah, gold is wild. He's in his own little world. Where's even the yen? I am one of them. So are you. Yeah, in the last 3 days, decent. We going green while every country's declaring recession. I think every global economy is up, though. Or, like, I mean, maybe not their economy, but their stock market. So, I mean, just like we shared inflation, I think we also shared the rally, too. Like, again, do you know Japan is at, like, a 40-year high? Did you know that? So, like, Japan hasn't broken out, like, here for a really, really long time. So, like, here's Japan's stock market. They haven't, last time they were up here was, like, 1990. But last time they were able to break out into it was 1989. But, like, we could go, like, literally, like, everything is up. Like, here's Great Britain, I guess. So this was their end of the year. They actually came back to break even. So they had, that one's actually interesting for the UK or Great Britain. Because, again, this was their December, October. They rallied like everybody. But they've actually given that one back. I think, wait a minute. Maybe they already, no, like, so Germany's still up. But that's interesting. Great Britain and Australia came back down. France is still up. Shanghai, they came back down. They're now in a bear market. So maybe half of the world. Where's Canada? The TSA. Yeah, a lot of them came down. Now that that's actually weird. Because, again, some, like, Germany's still up. The United States is still up. But I thought the UK was still in the green. But they all did the same thing. A lot of them kept going up, and then they came back down. So that's something that, like I was saying, just we were talking about how China came up and then came back down. I mean, sadly, it sounds like the same thing, just with a lot of other countries. So it's either you hold your beginning of the year optimism or you're back to break even by now. Load up on Palantir. Dude, Baidu that thing is wild. And then Microsoft, we're still up just under $1 a share. Baba's going now to Pinduoduo, mainly China names. I'm seeing YY, Vips, a lot of China names on the high ticker right now. But Apple and Amazon still putting in some work too. And Netflix just holding 400. Tessie 202. Japan went up because people bought the cheap yen and had to spend it on something. Yeah, it's a lot of places. Just like, again, after all the currency moves last year, it was just as long as, people had to do something in the last 6 months. I mean, that's the story of the year. Everybody bought up everything from the October, November-ish all the way into January or March, and then depending on where you're at now, you either gave it all up or you're trading at highs over the last 12 months. Oh my gosh, Brian! Thank you, Josh, for all you do. God bless you in the chat. And P.S. The Cole Real Estate Live was dope last night. It inspired me to work harder to be able to give more. Let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Even the Cole Real Estate drop. Horn! Oh my gosh, Brian, thank you. For real, man. Edgar, Brian, and every single one of you, whether it was $1 or not, y'all show so much love. And some of y'all been doing it mad consistently. Y'all got me inspired even on last week, too. So thank you and God bless you, man. Amen. Amen. Keep giving. Give back. Give everywhere else, even beyond here. Amen. Crude oil inventories at 11. And then Palantir event, 12:30. I have that one up on my other screen. Tesla coming down. Baidu still at the high. Maybe this was it. Maybe everything calms down from here. McDonald's new high. Give me last like 2 weeks. McDonald's stopped the monster climb, so we'll take it. Long term loves this. MPW. That was just stupid. Why did y'all have to dump it 3% to just do all this? That seems very extra of you. But that reach barely just went green. What's up, Josh? What's up, William? How you living? Good morning. Happy Friday, Junior. Lucid, yeah, it's weird. They did a stock offering, but I think the Saudis are the ones who are giving all the money. So they added shares that they just gave to the Saudis. Let me at 40.25. Thank you. Anticipated event June 4th, OPEC. It will be big. Again, even Bloomberg, Reuters, and like a lot of people, they didn't invite a lot of reporters to the meeting. I should have requested. Maybe they would have let me in. I didn't think. Do I still have time? I didn't think about it. That's it. Maybe they'll let me in then, because they said no to Reuters, Bloomberg. I even think CNBC. They said no to all of them. Yeah, I'll send a request. Let's see what happens. Mavis, what was the one yesterday? It was like MV something. All in on Tessie. I've heard that before. Microsoft still, yeah, MRVI. That was the one from yesterday. That was like 17 offer or whatever. TLT, even the bonds, and bonds are still up. That's the crazy part after all of it. But we'll see where the move index is by the end of the day. The bonds dropped after PPI, or the was it PPI? No, it was ISM, prices paid. Again, that was your real bullish catalyst. If you wanted anything new that wasn't debt ceiling related, the real driver today was that data. But that caused the big pop, and then bond just unwound right after that. Tesla running up. Nvidia's trying to run up. Again, China plays. They're still looking good. Tesla, I mean, again, it was up in the morning. It has to get above 205, though. It briefly did it. If you don't 1031 exchange in time, I think you just lose some of the benefits, or you have a higher tax obligation. $0.20. 200. That'd be $400. Okay. We'll see. I have an arbitrage play I'll show you, but it's not ready yet. The run up, I'd say this is all ISM today. Again, it happened here. I mean, that's why I made the MES. So we bought even the MES. We sold out right around here, but I bought it 2 minutes after the ISM. I just that was the easy read of that was the only bullish thing that came out from it. Prices paid dropped. Everything else stayed the same. It doesn't change that we have big data tomorrow. So that's the beauty of today. Whatever you get today, it could change all by tomorrow, depending on that non-farms. Because, again, we had the bad jobs data yesterday. It got balanced out with the Fed skip. Today, you had a little bit of jobs data, and then you had all this other stuff. Again, prices paid going down, good for inflation. But whatever happens with the non-farms is probably going to be our final move. Tesla is coming up here now. It's the highest Tesla's been since the morning. So I guess they wicked out here earlier, 203.50. KRE going down. A little bit. That move was big, though. And XLF is still holding. Where's Goldman from that news? Goldman's still below 318. Procter & Gamble on the high. So a couple of other value plays are ripping. Now real estate's still in the green. Only thing red is staples and utilities. So those were your leaders yesterday. They went red, and now they're going green. Oh, my. Chad, humbling. What I do to deserve this love, baby? God bless you. Are you kidding me? And it's from Midwest Finest Realty. If you don't know, that's wow. That's very humbling. God bless you, my friend. Horna. Oh, a double? A double. And, bro, and honestly, thank you. Bro, Midwest, keep it up. You're an inspiration, bro. And thank you for helping out the other Chads, too. You know, Midwest just helped another Chad buy a house like a week ago. Like a week and I saw it on my timeline. I was so happy. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. God bless you. I stopped mid-sentence. Yeah, I forgot what I was saying. I got too hyped, bro. You guys keep blowing my mind with this. I'm like, why? It's like a random Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. What? Treasury delays next week's sales. Oh, okay. Whew. I thought you were about to say you delay next week's payment, sir. I said, huh? Yeah, Treasury tentatively plans to sell 3-month, 6-month bills on June 8th. So there it is. Keep that date in mind. So that's the whole Treasury refunding. June 8th, we might get some fireworks. So somebody remember that date and remind me about it, or ask me about it before June 8th, preferably on June 7th. But that's where they're going to start some of the refunds. And then Tesla's now back to the green. That one's starting to work a little bit. People have money to buy houses. I can't get my money on the 420 and 710. Oh, no. But I'll give you some. I heard this the other day, and I thought it was very good advice. And it was like a Twitter thread of like a guy talking to his daughter, and he was saying how, like, especially when prices are high and it seems like houses are unaffordable, like the best thing you could be doing is just saving up your money and getting ready for it, and make it as pretty much, even if interest rates are high, if prices are high, as long as you don't let that discourage you and you just still keep saving to build up your down payment and all of that, you're going to quickly realize eventually the market's going to kind of turn in your favor, and the more you kind of save and work towards it, before you know it, your down payment will grow and you'll be ready for it. But I love that take on it, because it's just like, again, with how unaffordable some things are and the way prices are going, just make sure you keep saving your down payment up. And again, whether you get a house in a month, 10 years, I don't know, but it's better than you don't pretty much, the logic is you don't want to be like, oh, I can't afford a house, so let me not prepare for it at all. And then before you know it, if that just slows you down a couple years of savings and actually searching, you would be surprised. I mean, most people, you'll be able to get a house sooner than you think. U.S. plans to upsize 3-month bill to $65 billion from $63. That's not bad, actually. So they're talking about the refunding. They're saying June 8th, and then they're saying they're going to raise the amount by like $5 billion on the 3-month. So we'll see what they try to raise cumulatively. Still in my saving phase. Well, it's good. I'm telling you, I love that take. So good work. Keep it up. Keep hunting. All right, you're getting a couple reds here. Yeah, NVIDIA is still holding. NEM, LMT's up. Instructions unclear. Refunding Chatadonia. God bless you, Tim. And good morning. Hope you've been doing good, bro. Mr. T in the house? What? Bill? Mr. T Bill? Treasury to give more updates on 3 months, 6 months by 10 a.m. on Monday. So again, they're getting ready to refund the Treasury. We're getting some updates there. Gold going up still. Meta dropping, Boeing, Tesla's coming up. I got 2 of those. Gold is still running. Boeing's at 209 now. GLD, that GLD's popping. So again, GLD looks more like the stock market than the bonds do today. AI, where is all of the AI plays? Where are chips looking? Intel came down. Even Pfizer, XLE, XLV, XLF. LMT still running. Yeah, 449. J&J's on the high. VNQ, KRE. 0.8. Humana. I'm still in Microsoft. Yeah, I have $30 a share now, or 30 cents a share. We had $1 and then it slipped there from that high. And then I sold out the MES. It's been what? It's been like 25 minutes since we peaked out there. Yeah, Dollar General is getting murdered. Again, bad guidance. They even changed their outlook on buybacks and all that. I mean, they're still holding a good price, but it's a 20% haircut. And then now they're back to 2020 levels. Pinduoduo on the high. Let's see, Bidunius and Baba. They came down, actually. So the China plays, part of that little run-up, we had a lot of China plays moving. It looks like they're kind of calming down. And then NVIDIA's 392 still climbing. Tesla right at break-even, 203.80. Five is earnings after the close. They could pull a DG. Or they could do very good. Again, I think Dollar General was more related to, like, again, buyback guidance and then a couple of other things. And I think all of them have to deal with, what's it called? Theft and effect on the margins. Okta, 71 and right above 60. Palantir. We missed everything. Was good PMI. The PMIs were all in line. The thing about PMI, there was PMIs on the prices paid that dropped. And then jobless claims pretty much came in line. And then ADP jobs report was very strong this morning, but you didn't really have too much of a reaction. The biggest driver on the day, in my opinion, was prices paid on the PMIs dropping. We even made a play on it, but that's where everything started going up. NVIDIA is breaking out now. NVIDIA is about to hit 393. Tesla is still holding 204. Even Microsoft now. I think all the tech again. NASDAQ's up 0.6 after being down. I guess it only dropped 0.10. And then S&P's up, and then now even the Dow's up by 0.10. Dow is down 0.5 at one point. Ed Phase running. Yeah, Abivai had a lot today. So they had one drug with AstraZeneca they were funding. It failed. So they're no longer putting money towards it. And then they lost all the money that they put towards it. And then Coherus came out today with their Humana alternative or generic. So they got a lot, but it's near the 130 and then 130 to 120. Then 120 would lead you to the hundreds, and then we see where we're at with it. CCJ printing. I seen, CCJ, UUU. A lot of like uranium material plays are running. Oil's going up. It looks like it. XLE is up 0.9. Where's Adobe? They were moving earlier. Disney too. They kind of bounced off 87. NVIDIA is about to hit 393. Tesla is now making a move towards the high in 205. Looking at O for the long term, or is it best to stay away from REITs? I like some of them. You have to make sure it's there, and like I wouldn't go like with everything, but it's up to you. It's if you feel there's definitely risk in the REIT space right now. It's related to the regional banks. It's related to interest rates. You know, if you're buying anything with a financially related, like a REIT or a bank stock, it's going to have a certain level of risk. The good part is that this is a period where they're trading lower, but the bad part is we don't know what's going to happen in the future. So I do think there is a risk with any of the REITs, but I think you can navigate it by not going too crazy. So I do like O, but just make sure you watch your exposure. So NVIDIA now 393, a couple of other things breaking out, but it looks like NVIDIA is starting it off. SPY is now hitting a new high. NASDAQ 0.7, 0.5 on S&P. I thought they priced Humira. They did. I think there's just a lot. I don't know if it's because of because like if you look at the person who released the Humira competitor, they're down today too. So it could just be off of the failed drug with AstraZeneca. And then also their underperformance as of late. NVIDIA is popping. NVIDIA got that in the top right, 393.60. Tesla's 20 cents off of 205 now. I think even Microsoft breaking out. So now we have over $1 a share on that. Tesla premium. Oh, that's what I wanted to look at. Because we have these Tesla. We could sell a covered call. But then I'd have to hold them for a little longer than I'd want. Then pretty much we could sell the 220 covered call for $400, lower our cost basis by $4, and then set another $2,000 of upside on the shares. Baba's running. Oh, whoa, SPY just took off there. So second breakout. I mean, again, ever since we rallied on prices paid, you had this one little sell-off, but any of the other sell-offs now, you haven't hit a new low in a while. Now you're breaking out there. You're above 4,200. So keep that in mind now. Next level is like 4,210, 4,225, and then 4,232, and then 4,250. So it starts to move big above 4,200. Apple 52-week highs. I think it's close to all-time highs. Here, let me see another one. I'm seeing. I'm looking at the Tesla covered calls, and then there's also, we could do the same thing with Baidu. I won't wait, but the Tesla ones are juiced. Baidu premiums aren't as juiced. And then there's Microsoft at the high. Again, NVIDIA, even the SPY too. Let's see if Tesla hits 205. Oh, we closed that Tuesday gap? I remember we said that one never closed. Yeah, you're about to. But then we never closed this gap from yesterday, even though we got close to it. Duolingo, and then Tesla right below 205. Alrighty. Let's try it. I think I'm going to sell a covered call on Tessie. AI's on the high, yeah. They're starting to run up there. All right, I sold a Tesla June 16th, so like 2 weeks out. I sold a 226 call for $3. So pretty much are $297. So I got back $300 on my Tesla shares. I've been swinging these since earnings, and now it lowers my cost basis by $3. So sold a covered call, pretty much agreed to sell out at 226, and then if not, it'll give us $3 extra of cushion. Nike, I could consider Nike for the long term. I haven't checked where they've been at price-wise. I think they're a little bit premmed up. Yeah, they're back to 2020, but I say this every time. I remember from like 2018, 2019, is like that they even had a big run up there. So it's like I want it in like $70, which sounds extremely low. We're grateful for you, my friend. Good morning. On doing strangles for anticipated. I mean, a lot of stocks have moved exactly as anticipated. The only problem is that if it moves less, you'll end up losing. But I don't think it's too bad of a strategy. Notice SVIX not selling off. You know what I've heard less of this time? Is I haven't heard people telling me to short the market because the VIX dropped below 17. Remember last time that happened? We heard that every day. So I guess yesterday it was above it. After today, now it's below it. But the VIX is getting murdered. So, but then every time it goes below 17, everybody gets happy. Tech, TECK, I think they were trying to buy somebody or they were going to get bought out. Lenta board recommends not paying 2022 dividend. I'm up 30% on Tessie. Should you hold? I mean, I just sold a covered call. So it just really depends on the strategy. It's a nice price, though, with Tesla. I mean, now you're back to the higher end of the year. I mean, granted, this was still lower comparatively. If you compare Tesla to a lot of other tech stocks, I mean, they're holding up 2021, which is good. So I guess, like, if you compared it to, like, Meta and all the other ones, but it's up to you. I think there's still a decent amount of upside. Premiums are high. I like the covered calls, for now at least. Yeah, Meta's new headset announcement was earlier. The Quest 3. Brent. Energy's still been running up all day. XOM. Nike X dividend tomorrow. I think we got a couple of X dividends right around the corner. Regionals are going up too, and then SPY came down a little bit after hitting the high. PXD, more oil energy plays on the high. Yeah, Brent is vertical. Again, all the energy plays. And then AI, they've recovered about 10-15% from the bottom. AI is at the high right now. What's the other one? CXAI. Marvel. Yeah, AI is still running. They recovered 20. Who? AI? Oh, they were down 30? My goodness. That's a crazy move. Again, even yesterday's, the post earnings, it was just, remember, it hit that 35 even before the release and then went nuts. Microsoft, Pfizer, Upstart. I don't own any stocks, but I dig your show. Why not? You don't own anything? No long term? You own any real estate? Are you into the whole you will own nothing and be happy? AXP running, they're presenting. That Bernstein conference is hit or miss. It's either people are, I don't know if they've had a good reaction from the conference. Most people have only came out with bad things. But I'd watch that for sure. And then the Palantir event starts in an hour. I don't know if we'll be able to listen, but I have a link. Mm-hmm. 3M keeps getting blasted. AI is on the high. SPY back to 40.20. 3M still 94, but very, very low. Walgreens came up. MP Dubs. Boeing now, too. You have Tessie. Dude, AI is now really, really running. And then even Palantir is right below 15. NVIDIA's how you're doing round 2. So literally, I think every single one of these highs has been led by a NVIDIA high, or at least the last 2. But NVIDIA is starting to run up again. Hmm. $420 T-Mobile. NVIDIA just wicked again. T-Mobile. NVIDIA is about to hit $395. SoxL on the high. AI once again. There's Microsoft now too. Up starts in 2% in 2 minutes. I shorted my Tesla calls. So I shorted a 226. So I did a covered call on Tesla. That's the latest play that I did. If you're not familiar, this is how it looks. Can you see it? I don't know if you could see it all. So, like, I have my shares. I bought 100 shares at 183. We're up $20 on those shares, $2,000. So I shorted a 226 call and collected 297. So theoretically, this lowers my cost basis by $2.97. But what I did with this trade is I agreed to sell these 100 shares that I bought at 183. I agreed to sell them at $226. So by June 16th. So somebody paid me $300 to agree to sell them these shares at 226, $20 higher than where it's at now. So in the next coming days, next coming weeks, if Tesla does not go up that high, I keep the premium, I lower my cost basis. If it goes up that high, then I'm forced to sell out, but then I'll guarantee myself another $2,000 profit. Microsoft, yeah, they're going up. I think we're up like $1.50 now. $1.50 a share, not bad. Yeah, so the idea is, Tesla's been moving up. We have gains. I don't want to sell it just yet. So by shorting some of the calls, we can make a little bit of premium in the next 2 weeks, and then we'll see. And then if it does rip up, I get a little bit of money up front now to cap my gain on the back end. When would I buy VIX? I don't know. I would probably just buy the bonds. You know what I'm saying? Like at that point, but I haven't made a VIX play in a very long time. Maybe you could trade the VIX futures, but I feel like by the time the VIX is showing something, I feel like we'll have a better signal in bond land. Sens is popping 8%. What was this? Sensonic. MP went green now after dropping 3. Upstart is at 30. Yeah, that's insane. And it's gone. SPY's working up again. The difference now, NVIDIA is not the one doing it, but Tesla's catching a candle. AMD was already up. Microsoft's not catching one. This one's not big tech. This could be energy. This could be energy and financials and healthcare. So right now, this high, the last 2 little breakouts were off of NVIDIA and tech. This one now is everything else. Hedge, baby. Another one. God bless you all, Chad. Horna. It's great timing. It's great timing. And it's 8:30. Oh, my gosh. Horna. Run it. Yeah, oil, again, XLE, healthcare, financials. That's what's leading you up on this second half. But you're probably going to get an ad soon, Chad, and I have to go to the bathroom. Okay? So I love you. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Okay? It's good. We're going to have a good day. We're already having a good day. But I'm going to go pee, and I will be right back. Wait, but hold on. I think they still got a commercial. And we're just holding up here. Qualcomm on the high. You have to turn on your GIFs, by the way, if you want to make sure you get it. Alexandria Group. What in the name of Egypt is this? Okay, I'll be right back. Instagram, at the Trading Fraternity. I love you.
1.5%. So a solid start to the month of June. Let's take a look at how the session has developed. We've actually picked up towards the close here today, which is interesting as well. The story has been one of generally fading the earlier move. But as I say, well, as I'll show you in just a moment, we are now bouncing a little bit, as you can see, into the close. And we're up by 0.8%. So the lows hit around an hour or so ago. We've actually spent most of the day fading the initial move. So 455 up by 0.8%. Which sectors, which stories have driven this narrative? Okay, let's talk about this because this is where life gets interesting. Media's done well today. Banks have done well. Basic resources have done well. The Chinese data, I thought earlier, very mixed. Not a clear narrative, but maybe the narrative is that the Chinese are going to need to deliver more stimulus. The bottom end of the market, though, is where life gets really interesting. So the consumer sector down by 0.8%. And there's a bunch of narratives that come together here today. I think one of them actually comes out of the United. In fact, two of them come out of the United States. One is Macy's. Listen to what Macy's is saying. The anticipation of this slowdown in the consumer, which is going to come in the latter part of this year. Inventory, maybe not exactly during spring, matching what the consumer's needs were. Potentially, there are sales coming down the pike towards Alex Steele. But if you take a look at some of the single stocks today, I think there's a bigger narrative here. The Swatch Group. For the first time in 2 years, Swiss watch exports to the United States have fallen. Now, that's really significant. Watches were one of the key areas, one of those key barometers of froth, you could argue, as we came out of the pandemic. Maybe that's starting to fade a little bit. Remy, we've talked about it as well. That stock's down by over 5%. American drinkers are going without their high-end liquor. That's another kind of key indicator you want to watch as well. Montclair, I'm just adding in luxury stocks here because there's a whole bunch of them today that are weaker. Montclair is down by 2.31%. So there's a range of European stocks today that are being pressurized by, I think, the Macy's narrative, the Chinese data narrative. But the bigger takeaway is that the US consumer is fading and the Chinese consumer may not be there to take its place. And I think that's a hugely significant story for the evolution of Europe.
We'll see. That would suck if that happened. If U.S. consumers stop buying and then China's like, we're not allowed to buy. What? That'd be crazy. That would be crazy. Hitting another high. Oh, man. Prayer Warriors. John.com. Hit him with it. You lost your mom last year to lung cancer and dad's been diagnosed with bladder cancer. Goes into surgery in an hour. Please pray for him. All right, Chad. You heard that. That's it, man. I got you, bro. I'm definitely going to send up some prayers there. And I know there's a couple of chats too, man. So keep your head up, man. Keep the hope alive and let's go. I hope everything is good. Yeah, honestly, keep praying. Everybody, man, because there's a lot. There's been a lot of even prayer requests. A lot of people, health stuff and family. So it's very difficult. And you're not the only one. So that's why it's. I hope you guys all give each other that support, even if it's just even a kind word goes a long way. But also a prayer. That's all I'm saying. Shoot up a prayer. That's all you got to do. You shoot up. That's just a good one. There's good vibes, baby. Good vibes. Airbnb. NVIDIA, Tesla hasn't moved. SPY, 420.35. Microsoft is on the high, 4207. Again, 4210, then 4225, then 4231, the previous high set. EA Sports is teaming up with Nike's NFT sneaker. I forgot Nike got into NFTs. So again, slowly climbing up here. It's just melting up now at this point. Same thing, even Microsoft now. So remember, the reason I bought it even today, I just said we traded it yesterday at 3:30 at the event. They just opened up way, way lower. So we made that little flip yesterday. So that one's doing good now. The market hates Tesla a little bit, but it's doing good. And then they at least today Elon is the richest man in the world again. So you remember when they would document his wealth, but now like they were just talking luxury goods. What's his name? Renault or whatever, Bernie. His wealth has been going down since the bad LVMH earnings. So now Elon is back in place number 1. Baidu's up there, Roblo. Yeah, it does this at I get shocked when it gets back up to the higher end, but then once it gets to the higher end, it just starts slowing down. GLD keeps going, man. That's a wild one. Again, the rollover on the contract was just recently. The student loan moratorium in August, how do you think it'll affect the economy? Honestly, I don't know what's going on with that. I said it the other day, like even my girlfriend asked me. I just said it's like a joke. Because like I can't tell you what's happening with student loans in America, whether you have to pay them, not pay them, Supreme Court, not Supreme Court, whatever they allocated. But they're, in general, as related to the debt ceiling bill, if there is something that makes it where you cannot have any more student loan delays, it's the only economic effect I could see would be a slightly weaker consumer, as now the payments would take away from economic activity, more or less. Pretty much people have to make their student loan payments instead of shopping, buying, etc., etc. But yeah, I just don't know what's going on. I genuinely have zero clue to what is happening with that. I couldn't tell you. It's too confusing. Crowd, Tesla's trying to work up. Microsoft 330 now. And then bonds have been waking up here too on the second half of so right when the other value plays started coming up here, so did the bonds. But again, I think it's the bonds are already in no man's land now after this move. Amazon's holding. Tessie trying to climb. How are bonds moving with gold? I think it just ever since the last couple days with the debt ceiling, there's been a weird, no man's land where I think everything kind of is started moving on its own. Like bonds did their own thing, the yen did their own thing, even gold, even equities. So over the next few days, I think after the jobs report, we'll start seeing more of those correlations return, where we'll start seeing things move in tandem rather than kind of do their own thing. All right, I sold out of Microsoft $2.20, so not bad. $2.20 a share. Palantir buy. Again, that meeting starts in a little bit. And then what, we're 8 minutes off a euro close? Oh, and then Tesla with the red. $0.10 would be what? Musk accused of insider trader by investors in Dogecoin lawsuit. Is that why Tesla took the candle? No. Oh, that's that's crazy. Tesla play in. I don't know if it could either be the market or I don't know if it's down on that candle. Regional still going up. Yeah, the real estate ETF just ripped. O's still kind of in the gutter. Yeah, so something, a Dogecoin lawsuit, insider trading with Elon. And then SVB Securities said to be in talks for management buyout. Could be announced in the next couple of days. But wouldn't it have to be a security to be insider trading? I don't know. There's NVIDIA. Sources Reuters. Take with a grain of salt. Palantir Pump. Palantir is crazy. I'm surprised even AI and then some of those other names came back. So some of the smaller AI names, I mean, they weren't too scared of all this. That CXAI is dropping now. I'm still in MPW. The shares, the trade shares, and the long term. I'm almost at my MPW target for the trade shares. And again, I have an arbitrage play for you too. I'll just tell you it. You guys, how many likes do you have? It's cool. It's a great idea. I was looking at some activity yesterday. But you got 1,000 likes. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, a cool arbitrage. You got like 100 likes. Is that fair? Can I interest you? Some arbitrage, 100 likes, you know. Not too bad of a deal. I'll show you a cool play. I think I could do it now, actually. Ask for 1.8. Wow, Carissa. Damn, bro. She just turned into OPEC. She just said, raise production, cut the production, raise the likes. She said, nah, we need 1.8. All right, man. Carissa said 1.8, bro. That's it. OPEC. I didn't know Carissa was Arab like that, but now it makes sense. That's why we always love Carissa, you know? That's it, because she really, deep down, she my Middle Eastern sister now. Because that's it. I said 100. She said 1.8. That's what I'm talking about. Asking ye shall receive. All right, are you ready? I'll give it to you. You guys are already generous. Y'all bless me day in, day out. Y'all make me smile too. It's a blessing, man. The community's a blessing. So I'll show you. I hate to tell you it because it's another play on MPW, but you'll like it. You'll like this one. So here's the deal. MPW, you could have an interesting arbitrage play leading into ex-dividend. So the July dividend is confirmed, and then the July dividend is about 29 cents or 30 cents, I believe. Where is it? Does it say? Yeah, dividend is 29 cents, right? So we're already up on it 30 cents. So that means you're going to get 29 cents a share in the next couple days, right? After the June 14th is ex-dividend. June 16th is the expiration on the options, right? So do you get what I'm telling you right now? I'm waiting for this contract to go below 30 cents. Because if it does, I'm just going to buy it and hold MPW to ex-dividend. Or even now, you could buy it. You get 29 cents dividend. We have 30 cents a share in profits. But do you get what I'm saying? So depending on how cheap the puts get and how the stock moves in the next coming days ahead of ex-dividend, you could pretty much buy the puts and guarantee the dividend at a certain price, or you guarantee the share price. So like I'm saying, if the put above our price becomes higher than the dividend, You could pretty much buy the protection with the dividend you'll get, and then it either secures the 30 cents or it goes up after. It's decent. I mean, at the best case scenario, you get like you could use the dividend to ensure your play in the short term. If you want to swing those shares longer than even outside of the dividend, if that makes any sense. Because the idea is you could get your dividend if the insurance matches the dividend and you're already up on the shares. You're just going to make it where you could hold through X dividend, get the dividend payout, and then if it keeps ripping, you're good to go, and then that's it. You just don't get the dividend, but then you keep the whatever you're up on the shares. Because now we're up $1,000 on the shares. So it's a nice little balance, but that's why I'm like, it has to move a little here, or you need more option decay. You could justify it now because at $8, if it comes back down to $7.70, these will be worth the same price. So you could still do it now with the gains we have, but it's not as optimal as if, you get one more pop on this and then we kill those premiums, then it would make sense to buy puts to hedge the dividend. So we'll see. But that's what I'm looking for. But otherwise, I'm 10 cents from my target on MPW that I wanted on the short term. I have MPW for the long term, and then I have some for the, what's it called? I have MPW for the trading. Fed orders Silvergate to complete wind down while protecting depositors. We ain't heard anything about Silvergate. They were the first one. And then SPY's coming up here, just slowly melting up in the 420.61. Is this above 420.10? Yeah, you're right at. This is the first big level, low key. End phase is up now too. Microsoft even still holding up there. I think everything is still up. Even Apple, Tesla, Nvidia, Tessie. Where's Okta? Okta 72. Apple rolling. ACAM's all over the place. Qualcomm's on the high. Apple rolling. Nvidia 393, 420, 70. And I think you've hit 42.10 now. That's it. So next level, 42.25, 15 points from here. And then the next level after that will be 42.30. And then anything above there, it goes crazy. Yeah, solar names. We just had end phase up. They were going crazy. There is Tesla again. TAN, 2%. That's big. Atari, successive offering bonds convertible. SPWR. Yeah, they're up 3.4. AI is chilling out from the top, still down 11. Palantir still above 15. Broadcom. Don't know for showing how options are supposed to be you. The OG, man. The OG. Let's go. Or nah. Let's go, Chattadonia. Amen. You need it. It's good for you. Oscar. Baidu is still, I hate Baidu, but I love it. But I hate it, but I love it. I've never had a stock go break even to down to break even to down to break even to down to break even so fast. So we're pretty much right at break even now on Baidu again. It's been a very tumultuous 2 weeks. If you haven't seen it, break even to down, break even to, you've done this a couple of times already. Dollar low of the day. But I was born in volatility. And then Tesla, this is a big level though on the SPY, 42.10. Why chart the SPX and watch SPY? I like to take in everything. Again, even then, I didn't even start using these levels until recently. It was like second half of last year when the market got like really just caught up in the whole Powell macro situation, the levels and the computer trades. But I think overall, I like the view. So I know sometimes it confuses people and they don't get it. But, you know, one of the beauties about being here is you're seeing everything. So we're looking at the S&P. We're looking at the ETF, we're looking at the actual SPX, and we're looking at the futures. So, I mean, if anything, we're kind of just getting all of the views, and I kind of like it, just more info than not. There's Tessie, Baidu, Airbnb again. 112 is a big level for them, then 115 or then 117. P Dubs. This is E-Trade right now, and then the other chart is TD Ameritrade, the one with the lines. Thinkorswim. Damn, you just hit 42.11. Little by little. Dude, it's so early, though. It's only 8:50. That was European close right here. It's still, dude, this is doing the Thursday, Friday thing all over again. Enphase, I don't know. All the solar names are doing good. And then just watch at these levels. I mean, so it's either going to come up here now. You have another 10 points, 42, 20, 25. I mean, this could be a greedy short if it starts to get down from there. But that's it. It's 2 levels ahead of us. And then everything, the range just gets wider and wider. Upstart on the high, Fidelity too. And then even gold. And then Microsoft still holding. We took profits on that one. Intel, Pfizer. Meta running at it. Dude, Meta is still phenomenal. Dude, 270. I don't know. If NVIDIA didn't take over, like, you know, mind-boggling people this year, it would have been Meta. But I'm still even shocked that Meta is up at 270 right now, 260. Amazonian is loving it, actually. Every single one of these, like the latest rallies, it picked up and held. It's holding up better than Microsoft. But watch if Microsoft goes next, and then Crowd, and then obviously Apple. And then Apple's hitting a high. Apple's about to hit 180. Even Tesla's working its way up now. The value of Meta, their data, or seriously Facebook. It's just they make a lot of money. I mean, even when I bought Meta at 90, some people did not like that idea, but I was just like, just don't ever underestimate. They make like $30 to $50 billion a quarter. They have a shit ton of cash. I mean, but they make a lot of money. Their ad business, the data, all the other companies they have, it's there. I don't like what they're doing with the metaverse. I don't like the spending and all of that, but it's just like, don't ever forget Meta is a cash cow. It brings in a lot of money. So even if it's just Facebook, it's just like, that's still like $20 billion. Again, we're talking every 3 months or something. And then there it is, another breakout, 42.12. It's a little slower from here, but in the last 3 minutes, that's 42.05 to 42.12. And we'll see McRib. There, he's climbing up. Biotech ETF, kind of up. Yeah, Amazon's looking really good. There's Tesla's, and NVIDIA hasn't hit a new high yet. I would buy Meta at $90. Again, that's it. I you know, a lot of these plays, especially if it's like big and you heard about it, unless there's something really, really new and compelling, or it's not at an all-time high. I mean, like I've told you, the bargain bin. Once you start hitting levels that you were at, like, you know, 5-10 years ago, I'm going to buy it. So it's like right now, like there's no other level. Even if we drop down to $200 on Meta, it was like, that's 2018 prices. But, you know, I would say maybe like 150 and below would be where I'd want to buy Meta again. But, you know, just going back, if it's a good name, if it's a big name, sometimes that could lead you into a value trap. But for the most part, that's kind of what I need there. I like Shopify, but I still think they ran up a lot from the get-go. 42.13 now, so that's like almost 10 points from here, but we are still just melting our way up right now. 3M was good, but don't forget a couple days ago, 3M, they had another issue with the environmental shit, like a whole nother set of liability. So I think that's been weighing on it, as well as, again, certain value names underperforming. And phase 180. End phase is up a lot. Is that out of, yeah, it's getting past the earnings one. So that's good if end phase could wake up. Abivai, I'm getting to like it more here, but I still want more downside. I don't, it's dropped a lot. $30 a share is not a small drop. But I do think, it doesn't hurt us. If we really want to add to our biggest position, we're going to need it in something good. All right. What price is that? 42, 13, 10. I might take one. I'm going to take a greedy short on a MES. We'll take it for now. Yum on the high. Eli Lilly's going up. I'm not holding CHRS. I could consider it. Again, it's a very cheap Abivai competitor. So again, they're the ones who released their what's it called? Their competitor drug of Humira. 421. Damn, that was not good. Greedy short fueled him. So I was going to wait till like 42.25-ish. And then Tesla's still going a little bit. The covered call is up $3, and then we still have the shares working. I haven't played CP3 for since I sold out of the tax loss last year. Target, I would want it a little bit lower, and then we'll see. But get ready. I mean, that's it. You have Walmart. Walmart's pretty much calling out everybody. You guys realize that, right? Walmart is calling out all the cancel people. So that's it. If Walmart doubles down on everything and then they don't get canceled, I think everything will return back to normal. That's it. I think Budweiser will be the only victim, and then everybody else. It was just the momentum from Budweiser. But once we could get around this situation, and then we could start, looking at Target based on the consumer and not on their displays, then I think we could talk about Target. But I'd wait a little bit. Okta, yeah, they came up a little bit. Again, Okta just moves a ton. And then SPY still going. I'm down $15 on the MES already. Yeah, Baidu still running. Baba. So Walmart came out in a statement today, and they pretty much said, like, yo, we're doing our same offerings. We're doing our Pride thing. We see how other people have reacted to other stuff, but they said we've always offered products for various groups and individuals. We're going to keep doing that, and we're not going to change anything based on how people are reacting. So they pretty much said we offer products for everybody based on current sentiment. We're not going to change how we've done that. So it's kind of pretty much like try it. Let's see what happens, He said, go and try to find cheaper prices if you like. Then the little smiley face. He's like, ding! Rollback Fridays. What? Do they still got the Rollback Friday, or is that Rollback Wednesday? I grew up on Rollback Wednesday. Microsoft, they're at the high now again, 421. Tessie back to break even on the covered call. Yeah, the blue light special. That's Kmart, right? Amazon on the high, Coinbase, NVIDIA, 421, Domino, everything's on the high. Someone said, they say they don't like the greedy shorts when the high ticker's revving. I feel you, because that thing is revving all day, nonstop still. So 420 or 42.14. This is a baby level. You get past here, you're probably going to make the next 10 points up there. Oh, to get some extra. Oh yeah, we did. Damn, we're at an awkward spot now too. We're like, we missed push-ups and then we're 30 minutes away from the next one. So we do got to move the body around. Amen. Starbucks, I like Starbucks a lot, but we should have bought it when it was low. I don't like Starbucks trading near their all-time highs with everything they got going on. Marvel's running. NVIDIA now 394. Marvel back to 61. Amazon's getting a new high. Google's actually not moving. It's funny now. Google and Meta, they were leading earlier, but not anymore. MPW's still there. And then honestly, if somebody on MPW, if you want to watch those options, just let me know when this thing goes below 30 cents. Because that's all I'm waiting for. It's either that goes below 30 cents or we hit 840 before then. Oh, yeah, IWM's up 1.2. I think you can see that in the regionals. Apple 52-week high. Wow. Apple 52. Is this all-time high or is that 183? Yeah, they have like 2-3 more bucks. Apple will be at all-time highs. AB Science Canadian patent for Mastanib in treatment of ALS. AB Science. Who was the other ALS drug from last month? Recession can't. All-time highs on Apple. I mean, that's, that says something about the world. 421, you're going there. Greedy short down 26 bucks. 421.31. Amazon now too. So 4216, you're above there. This one could have been a little resistance, but this is just full on squeeze mode. Again, this is kind of like even the last 2 Thursdays. Walmart's on the high. JP Morgan is now taking off. Yeah, even JP Morgan and the banks are going up. Goldman is still down. You shorted into this rally. Bro, it's like 28 bucks and I bottom tick the upside. What's like, come on, Brian. I think you were banned in the past for being a little asshole, but like, come on. Like, I hope you don't do this to yourself though. That's, low key. But I love you. Honestly, if that's how you view it for yourself, it must be painful. You know what I'm saying? It's like, because that's not, it's cool, bro. We'll be okay. We'll be okay. I wasn't banned. No, you were. It's okay. You just didn't know, but that's okay. Now there's like 3 months you were talking to yourself the whole time, but it's okay. I just see it's love. We'll get back to it, but yeah. Amen. Amen. You stink. I do suck. I know that for sure. Once you accept that, it's life is. That's what Hugh said. we had that talk about it, man. That's good. Once you accept that, you know what I'm saying? Like it's good. It goes a very, very long way. It goes a very long way to help you make good decisions. My Instagram is private. Yes, don't fall for a fake Josh out there. Troika. Please be kind to the perma bears. I feel you. Be kind to everybody. Even in general, though. It's weird, though, because I feel like this year is a little bit chiller, though, than last year. I feel like people were more angry last year because the moves were bigger. This year has been like a slow like questioning. But last year it was like this year, but instead of, spending 6 months to move 20 points, we were doing 20 points in 30 days every single time. So I think there's a little element of that, but I think people have been chill this year, low key actually. That's what I'm saying. I think a lot of people cooled down in general. I mean, I've chilled out too. So it's good. It's good. How is Baidu? Dude, I don't know. I hate it. I love it and I hate it. It's so stupid. We've went break even to negative 3 different times. But it's cool. Oh, Palantir, Alex Karp. That's who you keep talking about. I thought it was I was picturing a water Pokemon. Like a Magikarp. Yeah. He kind of looks like me, low key. I kind of look like Palantir CEO.
We are completely agnostic to whatever large language model you want to use.
He got the
large language models have certain attributes.
The hairline. That's exactly how my hair. Dude, this is exactly like my hair.
Into your enterprise.
You see what I'm saying?
What AIP does is allow you to take
exactly
the benefits
where
of
the
the
front is running away.
Enhance them with algorithms that we help you build.
Dude, that's me.
And roll it securely across your whole enterprise. And what does that mean? It means you get all the benefits of a large language model in your enterprise today. Not in 5 years. Not something that writes poetry. We're not offering people poetry writing in their enterprise. We're offering things that are so powerful that in reality, I'm not sure we should even sell this to some of our clients, like national security.
Who are those clients? Well, who are those clients proportionally?
Yeah, what the fuck? Who are you?
Demand,
is one of your clients Saddam Hussein? What do you say? What do you mean?
Since you kind of gave more flesh.
He's like, I don't even think we should sell it to some of our clients.
Look, what's driving our demand for our product in defense is simply what people have seen on the battlefield. And that's very sensitive and very classified. But the demand for that is very large. It's going to get larger. Why is it going to get larger? Because America is the best at software. Software that's built on a product is in high demand in defense. Why is it also in demand? Because until 2 years ago, everyone thought this was a joke. We were building systems over the last 5 years that are deadly. Those deadly systems have changed the course of history. It's no longer madman saying this. You see it on the battlefield. In U.S. commercial industry is the most adaptive in the world, and they are hungry. Our clients are hungry for things that will give them a disproportionate advantage on margins, on safety, on secure use of LLMs, on making sure this is not just some poetry recreating what somebody said, but actually
this is supposed to be on
actual tangible difference.
On AI, but
we are
he's just
rolling it out,
talking
and
about.
we're very happy.
For our global Bloomberg television and radio audiences, we are at AIPCon. We're joined by the CEO of Palantir, Alex Karp. During that earnings call, you said, we have no pricing strategy. We're going to create a lot of value. We're going to get hundreds of customers, and we will price it as we go. Have you made any progress on pricing strategy since that?
No. Why? Okay,
why so relaxed about it?
Because it's like one of these things. Like when you go to a bar, you know everyone wants to meet you. Do you have a pricing strategy when you go to the bar? No. You're like, oh, I'm cool. I know we have the best product on the market. I know customers will pay us fairly. I know that it's much more valuable than anyone will understand until they install it. And we will sort out. To make it like slightly academic, I believe in Pareto optimization. We are going to create a lot of value, and we're going to get some portion of that value. And customers are smart; they'll pay you some portion of the value. Why should I? Just as an axiomatic thing, if you have a software product, you always want to get paid after you deliver value. If you've got a PowerPoint, something that doesn't work, something that's not valuable, you want to get paid before you create value. We know it's valuable. We know it's much more valuable.
People don't want to put out. Only NVIDIA is talking about the value. Everybody else is too scared to talk about it.
Is how much you invest in the product.
They don't want to talk about pricing. They don't want to talk about
various components
what
over
they're
the last 20
expecting
years.
in terms of
and
numbers.
We have the IP, and we're basically sewing it together and adding things on top of it. And so we know we have the IP. We're certain of the value. Why would we? So again, I come to you. I'm like, hey, I'm certain this is very valuable. Pay me $10 million. What are you going to say?
Well, I don't have $10 million, but if I were a customer...
Well, okay. Give me your British charm.
Well, in this...
for your British charm.
My British charm, if I were a customer, would say, this is a really hard environment.
Why is this interviewer so serious?
Exactly.
Customers are looking for value, but the lowest price.
He's like, I don't have $10 million.
If you believe you have the best product in the world, what are you going to say? Okay, great. Let's not even have that discussion. I'll create the value. You tell me how much value you create. By the way, if you don't want to pay me, then I'll go to someone else who will. You can have different margins than the person who'll pay me. You can have a different safety profile than the people. You can have a different ability to control your whole business from your laptop than someone else because the person who valued it paid me. If you don't want to pay me, great.
Alex Karp, CEO of Palantir Technologies, this morning, the Bear Cave,
that turned into a Grant Cardone conference at the end,
put out a negative report akin to a short report. Let me just read one of the claims. The Bear Cave believes Palantir is an AI imposter engaging in spurious games to inflate its books
He said, "Don't you read this to me?"
obfuscate its less sexy role as an overhyped data consultant. What is your response to that?
The Bear Cave is a bear cave. They can stay in their bear cave. We're a profitable software company. Those are interesting critiques of us, and we have the best products in the market, and that's why they're profitable, and we will win.
Wanted to give you the right response. That was all. The core of Palantir's pitch, right, is that you have this experience in managing sensitive, classified, often data networks or closed networks. How does that work in the training of the LLMs that are going into AIP? Is it difficult when you have that kind of restriction on the data source?
It's a very, very, very important technical question. To use LLMs at scale in a classified and sensitive environment, you have to have something like a data model that trains the data model and something like branching and access control. Those products take decades to build.
So they can stay in their bear
But if you have those products, you can segment in real time what
they're already built.
They're already built. They're already part of all of our core five. They're part of PG. They're part of Foundry. We roll them out to our current customers. Many of our customers have not needed to use these. They now need to use them. Why do they need to use them? Because if you in any environment, you're going to have records that you're going to have data and insights you're not going to share with a large language model.
If Sam Bankman went like another 15 years without getting indicted,
and that requires a segmenting, branching architecture. And one of the things we built over the last 10 years randomly because we thought it would be valuable someday
duo
was
on the high.
For our Bloomberg radio and television audiences worldwide, we are with Dr. Alex Karp, the CEO of Palantir. An interesting case study is Ukraine. You've deepened your relationship and activity with Ukraine using AI in one case to help with reconstruction.
If Sam never started playing League.
Just explain how it works.
By the way, my real answer to the short people is ask the Russians.
What do you mean by that?
It's like we can't say ask the Ukrainians, ask people who are on the battlefield, ask people who have been subject to the effectiveness of our product.
Okay.
So it's like there's very little we can say. You can read what the Ukrainians are saying.
Uber
they use.
launching
Targeting,
business
to reports,
comfort offering,
given the use of AI by products, potentially ours.
A new Uber driver service
by 20 to 50x. These products have changed the course of history. And they will continue to change the course of history, and I'm super proud of that.
Do we already have, in the military use case, an arms race between powers like the US, Russia, China, specifically in the field of artificial intelligence?
Yes, and we have an advantage. And if we don't get out of our own way, we might actually continue to win.
When you say we get out of our own way, what do you mean by that?
Well, America has the best software companies in the world. The software companies largely come from a sliver of America. They produce products. We need to get to a point where 1% of our spend on defense goes to products that have been proven on the battlefield, not PowerPoints. And so, like in the large language model and the generalizable AI, we are
Coin,
far ahead.
AXP,
call it
and
a year
PayPal.
Or two.
A lot of these financial
but we
names
must actually implement. And there's a huge debate. Part of the debate, of course, is these things are very dangerous. If we didn't have vicious adversaries, we should slow it down. But we do. But we also have lots of people who don't want to roll this out because they have nothing to roll out. And so there's like the debate machine about rolling this out is partly for legitimate reasons because this could be dangerous, partly for security reasons you brought up, but there are architectures that will allow you to deal with this as a product like Palantir and hopefully someday others. But there's also the debate
there's a lot of problems that we could offer the solution to if you'd like to act now, buy now.
And everyone else
buy
wants
from us,
to
I'll
debate,
sell it to someone else.
Why should we do this? How should we do this? Can we play catch up? Can we talk about this in 5 years? That really plays into our adversaries' hands, and we really have to avoid that.
The long-term concern that came up 24 hours ago or 48 hours ago is an existential threat from AI. You talk at Palantir about bending AI to a collective will.
Well,
do you share the concern though about an extinction level event?
There's a lot going on there. Are these things dangerous? Could they become potentially dangerous? Could they become? Yes, but what these debates ignore is either we will wield them or our adversaries will wield them. It is much better if we wield the technology than our adversaries who do not respect our norms, do not respect the rule of law, and do not respect the way we want to live in freedom.
This sounds like a weird gun control
debate.
Point
two, in the near term,
on AI.
what Palantir will allow you to do is make these things really, really valuable commercially and in the military context. And in commercial context, you have to do it because if you don't buy our product, your competition will. In the military context, we have to do it because our adversaries will build those products.
Right. You talked about the competitive landscape. I actually wanted to ask you about C3 AI as an example, because you come up in bidding processes with them.
Actually, look, this is a massive market. We actually don't come up with bidding processes with anyone. And I'll tell you what I think about everyone.
So you don't have any competition?
Let me just tell you about this competition thing that Wall Street analysts love. It's complete BS. This is an infinite market, basically. Try what we're doing and try what everyone else is doing and buy the thing that creates the most value.
On an infinite market, Bloomberg Intelligence put out this research report this morning that says generative AI as a market will be 1.3 trillion in 2032. That requires compound annual growth of about 40% a year from this point over a decade.
God bless you.
Do you
Good
see
to
that?
see the names.
Well, what I see, I don't know.
Based on the markets you operate in.
Look, these experts just make stuff up. But what we know is this is a large, basically impossible to measure market. And what we also know is everybody in the U.S. is going to find ways to become more efficient and better using software, and a lot of that software is going to be AI-driven. We also know that the market, over time, not in a quarter, will end up picking the best products. That's what we know.
In the United Kingdom, my home country, the FT is reporting that within the NHS, as a case study, there is some concern about deepening the data relationship with Palantir. What would be your answer to those concerns?
Look, outside of America and in the UK, there are legitimate questions that get asked. Where's the data going to go? How is it moved? Who touches it? Does it get exported to the US? Can we verify how it was used under what context? And can we make sure that the underprivileged people of the UK actually get the same treatment as the privileged people, including not just in treatment, but future treatment, which is a huge issue in the UK because there's a backlog. So how do you deal with the backlog equitably? Palantir provides the most robust, transparent software in the world, which is part of the reason we're having an AI bonanza.
And open on the high.
To make AI work,
you guys still got a couple
have to
runners
show
right
how
now
it
still.
works. How did the transform work? How does the branching
Oracle
work? How does the ontology work? How does it map to LM? This is exactly what you have to show in a hospital
Tesla
context.
205.
Who worked with the patient, under what condition, what doctor, was the person equitably and fairly treated? What happens to backlog? By the way, we've proven we can do this as a product safely, efficiently, and under the hardest conditions in the UK. And I really hope we win that for our sake, but also for the sake of our UK employees and others that we greatly respect, and because transparency leads to the fairest, most ethical and justified
second round coin
outcomes you can get.
And then Spy's about to make
Karp,
second
CEO
round on the upside.
Thank you for having us at AIPCon here in Palo Alto.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Take care.
Ed, absolutely fascinating.
Ed Cudlow does not like him. The reporter was like, okay, let me just ask you this one. Well, I just want your response. That was interesting. I feel like we've heard Karp in the past before, but haven't listened to him in a very, very long time. So he's very that was an interesting take. It seemed there's a lot of confidence behind AI, and I'm not talking about like general hype, but you know, you have different like explanations from these company heads. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, NVIDIA's CEO is very confident. You know, he sounded very, very confident. You know, Microsoft didn't sound as confident. Again, he was even alluding to what, like, Microsoft was kind of even saying in the sense that, you know, no one's trying to talk about the pricing per se. Everybody is still like, NVIDIA is the one who's like, yeah, we're going to make this much money. We're going to do this. We're all going to do this. Yeah, they do have different products too, definitely. That's something that we definitely have to explore. But they're still kind of the general attitude to get an idea of how early you are into AI right now everybody unanimously, it's not like standard right now. Nobody wants to talk about the cost and expenses unless they're very confident, because nobody really knows that yet. So NVIDIA's our first signs of it. So that was an interesting take I've gotten from that interview so far, and even the Microsoft one yesterday. And then there's Tessie. We're down $10 on the covered calls, but then, again, the shares are still working, so it's beautiful. SPY's hitting a high, Disney on the high, ARK on the high, Coinbase. Let's see where NVIDIA's at. Vive is on the high. That was the earnings. Morgan Stanley bounced. So, again, Goldman still clapped. Morgan Stanley bounced. JP Morgan is at the high. And then that's it. I mean, SPY, you're just melting up into the level now. Melting up to 42.25. That'll be the next test. And then if we get past there, we're going to test the Tuesday high. And then that's it. And then if you get past Tuesday high, you'll be at 42.50 probably. And then, 4,300 knocking at the door. AMD 120. Bonds dropping. Broadcom melting up. They scammed us on Broadcom, though. But I hope it makes a big move. Yesterday, we had a better chance of, squeezing premium. But after the gap down today, unless it, runs up into the bell, those are going to be all scammed. C3 talked price. They did. I just think, but their guidance wasn't. If they talked pricing on their AI, they weren't confident in the growth of it. Because again, I think even CP3's AI guidance, it came in at lower than the midpoint. So even if you pretty much most analysts were wrong on that, and they came in below. Disney night, you guys were just talking about that at 87 in the morning. And then again, KRE's running up, those regionals and some of the big ones. Bonds are trying to come back down. NVIDIA, 395.72. Not bad. C3PO from Star Wars. It's called C3 AI. We call it Chris Paul, Allen Iverson. It's much more fun to say. Tesla. Yeah, Tesla's going 206 now. Tesla's breaking out. So hopefully, again, the covered call play. Remember, I was just showing you that one. But this was good because, again, it led to $200. We're down $20 on the covered call. So this is exactly what we wanted. Sell a little premium, still hold for some upside. And then now next level on this is 209. If it could hold 205. So it's only $1 above 205. If it quickly comes back down, then there you go. But if you could hold above 209, or get to hold above 205, 209, 210 is next level. But yeah, Chris Paul, Allen Iverson, CP3 AI. It's great. Verizon, I think they were on the high all day, and then even T-Mobile earlier. I got Tesla at 183. And then after selling the covered call for $3, I have pretty much 180 as my cost basis. Ex-dividend on MPW is June 14th. How much could it drop? Potentially 4%, or 3.5%. I believe that's the yield on the payout. So I think at this next quarter, MPW will be 3.5%. So I would say it could probably move around that price day after ex-dividend, if not more. Airbnb 2.2. I sold a 226. Selling calls means you lose money if it goes up. Yes, but it all depends on the scale. So by selling a far out of the money one, it would really have to go up. So Tesla went up. So Tesla went up. So the call that I shorted, I lost $15. It went up 15 cents. But my 100 shares, since I'm making dollar for dollar, I ended up making an extra $100 on the shares. So my shares went up $100. My option went down $15. And it'll keep doing that pretty much the closer we get to 220 or whatever. And then the closer it gets, then I'll make less on the shares and lose more on the option until it kind of balances out. What just happened? We've just been ever since the PPI day or the ISM, the prices paid. We've been squeezing, and that's it. It's been kind of a slow ramp up. you've had a couple of pullbacks, but none of these like pops and drops have really been driven on anything. Target, Ulta down right now. And, dude, energy is number 1 on the day. I did not see that. Energy is number 1, 2%. Tech is 1.2. So they're even matched up with the NASDAQ. And then red on the day is staples by 1/4 and utilities by 3/4. Yeah, Broadcom, I mean, we might get lucky at the end of the day if it really wants to run, but that's it. I think now they're forcing you to either just bet on the release or not. So I still think it can move. Again, I think it's pricing in $80, but I think it can move around $100. But now we have to hold till earnings. And then, I mean, the premium's already whacked. I think the debit spread held up better because you got the sell premium, but then the weekly is just knocked. Oxy, again, a lot of gas plays today. Upstart 2 on the high. That's a couple times. Tesla, another high, 206. Even Netflix, 403. I have 795. Should I hold and roll? I would ghetto spread it. Do you hold your covered call? Yes. Unless I want to sell out the shares. If I'm done with it and I want to just get out, I'll just cover the covered call and then I'll sell the shares. No, the Robinhood account, we winded it down pretty much end of last year. So, like, I still have, like, Abivi shares and Ford shares in there, but I've pretty much taken it all out. Because, again, I couldn't get my money out of it. They were being really weird on withdrawing, so I just sold everything. And then, again, the covered call, I'm going to hold that till expiration or we'll sell out prior. But Tesla's running up now. Even the calls are catching premium. And then Algos or Avago 820 or 802. Then Tesla again. Nvidia just hit the high, then calmed down. Microsoft went up another $1, 331. Slowly melting. PayPal 63 is good, but I need above 64. That is where we get excited. Where's Uber again? Uber announced new business comfort or whatever. The butterflies, we'll just roll over. We'll get another one. Because, again, it cost us nothing. It cost $20 for the commissions. So we'll just get the playback, and then, you know, we'll take a look where the market's at. I think, again, around Powell. Hopefully we could make a play or get real info. You know, I'm hoping that Powell provides, you know, I hope the next SEP and everything makes it easier to read. But, you know, that's what will be the driver of those plays. But thankfully, you know, doesn't cost a lot to play that. Palantir almost live. It's weird. So, again, I think there's like a big conference. I guess that might be separate. Netflix, 403, 404. My goodness. SoFi at highs. Square goes back. I think if all of the, you know, all of the fintechs, I think they all kind of need a bounce, but definitely possible. But then again, I don't know if you want to have the valuation debate right now. But that's word to NVIDIA too. Target trying to climb out the base. Dude, team is going crazy. So that one's really, really running. 180 now. Again, them and Twilio. Those are the runners yesterday. They're barely down. They're down like 2%, but the charts look nice. Bro, Netflix one more time. Square's running though. Square 61. And then Netflix 404. Yeah, I think Goldman is the only one down. Because again, Goldman gave an update on trading. Morgan Stanley gave an update yesterday that was negative. They dropped off it, then bounced. Harker in 30 minutes. Again, Harker, he was the Bob Barker looking ass yesterday, and he was the guy saying skip. So Harker's probably going to be dovish. And then your other impulse today was just dovish, prices paid. DraftKings 6. Maybe he got his mulch done. That was wild. HLT. Where's Airbnb? YY. Watch if China names go again. NVIDIA. Kind of chilling out. Yeah, Airbnb 112. Midday ZN. The Moon VIX. Right now, I think it's still continuing. I mean, again, bonds haven't even flipped. We're going to get refunding updates soon, but no, I don't even think I don't even think the move index is too crazy. It had a weird pop and drop, but it's actually been coming down. So we'll see where this ends up by today. It'll update, but if this calms down, I would say the next move will happen once bond volatility and the move picks up again. And then, I mean, tomorrow will be big too. I like McRib. Again, I don't like the volatility, but it's held up decently with how we play. Again, I think we're in at like 530 or something. Or 560. But they have some good back-end catalysts, but it's just going to be volatile. I'm still fairly small on that play. Activision pop. I don't know. I haven't heard any headlines on Activision today. Yesterday you had more. SPY still working its way up. Target on the way up. I'm now down $50 on the short on the MES. Palantir live stream. You guys want to listen to that again? He was entertaining. I mean, I wasn't bored listening to him. This is weird. So it's Palantir's AI con. There's no audio. This is how it's starting. Control, govern, trust. Utilize the action atop an AI core to set specific scopes for activities, LLMs, and other models. This looks creepy as shit, dog. Control, govern, trust. Safe AI handoff. Help prevent legal and regulatory violations. Monitor and control LLM activity. Reach real time to help users promote compliance. Again, there's no volume. I don't want to leave this up, and then I have the audio open, so if your speakers, just be careful. Activision popping. Yeah, I have it here in the bottom right. Like I said, I don't see any headlines from earlier that drove it, but it's moving. I see KFC chicken sandwiches unlock exclusive Diablo 4 in-game rewards for a limited time. That's what I see when I search Activision. Yeah, the event's supposed to, I don't think it's live yet. So tell me when it starts. Microsoft is exploring options to close Activision deal despite UK's block. PayPal, it has to get above 64 or it's all a pump fake. KFC AI. MLEX. Is that stock or no? Passed both real estate exams this week. Thank you for the inspiration. Let's go. Amen. Good job, Edge. 37 months. And shout out Tiga again. I see that 42 months. That's crazy. SoFi pumping. I don't know. Is SoFi even on, again, you guys were saying this student loan stuff. So that's a random play. Let's see where it's at. That's a random hitter. Oh, what scammers? How? Oh, yeah, you have $100. We lost on the AMD put. But yeah, the SoFi random play went from $1 to now it's at $2.10. But then we have till December, and it's in the money now. That one might be the play. Hopefully, if that goes crazy, that one will take care of us on the random. If SoFi, look at Carvana. XCL. Excel Energy down 1.9. SPY's even getting its first red here in a while. It's still mad early. You guys realize it's only 9:30? So I don't know if you realize. Like that's why I was kind of down with the greedy short, but it's still early, bro. So you're up 1.1 on the NASDAQ. It was barely red in the morning. SPY was down a quarter. Now S&P is up 0.95, and then Dow Jones is up 0.6, and it was down 0.5 at one point in the morning. So very, very wild day. Greedy short Nvidia. Nah, Nvidia, the short was at 419 that one time. I mean, again, we talked about it a little bit, but I thought there'd be more mania ahead. But I think just both ways on Nvidia, just be prepared for $10 moves and you'll be good. Greedy short SoFi. All right, Chad. It's 9:30. Okay, we got to do it, man. It's time. You guys know we're live, right? You guys know we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Did you drop your thumbs up on the video? Thank you if you did. So thank you if you liked the video. I want to give you some good advice right now to take care of yourself and just get your body moving, okay? Because you've been here for 3 hours. You have 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk, do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Just do anything, okay? Just get your body moving. That's all you need to do. Okay, optometrist recommendation, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times, go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, wow. It's good. That's all you got to do. Relax, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, legs in front of you, not wrapped behind your computer chair, sit up straight, and look at that. Boom. You looking good right now. You looking good right now. That's what I'm talking about. Amen. Amen. And then relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out through the dragon breath and go. Just like that. Simple, Habibi. Just like that. Very good. Pure Storage, 52-week high. Adobe even went up. Yeah, man. Simple. Just like that, man. All right. So I need to get my resistances. I need to go get me a carbo too. And let's see the cost of human AI. So I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Get the body moving, and we'll be here soon. We're middle of the day. You still got a whole nother whatever you just went through. We got a whole nother 3.5 hours left. Amen. Amen. All right. BRB.
To use artificial intelligence in productive and innovative ways, but there are still times when it makes more sense to actually use human brain power. Bloomberg's Aisha Ghani reports.
Time for some real talk about AI. Not only is it sometimes worse than humans, it can also be more expensive.
It costs GPT-4 around $14 to answer one question on one 100,000-word loan document. An example of a question might be, what are the downgrade triggers for this loan? And the reason why it costs $14 are simply down to the extreme compute costs required for OpenAI to operate its large language models. So it passes that compute cost onto the software vendor or onto the user. At the same time, it only costs around $6 to $7 for a human being just opening up Adobe Acrobat and Microsoft Excel to answer that specific question.
Lou's company sells data analysis technology to financial institutions. It's an industry that is rapidly adopting AI.
Banks need to be far more strategic in their way of leveraging AI, both from a cost perspective and from a risk management perspective.
So, Wells Fargo is using large language models to analyze regulatory data to make recommendations to clients. France's BNP Paribas, meanwhile, uses AI-powered chatbots for customer service, as well as using the tech in fraud detection. And JP Morgan, the biggest US bank, is on a hiring spree. It advertised for a massive 3,500 AI-related roles in the 3 months through April. These are some of the early applications at a time when costs remain relatively high. That's likely to change. Knowing the technology's current limits also lets companies focus on the real opportunities.
We just heard it there, JP Morgan absolutely leading the pack when it comes to experimentation or indeed hiring of AI talent. We want to dig into this with Bloomberg's Sally Bakewell, who covers all things Wall Street. And just remind us why, for banks at the moment, generative AI in general, is going to be such a winner for them.
So, yes, Wall Street is racing to use AI basically in ways that make money, that saves money, and that prevents nefarious money. Now, why is AI useful to banks? Well, banks are these complex machines of reams of data, of risk modeling, of decisions underpinned by, vast quantities of information. And so if AI can make that more efficient or cut some of the manpower involved, that is a huge win for Wall Street. Now, what is it doing? Well, as we just heard, banks like Deutsche Bank are deploying deeper learning so that they can help clients analyze whether they are too heavily invested in a particular asset. JP Morgan has filed a patent for some sort of chat GPT device that might help investors select equities. And BNP Paribas, well, it's using chatbots to answer client questions.
Interesting. So that's sort of a serving to the customer, very much clear how that would work. I'm interested in some of the risk analysis they're doing around this as well, because some are being more cautious than others. It feels like Morgan Stanley is having a bit more of an experimental, just within the confines of their four walls take. But some had actually banned the use of ChatGPT by their own employees. So how do you...
That's it. Next time you answer TD Ameritrade or you ask a support, you can be like, I can't answer that. But what I can tell you... What? You're not real. Netflix, I don't know how I feel about Netflix. I'm even mad I sold my other swing shares. Because, dude, but 405 is ridiculous. Again, I think I sold out at like 360, and I was like, okay, that's big. But nah, bro, 405 is like, where are they at now? They're back to 2022. That's it. This is like January 2022, following the first real big earnings decline. Everybody hates Netflix. It's pretty much like Meta now. They're both higher end 2018, near 2020 levels. 406. Yeah, even Apple at all-time highs, though. So what am I saying? Like, I say Interactive Brokers, May daily average revenue trades down 19%. Whoa. IBKR. So again, Goldman and Morgan Stanley, everybody's been warning on trading revenue. But Interactive Brokers, they said down 19% on trading. Microsoft 331. Pure Storage still again. And then Netflix is doing its thing. I don't know. Tesla chilled out, but still holding 205. And then bonds at 98 on IEF. They're 10 years about to go lower. 4227. Yeah, we hit 4221. And then that 4230 was your high on Tuesday. Nice little ride all day. I mean, ever since prices paid, that hooked it up. PayPal. Didn't someone say that this morning? They were like, PayPal, AI patent. But watch PayPal. Like I said, if it can't get above 64, he's probably going pump fake like every other time. Like the PayPal chart, it wants to go, but like, I guess again, you break out here, it's good, but every single time it's gotten up to like 64, you've rejected. It's moved pretty big. It's moved like $4 or $5. DraftKings on the high. That one's been running borderline all day. DraftKings 6.3. Walmart on the high. They said, try me, son. I think even Target came back up, but they're still down 0.75. Team is on the high now. They may be going green. No, Broadcom sucked. They did not really move. Last year, the market rallied at beginning of June, then crashed. I think that's happened every time. I mean, there was a lot of similarities between last year and not. I mean, at this point, I'm telling you, there's a lot of similarities to last year, but we're firmly in our brand new year this time around. So it's like we kind of have our own playbook because there's a lot of things that look like last year, and you could see it quite easily. But it's also now too, last year we never moved this little in 6 months. That's the thing I was saying, because if you don't, it's good if you don't remember last year because that means you're not as traumatized. But just don't forget, these swings last year were insane. So even your like May and June, like from March, you went from 416 to 460. And then by the end of March to the beginning of May, you went from 460 to 408. And then you went halfway through, you went down to 379. And then you were back up to 420 by the end of that month. So, and then again, that June there, your most hated rally pretty much was 360 all the way to 430 and then back down to 349. So it's like there's a lot of similarities. You even had some weird, similar seasonality too. However, just right now, this is its own little world because whatever last year was, though, the back and forth, the emotions, the financial conditions, you were moving way, way more than what you are now. So that's why I'm saying just let's take in the data, keep your head on a swivel, try to juggle all the narratives we got going on and get ready because now it's like, well, we'll see as the middle of the year what it sets up, and it's like, okay, do we start using last year's playbook still, or is it now, okay, we have to start responding? Is there going to be a new terminal rate? What happens with the data? Will the jobs data actually show up? And then, again, it's not like it's the funny part is like we're not really debating like what is going to happen. It seems to be when. And that's always the most difficult thing. So, all you got to do is know what, not when. But as of now, it's not about like, okay, when's the data going to happen? What about the economy, recession? But it's like, no, we're debating. We thought it would be 2023 recession. Now it's like, okay, middle of 2023. Okay, beginning of 2024. And that's kind of where we're at. So a couple of red candles. I mean, IRTC, I'm seeing, whoa, IRTC dead. iRhythm, is this a heart drug? IRTC, dead. Bro, that's down 8% right now. That's huge. They had a warning letter yesterday, I believe, or 2 days ago, and then that's it. And then they're down 7.5%, most in 7 months. It's the worst performers amongst medical equipment providers. So again, they got a FDA letter 2 days ago. So now it could be continuing from there. IRTC. Then Netflix is like, I'm going to go to 407 in the meantime. Yeah, that's it on iRhythm. Could be another update, or if they're at the Bernstein conference. Dollar General, I mean, it came down a lot, and it's at like 20 lows near it. So it still has a little bit of premium, but it's not bad. And then if you really do believe in the discount retailers, regardless of how the consumer performs, I think you have an opportunity there. Meta, Baba rocketing, even if if China plays go up round 2, that'll lift some things up here. I think Apple is close to $3 trillion. So IRTC, drop in pop. This whole time, Netflix been hitting new highs, literally new 52-week highs. Yeah, Baba, it's near the highs, though. It hasn't hit a new one. Same thing with Baidu. JD's breaking out. I mean, the K-Web index is actually going up. SMG. That's the weed play. Oh, what was our, I can't believe I'm blanking. IRM. I want to see again. Depending on, we have a couple of months, but see what happens with the whole AI real estate wave. But these data center stocks, again, IRM is part of it, like DLR and the other one. They're going to be interesting. I'm convinced the Fed will push rates too far, kill the market, CRE. He's been late in changing policy twice. Yeah, and I like the other comment too. You have recession indicated by a lot of other things. Oil, commodities, freight, yuan, all of that stuff. So I could I think the effect is there, and it's going to happen, but it's just going to be the timing. I think it's just impossible, one, to know when it will actually reflect on the data, and then two, it's impossible to know when people will actually react, even if it's right in front of them. That's a whole nother debate we haven't even had. It's one, like, just wait till the data shows up. That we don't even know when that will happen. But then the next question is, when will people actually respond? And there will be some disconnect between even like the psychology of how people react from when it's like, okay, whoa, maybe that is the real negative stuff there. And we've seen that happen a couple of times. I think the beginning of last year was the best example, when the markets were at 480, even as Powell was warning about stuff, and then quickly it was like a lag, and then everything just shifted, and then the floor was gone. But we'll see. I mean, even then, I've been saying this yesterday too. After, let's see the Fed and some other stuff, but if this stuff keeps holding, you keep holding these levels, you keep turning headwinds into tailwinds, and the market keeps kind of trading like this. I mean, this is how bull markets are formed, sadly. And I say that because I'm like, again, there's so many things there. We're still inflation and all of that. And although I don't believe we have hit the bottom, I can say, though, it's like, again, after 3 more months of this, 6 more months, it's been a fucking year. You know what I'm saying? 9 months a year. At that point, something has definitely changed. So I wouldn't rule out the upside, but I am still pretty much agnostic with the bearish tilt, just given the yield curve and then all of the other the macroeconomic factors. But I would keep in mind I wouldn't write off any upside with this whole conversation we're having. I work at the Port of Houston at longshoremen. Container ships are slowing down like 2008. Yeah, I was in Long Beach the other day, and I noticed I didn't see all the boats. But that stuff's there. Like, we have that data is reflected. So like, I could bring up supply chain index, I could bring up the price of a tanker, I could bring up all the price of every single commodity. All of those, like, remember, that's why oil, we said it, like, if oil keeps dropping, that was a recession indicator. That is demand destruction. So all of those are there. Again, even the Philly Fed collapsed, and even, again, what was it yesterday, Dallas Fed or whatever. But you're getting a lot of big collapses in some of these datas, but what's the thing not moving? There's 2 things. It's one, inflation. That's still sticky. But then also the jobs market, it's not coming down. Again, even the beige book yesterday, it didn't show anything else. I mean, that was the bad part too. I don't think nobody said anything about it yesterday. Do you guys remember what they said in the beige book yesterday? They said freight and all of that stuff is down, but then they also said that real estate prices ticked up, both rents and purchases. That's not good. But that just highlights I could give you 8 different things that are all that are abysmal. They do not look good. Usually, and then again, if this was a different economic time possibly, and we weren't just coming off of what we came off of, you saw a way different economic environment last time those things were highlighted. But what it's showing now, though, it's just getting to wait, hold on. No, Seth Klarman, no. And then Airbnb sues New York City over short-term rentals. But yeah, all these things are highlighting that. But then again, jobs and inflation, that is the only thing that is the same from last year, if you think about it. Again, a lot of things are the same, but it's like we're looking at it and it's just like other economic data has made way more movements, but then the whole like CPI story and then the job story is relatively that's the same. And it's like the market's moving every day, but meanwhile, it's like all eyes are on those two things, just waiting for them to move. Zella's on the high. Did they have an offering? They had something the other day. And then even SPY's trying to work its way up. Meta, 52-week high. Tesla is still 206. Meta's at 272 now. Bitcoin, big pop. 220. Everybody in the BTC. There you go, like $200. 300. And then PayPal again, Meta, I think everything. Round 2, round 3. Watch if the China names too, because they were moving earlier. Yeah, Baba's about to go. Pinduoduo's hitting the high right now. Apple about to hit 180. Yes. It might just go. Again, this could be like a little quick pop. It might even sell off real quick, but 180, again, you've seen this a couple times. It just holds it to the penny, and then it'll do its thing. What was the last level it did that at? I feel like we've seen that recently. Was it 175? And then Baba's going up there now too. Amazon. You get the bill dividend, I think, next week, like June 7th or something. Macron does not rule out speaking with Putin. Amazon's doing great. Everything off of the second one, right after they popped, right when we grabbed that Microsoft, that's where like a lot of, like at Amazon, we would have made more, I think. Meta Gaming Showcase with new Meta Quest starts in 5 minutes. I didn't know that. Good call out. So there's going to be a Meta event, apparently. NVIDIA 395 too. Again, more China plays. Bro, Apple is 1 cent, 2 cents away from 180 now. So get ready. Thessalonian, they're gonna. Yeah, that's why I'm very caught up. I don't know how I feel about the Meta thing, because even on their earnings, the Oculus, it doesn't make them money. They missed the estimates. I hope they don't spend money on that. I'm telling you, I pray to God there is a way, Mark Zuckerberg, that all of the money they spent to get into like Meta with like, I hope they bought data centers and I hope they bought graphics cards for the metaverse that they could repurpose for AI. That's it. Otherwise, I just don't know. I don't know. But then again, they've recovered enough lately where people aren't as scared of Zuckerberg's spending habits, but still, I mean, the whole Quest thing is not it's not good. I hedge their pivot. Yeah, if you could turn all of that capital expenditures that you made on the metaverse, if you could, again, repurpose all of those graphics cards, or if you had to get, data centers set up, if you could somehow turn it into that, then yeah, they'll be good. But I don't know. I don't think they did, or I don't think it's that easy. Macron says important to give Ukraine strong guarantees. So Apple right below 180, chilling out. Same thing with the market. Bond still at the low, 959. They're going to show the AI swimming thing again. Did the Palantir thing start? Oh, yeah, here's your boy.
A nurse understands or a doctor understands should be transferable to an AI. But some precursor decisions that can be evaluated should be, just in the same way in other contexts.
Honestly, we'll see. Again, Palantir doesn't even seem like it's getting hyped since all this began. Octa's been creeping up. Yeah, I like it. I wanted it lower though, but we'll see. NVIDIA, 396 now. Even GoDaddy. So SPY's trying to work its way up again, but NVIDIA is leading the way. Yeah, the Bloomberg interview it didn't do good since then. Is that Qualcomm on the high? What puts? I want the $8 puts if they're below dividend. That's it. Realistically, anything 770 and below, that's because that's our price. But like I'm saying, the minute these puts cover our cost basis in dividend, if you just want to hold until X divvy, it's a free play. So that's what I'm waiting on. But I'm looking at the $8 June 16th. I want those to go to 29 cents. And then you could just play the dividend arbitrage. Harker statement. Yeah, comments in prepared mark. He says U.S. GDP to expand a bit below 1% this year. Amazon, FCX, and Boeing final trades. Harker said GDP will expand.
And offerings. We have an exciting lineup of webinars.
So it's the same event? So it's the same national... Or no. Yesterday it was Jefferson at this event. Now today it's Harker.
Economic measurement seminar preview webinar on economic statistics from U.S. government and industry sources. Please visit nabe.com/events to register and find details on the full June lineup. You won't want to miss it. E-Conversations with NABE is the official podcast for the National Association for Business Economics and your one-stop shop for catching up on the latest in business economics on the go. Every Monday following the jobs report, NABE President and Vice President Julia Coronado and Ellen Zettner sit down to discuss the latest economic data and events.
This is like the
Listeners
intros
will also be able
church.
to catch up on our webinars.
You know, they're
Simply
like, all
search
right,
our
and
name
if
or
anybody, if you'd like to volunteer for the worship
podcast,
team, please
Google
meet us
Podcasts,
after
or
the stream
Spotify, and be sure to
at
click
1
the follow
p.m.
bell icons to
Okay,
stay up to date
and then
with our
before we get
latest
started, we're
releases.
gonna pass around the tithing collections.
Do you or someone you know want to
Okay.
sharpen your economics
Do you or
toolkit?
somebody
Join
you
us
know
for a
need
new
to
education
repent?
course.
You
For
can
more
come up
details
today
and
and I'll give you a
register,
Bible
visit
right now.
nabe.com/CBE.
Okay, we also have a singles event for all the singles out
The
there.
NABE
That's going to be
Foundation
next
Economic
Wednesday,
Measurement Seminar provides
Wednesday
a
at
unique
9.
opportunity to learn about federal
Okay,
agency
you have the
data
opportunity
directly
to
from the
learn.
producers of the data.
Okay, we're also
During
going to
the
be
data
having a
producer,
camp.
the data user,
You know,
the
it's going to
seminar
be a
provides
father-son
comprehensive
camp if you're
picture of the
interested in that
importance and
too.
different uses of economic
Okay, thank
measurement
you.
today. If you previously attended, we encourage you to come back for track these sessions. Spend some time exploring measurement on hot topics such as consumer sentiment, the energy revolution, housing affordability, manufacturing, wages, consumer spending, and the debt crisis. Seminar will take place July 17th and 18th at the Four Seasons Hotel in Washington, D.C. The early bird deadline is June 14th. Please visit nabe.com.
Spotify 52-week high.
For more
China
information
name's still
and to
running.
Register. And while you're at it, save the date for the rest of NABE's 2023 conferences.
Save the date?
We hope to see you in DC, Dallas.
But yeah, I want the June one. I'll wait till he gets live here. Again, this is just the church intro. But yeah, the idea with, because my shares are at 777 and the dividend, ex-dividend is June 14th. So if you hold until June 14th, you will get 29 cents a share. So what I'm saying is my shares are already up $1,000. So what you could do is if you could get this $8 put for the same price as the dividend, your dividend will pay so that you could hold until pretty much now an ex-dividend. So if you think there could still be short covering ahead of ex-dividend and all of that, the idea would be that it makes it where we're free on both sides. Oh, there's Bob Barker, or Patrick Harker, excuse me.
Patrick Harker serves as the president and CEO of the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia. In this role, he participates on the Federal Open Market Committee, or FOMC, formulating monetary policy, and he's currently a voting member.
God bless you.
Before taking office at the
around
Philadelphia
the
Fed,
thank you.
he was received Delaware, and before that, Dean of the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. He's published 9 books and more than 100 professional articles. A true polymath, President Harker has a PhD in civil and urban engineering, a master's in economics, and both master's and bachelor's degrees in civil engineering, all from the University of Pennsylvania. So, President Harker, let me turn it over to you for your opening remarks, and then we'll have a conversation and take questions.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Elaine. And good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everyone as well. Good day, I'll just say. It is a real pleasure to join you in this series on monetary policy and our economic outlook. And I thank NABE for inviting me and for Dr. Elaine Buckberg for moderating. So you did hear, as you heard, from my colleague, Richmond Fed President and CEO Tom Barkin on Tuesday. So I'm honored to provide this, well, let's call it a Fed bookend to this webinar. So I look forward to having a useful and engaging dialogue, but please allow me to open with my thoughts on the direction in which we're heading. And I must lead, as you know, with the standard Fed disclaimer.
Oh, no,
the views I express today are my own and do not necessarily reflect those of anyone else on the Federal Open Market Committee or in the Federal Reserve System. So where are we? While headline PCE inflation has come down from its peak of 7% last year, it is still running at over 4% year over year, way above the Fed's long-run target of 2% annually. Now, disinflation is underway, but it is doing so at a disappointingly
if he walks
slow
it back,
pace.
we'll have a problem.
The
If he
persistently high
doubles
inflation
down, it'll
comes
be a
with
little
real
bit better.
costs for American families, cutting into purchasing power and household wealth.
This is the guy who gave
And
you
the
your
pain
rally
isn't
yesterday.
being
This is
felt
Harker.
equally. The toll is falling most heavily on those least able to bear it. And I'm especially concerned about the elevated costs of housing, food, and healthcare, life's true necessities. So to combat this inflation, the Fed has been working to slow the economy modestly and bring demand more in line with supply. We have increased the target range for the federal funds rate, our primary monetary policy tool, by 500 basis points since March of 2022. Ongoing balance sheet reduction is also tightening financial conditions. We're already seeing promising signs that these actions are working. For example, house prices, those indices are cooling. And it is encouraging that even as we've raised rates, the national economy remains relatively healthy overall. Since January, we've experienced modest growth in economic activity. There are also still a record number of Americans employed, with more than 1 million jobs created on net so far this year. Now, while there are some signs that the labor market tightness is beginning to ease a bit, the unemployment rate remains near record lows, 3.4% in April. We're also paying close attention to the banking system. The recent failures of Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank, and First Republic ignited an understandable wave of anxiety among banks, depositors, and investors. But I can assure you that the U.S. banking system remains sound and resilient. Now, we know that problems in a few banks, if left unattended, can undermine confidence in the healthy banks. That's why the Treasury, the FDIC, and the Fed acted quickly to protect the U.S. economy and its banking interest. The Federal Reserve also led a thorough, transparent, and swift review of the events surrounding Silicon Valley Bank so we could learn what went wrong. So, of course, I know the question on everyone's mind. Okay, Pat, that's fine. But where are we going from here? The Fed's monetary policy actions are clearly, and as you know, guided by our goal mandate to promote full employment and price stability.
No, say
On the jobs front, things look quite good. We are effectively at full employment. But when it comes to inflation, there's still significant room for improvement. It will take some time to evaluate how recent events may impact overall economic activity and inflation. So I expect to see tighter credit conditions for households and businesses that may slow economic activity and hiring. But really, the full extent of that is still unclear. But what is clear is that the Fed remains fully committed to return inflation to its 2% target. To do this, the policy stance needs to be restrictive enough. But what is enough is not written in stone somewhere. Instead, I'm closely monitoring incoming data, listening to our contracts and audiences, and evaluating economic conditions to assess whether additional tightening will be needed. I do believe that we are close to the point where we can hold rates in place and let monetary policy do its work to bring inflation back to the target in a timely manner. Along this path, I project that we will see modest growth this year, with real GDP coming in a bit below 1%.
It's the same thing. It's just
now,
a little watered
inflation
down.
to decline somewhat around 3.5%.
That was the watered
this
down
year,
skip announcement.
Before falling to 2.5% in 2024.
I don't
and
think he's going to
leveling
say
out
it this
at
time.
around our 2% target
We'll see.
in 2025.
Yeah, he said we're soon
Unemployment is also
ready
likely
to hold
to tick
rates
up
in
slightly,
place.
hitting around 4.4% this year. But this is just a snapshot of what conditions look like today. We are operating in a very uncertain environment, and I will be closely monitoring our dashboards of economic indicators and assessing their implications. Now, as I've said before, survey data are an important tool
No, what do you
in
say
the
about the skip,
economic
Habibi?
business.
Come on, say that to part.
At the Fed, we look at everything from big, broad numbers like GDP and employment growth to more granular figures like restaurant reservations and mobility data. These data, hard data, tell us a lot. But even hard data can have their limits. The numbers can point in a certain direction, yet there may be a lot going on underneath those numbers, which is not easily visible, but is just as vital to drawing a complete picture. Take, for example, the employment picture. Throughout the past year,
I think
each
it's just
interest rate hike was
slight watered down
predictably
of
followed by
yesterday.
voices warning that we're about to tank the labor market and spike unemployment. That hasn't happened, but we monitor these trends to see how workers will be impacted if it does. So given the tight labor market, there's obviously something deeper happening. We continually hear from some employers that certain tools aren't working as they once did. Simply offering higher wages still isn't attracting the workers some need. And some efforts to increase productivity of current workers is instead leading to increased turnover. These cases are especially true at the lower end of the wage scale. And this may be why some have groused that no one wants to work anymore. I hear that a lot. But I think we would all agree that there's more going on under the surface. Well, look, as you heard, I'm not strictly an economist, I'm an engineer. And that background is what is forcing me to look at this issue in a different way. And that's what we're doing at the Philadelphia Fed. That's exactly what the Fed is doing. And I'd like to spend just a few minutes before we get to Q&A on this topic. So, over the past year, our community development and regional outreach team, along with colleagues at the Atlanta Fed and elsewhere, engaged with low-wage and non-degree holding workers nationwide in a series of focus group conversations. We've been listening to them and to their reasons why they may have exited the labor market at the onset of the pandemic to re-enter from an entirely different door on the other side of it, or are quitting jobs at such a high rate. We're calling this effort the Worker Voices Project, and we released our first report, Shifting Perspectives and Expectations on Employment, 1 week ago. Yes, workers want to be paid what they believe they are worth and bring to the table. But it's not only about wages. And yes, they want to be somewhere where they can be productive and contributing employees, but not if they don't believe their contributions are appreciated, let alone rewarded. What we increasingly heard is that workers want something that we as economists and civil engineers don't yet have a metric for: being treated with dignity. Dignity was the key word. As one participant told me recently, work is not the end-all be-all. Or in the words of another, we're looking for a place where we belong. Now, the factors going into decisions of where to work or whether to
took
go
a page
into
out
an
the
entirely
Biden
different
speech.
direction are increasingly
I've
complex.
heard that before.
And these complexities may make us rethink what we thought we knew about
But he
labor
hasn't
markets.
moved Fed futures yet.
So really,
That's what
I
I'd be on
encourage
the lookout
everyone
for.
to take a look at our initial Worker
Again,
Voices
it's the same
Project
speech as
report.
yesterday. It's a little
For us
watered
as
down, but
policymakers, soft
markets
data are perhaps
aren't
equally
reacting
important
hawkishly to it.
to get a full understanding of our economic situation. And the soft data we're getting through Worker Voices is what will help us chart a course for a strong and growing, but a more inclusive American economy. So look, I know that's a lot to start with, but I also know that
And why
it's
is he
what's
such
going
a good
on
speaker?
and what's going to lead us to a great conversation.
Honestly, he's way too
So Elaine, to that
articulate
end,
to be
let's
a
get
Fed
right to the
member.
conversation.
He
Thank you.
just did that whole thing without a stutter, without a
Well,
repeat.
thank you for those opening
without,
remarks.
Like, you
and
realize
you've,
that, right?
You've really
And
spanned
he's like
a lot of
70,000
ground in
years
that,
old.
But I think we can
He
take
just
up
killed
more,
that.
and I already
He just
have
killed it.
questions
He just
coming
killed
in. Almost every time you mention
Still,
something,
he read
someone
it
brought
perfectly, even if he did read that.
So you talked a little bit about what your central outlook
That was
is.
like that was
the
smooth as hell.
forecasting has been very humbling and difficult in the past few years, which means that we really need to put a lot of attention on what are scenarios outside of that central case. So can you talk with us a little bit about what are your upside and downside outlooks for inflation?
Okay,
or scenarios for inflation.
Yeah,
So
70,000.
I don't see
know.
at this point it's spiking, right? I think we're on a downward path. It's just a question of how quickly it decreases. It has been very stubborn, really
Snap on the
frustratingly
high. Again,
stubborn.
Meta and Nvidia running.
And we know the lead culprits there. It is not goods inflation anymore. It's services inflation, and its particular core, or now what we're calling super core, service inflation. Because we know also where housing's going. You know, I think we have a pretty good sense that housing's going to at least decrease for a while in terms of the inflation metrics, and then tail off. In some cases, continue to go down, depends on your market. So we know where that's going. There are other areas, though, that in terms of hospitality, leisure, travel, etc., that people are still spending money on.
Pinduoduo AI cloud.
Who have the money to spend on those
I didn't
things.
see that.
But again, that will start to come down, we think, as people just spend through a lot of that money. Now, the countervailing force to that is the employment picture still remains good. People still can get jobs. Although the most recent data that came out today, or in the last couple of days, show that with the revision of wages, they're not as high as we thought they were across the economy, right? So we're starting to see a cooling, at least in the past few quarters, of wages. So we're starting to see what we would predict, right? So theory isn't completely wrong. Economic theory isn't completely wrong, that these things should happen and are starting to happen. But the downside risk is that it just stays up there longer than we anticipate. The downside risk, or upside risk to inflation, I should put it that way, is that we see yet another black swan hit the economy, something we just didn't predict, right? I mean, there are some likely suspects. It looks like
I don't know,
we're starting to
all the
build
banks failing.
a different kind of relationship with China. So
a couple of suspects out there,
as much of a risk in my
like
mind
us,
as it once
raising
was,
the rates
even a few months ago. But
He's
we
like,
never
what if
know what
something
Vladimir
crazy
Putin's
bad
going to do
happens?
next. If he creates
He's
even
literally
more
said Black
tragedy
Swan.
and just in a horrific situation in Ukraine. So we don't know. But absent that, we continue to see, as I said, inflation just marching down to 2% over several years. But it is going to take time.
So you went into the inflation question, and that recent transactions, or not so recent transactions, because the lags are so long between housing transactions and the measurement of housing inflation, suggests that housing inflation would come down and indeed perhaps even go negative if you look at like Case-Shiller 12-month year over year. Now, if goods inflation remains muted and housing inflation comes down, but there were still substantial pace in that
Lowe's on the high, and now Macy's.
Your overall, though, headline PCE, core PCs coming
Macy's
down,
up after down
CPI,
10.
which reflects what consumers actually experience, as Chair Powell keeps saying, is coming down. Is that good enough? Is it still about the overall?
What I look at is get underneath the hood, right? Let's look beyond the headline numbers. And in particular, look at the things, as I mentioned, that low-wage workers, low-income workers, care about the most. They're the ones who they're going to take the brunt of unemployment, and they're taking the brunt of the high inflation. It's food, shelter, transportation, healthcare. These are the life's basic necessities. And if I can't afford those for myself, for my family, this is a horrible place to be. So I think we need, if I can see that those things
we should exclude them
are coming down in a significant way, or at least continuing to march down, I feel better about, even if the headline numbers going down more slowly, I feel better about that because people can get life's necessities. So I think we have to be careful that we don't just pick one number and base policy on a single number.
He's like the favor like
the dual mandate of
out of all the Fed
maximum
people,
unemployment
he kind
and
of
price
addressed that a
stability
little
really speaks to
kind of like the guy. I don't know.
conditions for households.
He was crazy with the skip talk, but
you're,
he toned it down
for the
today,
first
and
time in
he's-
a long time
he's on
with
point.
substantial inflation, the Fed's really having to look at the trade-off versus when inflation was negligible for
Jana
years.
Partners
Wasn't that much
files
trade-off.
lawsuit
So
against Freshpet.
You've pointed to some of the issues here, right?
I don't think any reaction.
Research finds that unemployment has
And then those, like,
lasting costs
uranium
on the
material
unemployed and their
plays,
families,
still
right?
going
From
up.
healthcare costs to not regaining their income trajectory. But as you said, inflation hits everyone, but it hits those least able to bear it the hardest. So how do you think about when, moving aggressively on inflation or too aggressively on inflation could induce a
phase
recession? How
again.
do you weigh those relative costs?
So I'll tell you where I am right now, how I've been weighing this.
So I think
It is a
end phase,
trade-off,
watch
right?
184.
But I think we're at the point.
That's a breakout
we're
point for them.
Very close to the point
That's
now
their earnings.
where we are clearly in restrictive territory, and we can sit there for a while.
We
don't have to keep moving rates up.
Okay, that's
and then
your
have to reverse course.
That's your bullish skip talk.
We're in
You
a
just
period
said,
of all
in the
this
beginning. He
uncertainty.
said the opposite.
And we have a lot of uncertainty.
You just said
We've
we're in
got,
restrictive.
The uncertainty is about knowing, the dynamics of inflation. We've got uncertainty about whether it's going to be a credit squeeze, a credit crunch with respect to the banking sector. We have lots of other uncertainty hitting us. We in the short run
went up on that.
We have resolved, it seems,
Gordon
if the
Haskett,
Senate votes positively, resolved the debt ceiling crisis. But there's still some uncertainty as Treasury then starts to reissue debt, what that does to
He's
reserve
talking
levels,
refunding.
and hence what that might do to, again, the credit conditions in the country. So there's all this uncertainty. So my view right now,
Interesting. I want to hear what the Fed has to say about the refunding.
I think we should not
He
pause,
just
because
mentioned
pause
it
says we're going to hold
as
for a while. And we
uncertainty,
might.
but he didn't
I
give
think
a
we should at least
stance
skip
on it.
this meeting in terms of an increase.
Okay,
So we
we
can
should
let
skip.
some of these
There it
things
is.
resolve themselves,
So-
at least to the extent they can.
There's
before we
Harker with
consider
round
at
2
all
skip.
another increase. And I just think that's prudent policy at this point. Because, and I think back to where the Fed used to be, we wouldn't always be raising rates every
He
other
said this
meeting or
exactly
cutting
the
rates
same
every other
yesterday,
meeting.
too.
We did that in exigent circumstances. But we're now reaching a point where we are starting to see things move. And again, I even take recent reports today of some retailers who, you would think, particularly retailers like dollar stores and so forth, that are now seeing different dynamics in their stores, that you have to take with some seriousness, that people are not spending like they used to in a dollar store. And so you think that you start to add all these things together in my mind, and it says to me, let's skip this one, see how it goes. Now,
bring up
now
Dollar
there's a
General.
big caveat. If in fact the employment report tomorrow and other data we're getting about inflation is very different than what I'm predicting, I change my mind. So this is not set in stone. My mind is not completely made up on this. But my preference right now is, barring any change in the data that was outside my forecast, I would skip this meeting right now.
Okay, so you've just
Again, he's hammering
You've
it
just
home,
given us
but
a loud and clear
Yeah,
message that I'm
but he
just
said
going to
it's-
underscore. You said
it's-
we're in restrictive territory.
Okay.
And
Let's see
that,
if she got it. Oh,
and that we can skip this meeting, as we said today, and before you see the jobs data
That's it.
on
That's
Friday.
my own view, right?
Right.
This is
That's your
my
personal view.
But
And
what's
of
your
course,
opinion
the
on
CPI data
jobs?
comes in on the 13th. So, as
Right.
you
You said
all
it
are
3
sitting
times.
down at your meeting, so I'm sure that'll
Right.
make for an active discussion.
But I
So,
also think, by the way, we shouldn't be reacting, meeting by meeting, measurement by measurement. That's not good policy either. And so I think we need to look through a lot of that. And again, there are these other forces.
I want to
that
see
are
what he says
happening
on the jobs,
that are
but he kind of gave you a
with
little
the
insight into
revision
tomorrow's
on,
non-farms.
the wages and so forth.
Because
But
he's saying
get me
as
to
long
think
as
that
there's no
it's time to just
surprise.
at least hit
So if the jobs
the
report is
stop
really
button for
good,
one meeting and see how it goes.
I don't. Maybe
Terrific.
does that change his
And
mind to not skip?
markets have
And then if it's bad,
consistently
he's
seen the
down to
Fed sort
skip.
of going from raising rates to
Or if it just comes in
almost
slightly better,
immediately
that's
cutting them.
what was expected.
And perhaps that aligns with the widespread view that a recession is going to happen this quarter and just keeps pushing out. And by the way, that's not my view. But how would you think about what would be the conditions that would enable the Fed? Let's assume you get to a point where you pause and you go a few meetings without, or I don't know. I don't want to put a timeline. You get to the point where you're no longer raising rates. What would be the conditions that would be starting to take down rates? And what might be the pace of doing so?
Well, I think if first on the employment side, if we saw significant deterioration in the labor markets, which I am not forecasting right now. I mean, I think when we say 4.4% unemployment, yeah, that's an increase of 100 basis points, but that's basically back to where our long run rate is.
So he thinks jobs will be good.
So it's not as though that is out of the ballpark of normal. That's normal. So I think if we saw but significant deterioration in the labor markets, an acceleration of that, I would worry. On the flip side, if we suddenly saw inflation coming down pretty significantly,
interesting,
that would be a good thing, right? And labor markets remain strong, we could start to ease off in terms of policy. But again, that's not my forecast either. I think we're going to have to be up at this restrictive level for a while, at least through this year, before I think we're going to be cutting rates. But we'll see. We'll see how this goes.
Okay, terrific.
So he doesn't think jobs will get
growth
too good, but he
for
doesn't.
This year, and
he'd
are
be worried
you
if
in
it deteriorates.
substantial chance of a soft landing camp, or do you see recession ahead?
Soft landing.
And
no landing.
Yeah, it's weak, under 1%, but I'm not in the recession camp right now. But if we have one, it's going to be mild. I can't imagine the conditions are such that we'd have a deep recession at this point, barring some, again, black swan that hits us.
And some would say that given the lags in monetary policy, that maybe the odds for this year have gone down, of a recession for this year, but maybe we pushed it into next year. Do you think we can have a path to a full soft landing, not just through the end of 2023? And how wide or narrow is that path?
Well, I think we do have a path to that, and I think it's reasonably wide, but that depends also on our policy stance. This is why, again, I'm advocating not continuing to increase, but sit for a while.
Okay. I love your optimism, and partly because it matches my own views, but also because I feel like there's just so much doom and gloom out there. So NABE does an economic outlook survey, which we fielded in early May. And in early May, 62% of respondents said that the banking turmoil was, quote, contained but ongoing. And by the way, that was the way the question was written. It was multiple choice. So what do you think?
That's what we're hearing from our contacts. So it's not necessarily what I think. It's what I'm hearing from my contacts is early on, everybody reacted the way you would imagine people react. They started to pull in the reins, right? And just think about where everything's going. What we're hearing from our banking contacts right now is they're taking care of their existing customers, and they're starting now to take on some new customers as well. So, that's where I think there's going to be some credit tightening, but I'm not seeing it as a credit crunch, significant pullback on credit at this point. But it's going to it will have an economic impact. I don't think it's going to be large, but it will be reducing some financial conditions in the next several months.
Great. And you touched on the Workers' Voices Project, which I know is one that you care about greatly. And for our audience, this involves focus groups with nearly 200 workers without bachelor's degrees to learn more about their labor market experience. So tell us what you think this means about the job market, its tightness, and other conditions for workers.
Yeah, so there was a disconnect, I think, we have between employers and workers that needs to be closed. And this is what we found out with the Worker Voices Project. It's very consistent with, if you talk to management scholars, human resource scholars, they'll tell you, like, one of the main reasons people leave a job is their manager, their direct manager, right? In that if they're not treated with dignity, they leave. I was talking, actually, I met with a group of these workers after the report was finished, but before we finally published it, to just bounce off of them what the findings were. And all of them resonated with them. And I heard a couple of stories. One story of a woman who was here in Philly. She has 2 children, single mom, and she wouldn't know her schedule, except a day or 2 in advance. She said, how can I raise my kids? I need more respect about what my life is like, and other people. I heard a similar story of a young man who, had to leave
Fed
the
Bullard
military
comments?
because he had some
Fed
health
Bullard
issues.
says
He
monetary
went to work for a
policy in
place,
better
and the
shape
health issues
after
got
rate
worse. In this
hikes.
particular case, it
He
was
posted an essay online.
seizures. But his boss kept
Judging
saying, "You
level
need
of
to keep driving
restrictive is
the truck
FOMC
and keep
task.
doing this." And he's
Prospect
saying,
for
"But
more
I have seizures.
disinflation,
You don't
good,
understand."
not
And
guaranteed.
it was this complete lack of understanding, and it amazes me in some ways in a tight labor market that the managers don't understand that these are the things that matter, not just a few extra bucks.
Right.
But these are the things that matter to people. They're leading very complex lives where work is a part of that, but it's not all of it. They're taking care of their parents. They're taking care of children. They're doing other things. They're having to drive 2 hours to work and back, and given the price of gasoline, that's this sense of dignity. That's the word that resonated with me, is one that I think we just really need to think about, as a society. It's way outside of monetary policy. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
But it is. And by the way, this isn't going away once we, you think about where we were before the pandemic. We had tight labor markets then. We had low on inflation then. We had structural issues in the economy. We, the boomers, are retiring. We're not coming back, et cetera, et cetera. That just all accelerated through the pandemic. These structural problems still need to be addressed if we're going to have the workforce we need for this country.
And so I'm going to ask you one more question before turning to the audience questions, which have been rolling in. So when
We
you
still
talk
got
about
audience
lower
questions?
income workers, that's where real-time payment
maybe.
perhaps is most critical. Like, when does your payroll hit your account, and how fast can you then turn it around to your landlord to make rent? And that probably also speaks about timing of payroll.
Right.
One of crypto's attractions is instantaneous payments without a fee. Do you see, with this crypto winter that you've talked about, do you see a path to instant and zero fee payments in dollars without cryptocurrencies, or do we need the next generation of that?
That's a good question. So first, one of the other things I learned from the workers is they want to be called workers in low-wage occupations, not low-wage workers. And I'm trying to remember that. It's something I'm trying to internalize myself, because they're saying, I have career aspirations. I want to do more than what I'm doing now.
The
right?
Fed,
And
they
so
getting progressive.
I'm not. Don't define me as a low-wage person. I'm just happy to be in a low-wage job. Now, that really stuck with me, and I'm trying to preach that, and I'm trying to live it myself. So don't get me wrong, because I'm so used to calling it the other. In terms of real-time payments, of course, we have FedNow coming on this summer. We'll start our real-time gross settlement system. So we will start to create some real-time rails. The crypto issue's interesting. We at the Philly Fed have the Consumer Finance Institute, which is really everything consumer. We do research on a whole host of things, including higher ed, very active research program in higher ed and student lending, et cetera. You want to know something about autos, we are the auto expert, because we actually run the stress test, the CCAR models on the consumer portfolios out of Philly. Okay. So we have a deep bench that we built. And during the pandemic, we conducted surveys of consumers just to see where they were. Sort of not just annual or semi-annual, but we wanted to do it on a more regular basis. And it was interesting. We did 2 waves. Well, we've done many, but there are 2 waves in particular of the survey. One that hit just before the crypto winter, and one that hit just after the crypto winter. And what was striking about that, there were 2 things that struck me in these surveys. One, the demand didn't fall off that much. It was surprising. I was expecting it just to fall off a cliff, right? Didn't happen. Second, though, is who's the main user of this, at least in these retail surveys? Remember, these are retail consumers, right? Were people, non-whites, BIPOC populations, which, I'm starting to put into my head thinking about this. You combine that with what we learned out of the pandemic of small minority-owned small businesses being shut out of PPP loans because they didn't have an existing banking relationship. What this is starting to paint is a picture that's troubling to me, very troubling to me, that there are communities out there, our neighbors, our American citizens, who don't trust institutions. And so they'd rather use something else than use existing institutions. And that's a concern to me. And so, and we see this, and there's other generations of this with check cashing operations and so forth that have appeared throughout history. people who don't trust the bank. And there's good reason they don't trust the bank, right? There's a history there. So we need to address that. There's a deeper fundamental issue I think we need to address to try to get people in. There's good things that happen when people get into the banking system. But the banking system, all of us need to do our part to bring them into the system.
Those are wonderful points. So I'm going to start turning to audience questions.
Sure.
And the first one I want to ask you is, will or to what extent will banks pulling back in the extent of credit they're extending do the work for the Fed in terms of raising rates? And how do you see that trade-off?
So it'll have an impact. We just don't know. The numbers, I've seen a lot of estimates on what that means in terms of Fed fund equivalents. Hard to know. I mean, this is one that's just hard to know. My own sense, it's just own intuition. Let me be clear. It's not any numbers I've run. Is it'll have an effect, but it's going to be modest. I mean, probably, I don't know, you can pick a number out of the hat, 25 basis point, maybe, but it's a big maybe. We don't know for sure, but it will have some effect. There's no question.
All right. So thank you. So we have a question about money supply and money supply growth rates. And I think that was sort of an off the table metric, but of course we had a surge in M2 during the pandemic. We've had the subsequent inflation, you could say, fit the old school analysis. So how do you and Fed policymakers consider monetary aggregates in your decision making?
Yeah, that is a really good question too. So it's not just the Fed. Let's sort of broaden it out to the economics profession broadly. I mean, with neo-Keynesianism and our new approach to monetary policy, they really have fallen out of favor, those tracking those monetary aggregates. My own sense, personally, is we should pay attention to them for sure. It's not going to drive our decision. No one thing should drive our decision.
PNC
But yeah,
CEO,
what we're seeing now, the good news is
Bernstein right
we're
now.
starting to see that all reverse, what you described.
Keep
Right,
them
we're
on
starting
watch.
to see those numbers come down pretty substantially. So, but I don't. This is I'm going to speak as the engineer, right? So, I mean, there's laws of nature, and then there's laws of economics. They're always not the same, right? I can go test the law of gravity right now, right? I'm dropping something on my foot. It's harder to test those laws of economics. So economics is harder in terms of a science. So I think given that uncertainty about what we really know, and there's been a lot of debate about this within the profession, I think we need to take all these things into account. Not necessarily weigh them equally. Everybody will weigh them differently. But I don't want to ignore monetary aggregates. But I don't think it should be the only thing we look at either.
Yeah. Great, thank you. So we have a lot of questions that pick up on your discussion of worker conditions.
So again, the banks have all gave pretty negative guidance at these conferences. So keep
managers treat workers, but about how consumers treat service workers and bad behavior by consumers and how that is showing up in the Workers' Voices project.
PNC, they say Fed deposits are trending in line with Fed industry data.
Are there policy tools?
Loan growth below trend of Fed industry data.
The conditions for service workers.
Yeah, we didn't ask that question, I don't believe, directly, but I'd have to go back and look at the report. I'm sure it came up because, frontline workers generally, whether it's workers in low-wage occupations or nurses, right? They've all fled. They were beaten up so badly during the pandemic. I mean, in some cases, their lives being threatened. People whose lives never have been threatened. My sister's a librarian. She was a county librarian. She's retired now. There are librarians now being threatened across this country.
Have you guys heard about this?
I don't know. Maybe I've never met the radical librarian in my life because I think of my sister, right? But
I've never.
I mean, the fact that
there's a crime epidemic against librarians.
Doing a job for the community.
Yeah, again, PNC,
right? Serving
the
community
conference
in the library.
He's
are
talking
being
deposits,
threatened.
loans.
So they're quitting.
All the other banks were talking
You know,
about
you're starting
trading
to see
revenue.
people just walk away
Remember
from
Goldman
these
and
jobs.
Morgan
Whether,
Stanley.
again, nurses, librarians, first responders, people working as baristas. They're just tired of being. You can understand it. It's just human nature to understand that. Man, this is it. My life is being threatened in doing this job for relatively low wages. Why? So I think some of it, I don't think there's a policy issue. I think it's managers having to step in and back their employees. The customer isn't always right. I mean, I think we have to recognize that. Sometimes a belligerent customer, particularly a customer who's threatening someone, really threatening someone, is a danger and has to go. I mean, I know
Southwest
some
pilot
companies throughout,
shortfall to
I
be
used
resolved by year end.
do a lot of
CEO
research in this when I was back at Wharton.
So Southwest
You know,
is
in service
commenting at
companies. I used to
Bernstein
run a
now
center on
too.
the study of service industries.
Keep them on watch.
So we had a pretty good sense.
They had
of,
good guidance in the morning, but they dropped.
who was successful and not successful in this space. The companies that were successful,
PNC
generated
CEO says
tremendous
going longer on
employee
rates
loyalty,
could put a
were
bank
the
at
ones where
risk.
managers are trained to step in at some point and say, "I'm sorry, you as a customer." They use other language, but you're fired. You can't be here anymore. That's what it takes.
And I think you also pointed to that there are two kinds of workers in low-paying jobs. There are those who were in the classic frontline service job, the barista. And then there are those who are highly skilled jobs that they think are meaningful, but our society doesn't compensate highly, like nurses and librarians and teachers.
Teachers, nurses, childcare workers, workers in adult facilities, adult care facilities. We can go down the list of people who felt underappreciated. And yeah, it was nice that people were clapping for them and so forth, but at the same time, they want better working conditions and they want to be protected.
And then again, Love, and then PNC.
And that's interesting because it is my perception. I don't know to what extent this is from the classic macro data, but that wages
have been going down since
most
bonds have been catching a bid.
For those jobs.
Yeah.
In this time, because that is where the labor market tightness has been. And that goes to another audience question, which is, can the Fed help? It's an interesting question, but I'm going to throw it out there. Can the Fed help raise wages and improve job security, especially with the sort of gig economy?
I think.
Do you say that's fucked up?
The one thing that you have to recognize, I remind myself of every day when I walk into this building, is the Fed has very limited tools and a very clear and precise mandate. That's not what the Fed can do. That's not what monetary policy can do. That's not what an interest rate can do. That's really in the hands, and you can even say, well, that's in the hands of Congress or your state legislature or your local, borough hall. But at the end of the day, it's up to all of us.
Sorry, you said that's fucked up.
How we treat people and, and how we call people out when
Octa's on the
we
high.
see them misbehaving and just treating somebody
$5 off the bottom.
Inhumanely.
Right. And what do these tough working conditions imply? Do they mean we'll see lower labor force participation? Do you have views on what that means about the willingness of the older workers being willing to keep working past 62 or 65 or 67?
All the above. I think what we've seen is a lot of boomers, my generation, we've accelerated our retirement, right? And the generation coming behind us, and this is the demographics that's playing out in this country, is not taking up the slack in terms of we're the largest generation to go into retirement in history. So it's going to take some time. There's also another area that I dare to venture into, but I'm going to triple down on my
for
disclaimer.
Like 20 minutes since that first drop in the bond.
Triple down on the view that the Fed has nothing to do with this.
There's
but it's just a
Tessie.
basic economic fact. I mean, we need more people, right? That's the part of the answer is we need more people. We either get people off the sidelines, and that's why we're talking about the Worker Voices Project and the work we do here in the Philly Fed on opportunity occupations, really understanding these jobs where you don't need a college degree that pay above median wages, that can give you a life family sustaining wage. So we've done a lot of work there. But there also needs to be a sensible immigration policy to bring the people we need in the country in. That is not in my wheelhouse. To be very clear on that. But I think we just have to recognize that there are only two solutions to get more people into the labor force: more people off the sideline or more people in the country. That's it. There's really nothing else.
Take a while, if you can even lift them.
Yeah.
So another question is about the impact of friendshoring on inflation. Now, friendshoring is a gradual process in terms of moving supply chains out of, either out of China or just out of longer distances, either to what I'd call nearshoring, so North
comments
America,
are getting reiterated,
or to
slower
countries that we have stronger alliances with.
Well, I think about it this way. I mean, if I used to be in the department at Wharton, we did supply chain stuff. That was one of our calls to fame, I guess. And
even the videos near the high.
So, the supply chains were optimized for a certain set of risk profiles, right? Companies individually, the private sector optimized supply chain after supply chain that was best for them, given their perceived risk in that supply chain. Well, I think what's happened is the risk profiles have changed. And so companies are re-optimizing their supply chains. That's natural. I mean, it happens all the time. It's just accelerated this pace right now, particularly as you say with China. But this phenomenon is not new. I mean, it's been happening throughout history, right? So
Carvana's still going.
How's that going to play out?
Well,
I think some of it depends on, for example, now it looks like we're going to start talking with the Chinese again. We're going to start trying to cool
Expedia again, travel
the
plans, I think even Airbnb.
So we'll see how that plays out.
Things are near the highs, but now the spy's starting to move. Again, we didn't do anything for the last 20 minutes.
How they're going to assess those
risks.
This
was all pause comments.
And
this was him talking about jobs. That was like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, there's going to be some friendshoring. I mean, Mexico, Vietnam, etc. But again, these risks move around the world all the time. So, we'll see how this plays out. But I don't think the idea that it's all going to reshore, I'm not in that camp. There'll be some reshoring, but I just don't see a lot of that happening for certain components of the supply chain. There are other components of the supply chain, take semiconductors, where I think we have assessed the risks there in terms of national security, and we're taking action in response to that. But semiconductors are the exception, not the rule, when it comes to all the goods and services we consume in American society.
So as the economist and the engineer, we're going through this major economic transition with the energy transition, or Caitlin called it the energy revolution, which might be my new phrase for it. And lots of new. How do you see that impacting the economy, whether inflation or productivity?
So in inflation, I think it's going to take time, right? You think about an industry as large as energy. This is not a ship you can turn overnight. It's going to take decades, right? And we know that. I mean, it's just practically to build the capacity, to build the technology, to bring the technology up on the S-curve, to deliver what we need is going to take some time. But it is going to happen. It's, I think, inevitable.
Qualcomm,
including
NVIDIA.
Things like nuclear energy. I mean, Bill Gates just launched his test platform of his new assault reactor.
Only thing red is Staples 0.11, and then utilities down 1%.
Wyoming,
Again, those are what people bought yesterday when we
sold off. So these new
off.
technologies are going to start
you're
coming
back
online.
up 1.2.
But again, they're going to take
on the
some
NASDAQ,
time.
1% almost on the
so
SPY.
How that impacts inflation? We're not out of fossil
422.22. That's the high. You're 2 points off that.
Use them as part of this transition.
And then 10 points to the 5 points to the next level, and then 10 after that.
And start isn't going to work. I mean, there's not enough capacity right now to meet that need. I'm actually bullish on the energy future of the country, because I think our creativity and around these technologies is excellent.
Target's going.
We're finding new things all the
2.7 down
on new battery technology, on new solar technology, on new nuclear technology, et cetera. But we just need to unleash the creativity of our engineers and scientists around the country to really address this. And I think that we're in the process of doing that.
So first of all, I think this is a lovely optimistic note to close on. And
Yes.
I also really want to thank you for your not just your time and to talk to the NABE audience, but your frankness and direct. You've taken on a wide range of questions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Caitlin to say a few closing words, and we'll give people the chance to have a couple-minute break before their next appointment.
Great to be with you.
Thank you. On behalf of NABE, I'd like to thank President
man.
Harker for joining us today and
We have the
Elaine
end of
for
church
moderating.
announcements.
Before we disconnect, as a reminder, video recordings of past webinars are available in the newsfeed on the NABE Connect app, which can be downloaded in the App Store.
Thank you. Honestly, very interesting. So he started it off. It was a little bit more watered down than the last time. He was like avoiding the skip, but then he got fully into it. I mean, the market was reacting a little bit. I think it wasn't like yesterday's reaction. We were already near the highs. Again, as he's ending, we're starting to move up here. And I was just saying earlier, he was saying something about jobs. He was saying about his expectation. And again, this is where it was like right around here. He was just hammering home this idea of skipping, but he was talking about things playing out how he expected. He's saying jobs won't go up too much, but they're not going to go down. If jobs go down too much, that would be an upset for him. But for the most part, I mean, it was just more of his evidence for everything else. Microsoft inks deal for AI computing with CoreWeave. Who's CoreWeave? If don't tell me that's why Ulta is on the high. But bump. That could be worth billions. Computing power with startup CoreWeave. It's a startup. There's probably some sympathies. Maybe watch some of those quantum computing ones, or again, NVIDIA is popping off of that. Where are the other chip makers? Anybody else? Intel? No, Intel CoreWeave. NVIDIA owns them. Oh, apparently it could be worth billions. So priced in. Microsoft got to pop on there. I mean, everything, again, you're already making that move up in there. But, again, Fed futures didn't move. That Harker was interesting. He sounded pretty nice. Like I'm saying, Bob Barker, man, he was smooth. He was very, very smooth. So he was saying a lot. But it was pretty much what he said yesterday. Started off slow, picked up back into it. I mean, it gives you a little bit of kind of guidance on the jobs tomorrow. I mean, based on what I heard, my opinion, based on Harker, he doesn't think that jobs are going to come in too hot or too cold tomorrow. So we'll watch out for that. But it leads into Powell. The Fed futures are still pricing in now the pause. And that skip was a good reason why you were going up yesterday, even leading into today. And then again, factor that into your good data. And then now we just got some AI Microsoft. I mean, Tesla's even going up, but very interesting. It's about to be 11. Still 2 hours remaining. So good morning, afternoon. And then, Meta 52-week high. I mean, we're about to hit a new high. 4.2, you're literally like half a point above it or below it. And then 4.225, that's like the other level. And then the high of Tuesday or Monday. The 4.231. And NVIDIA, again, apparently Microsoft owns CoreWeave. With NVIDIA back CoreWeave, that could be worth billions. What are plays? I was looking at Broadcom. I was thinking about double dipping. But then I was like, maybe just go to next week. But then those are still, there's nothing cheaper than $100 on there. So I think Broadcom still an earnings gamble. And that's it. I liked Okta, but then Okta already started bouncing. We flipped out of Microsoft. I have a MES short. I'm down like $60 on it, I think. No, $48, $50. But then we made the other 70 on the other side. Yeah, that's it. The Intel came down from yesterday. We're up on it a little bit, but it's not $1 per share. And then SPY, again, you're about to hit a new high right now. Target's climbing. No, I sold the Microsoft. I got $2 a share. I got $2.20. I think I left like 50 cents, $1 on the table, but not bad. 4221. It's not a high yet. You might have hit it. You're about to. Meta 273 again. And then NVIDIA, they just got that Microsoft news. They invested $100 million in CoreWeave, which in April was valued at $2 billion. So are people getting hyped on that? I don't know if this was even mentioned in the earnings or part of it either. I think that's the tricky part, but it's news. And again, they've been moving. Norfolk Southern derailment May 10th in Pennsylvania. What? Was this a separate one? I think they just didn't do it. Oh, no, investigation details. No, I think it's a separate one. They just didn't talk about it. But maybe they put it out now. I don't know. That just came across. I don't even know where NSC's at. SPY's going 422 now. I believe that is a new high. 423.20. And give it 2 more points, and then that's it. 431 or 42.31. 4-2-3-1. Let's go. Yeah, target's going. NSC's moving a little bit. They're still $20 lower since that first short. I think that's crazy. Nvidia now $399. About to enter the 1 trillion club again. Again, I think that's at like 400 or like 404. But Nvidia is moving up. AMD's up 1.7. I don't think Chips Index is up 2 right now. But not everybody's playing along. And then TSM, they're up, but the other China names are doing better. That's still a big part of today, too. Microsoft now hitting a new high. And then 422, you're sold off. It's moving slower into this. And then almost 11. NSC estimates 6.1 million in damages from a May derailment in Pennsylvania. That's not the Ohio one. It's not really moving. Pure Storage, 52-week high, and then Meta. Yeah, Home Depot did good. Again, where's discretionaries? They came up 1.47, and then Staples are about to go green. I mean, the Dow's green. Dow was down 0.5% in the morning. I mean, the high-low ticker is just get the 31 second or 1 minute, 30 second, 5 minute is just all up. There's a couple names that have already been going lower that are still lower, like even Lucid's hitting the low. What else was down in the morning? I think Nordstrom's, they came back. Macy's, Love. I don't know. Broadcom, I think if something did happen, I think this double dip is way worth it because it's cheaper. But the problem is it's still expensive. So even if you want to buy the shares, you got to be ready to move $80 a share. If you want to buy the weekly option for less than $100 and limit exposure, you still only have 1 day of time. So even then, the likelihood is still against you. And then because when we bought it on the first one, we had, hopefully today, if it had the pre-run up, we could have got some juice if the AI hype was still there. So now the next week's, those would be the ones I'd be eyeing, but now there's nothing cheaper than 100. So you could get a good debit spread for cheaper than $100, which I think I could get behind, but it just really depends on the risk exposure and tolerance you have coming into it. But they're way cheaper than earlier on the weekly. The next weeks are still a little down. No, they're down a good amount too. So, but I think it's worth it if you're willing to risk that much, but I'm trying to limit exposure on it. Like I'm saying, a debit spread. Yeah, you can do a 110 to a 110.40 for like 100. That's still $100 though. But that's a little closer. The AI hype moved too fast. It's peaking. Well, it's just going to take a long time. I mean, I think it's going to come in waves. I think it's going to be dependent on earnings. And, I mean, we've been hearing these talks. People have even been mentioning AI and the internet, or every time people talk about, like, AI being the future, they're like, well, that's like saying the internet. Like when everybody would say that about the internet. But, I mean, the internet took a long time to develop. You know, even like Microsoft and Apple, they took they've been around for a long time, but so I think things will move a lot faster, but at the end of the day, it's still like, you know, things take time to develop, and that's where I think the AI play really is. I mean, it's definitely piquing interest, but I think in waves and over time, we're going to really find out what's up. There's a long, long time. NFTs were the future. I know that's the weird part, because NFTs did not have the same utility. S&P hitting another high right now. Again, Meta, Macy's has recovered. Again, that's a wild consumer recovery on that part. Again, they were down like 10%. But even like NFTs, yeah, like Web3 and DeFi. I mean, think about what happened, though. You had like Sam Bankman. So wait till there's like a AI Sam Bankman. But again, like DeFi and all that got hurt by all the frauds and scams too. But like, again, that was supposed to be the future. And it's still kind of, I mean, crypto, and they still have their opportunity. It's just not like, I think NFTs is kind of comparable in the sense of it has the mania, it has the hype. NFTs didn't really have any utility value, and AI does, depending on what you're using it for. But now you could even argue, I mean, this is what some people have been saying, you know, like even the Palantir guy, you know, some AIs are even like it's not just to write. Some people boil it down to just writing poetry and answering, you know, tech support questions, but it just depends. So I think there's more utility in AI than NFTs, but we will see, man. It's going to take many time, the year, month, week, days, you know, very, very much. Lula says cabinet change is not on his mind. Square's going. Even PayPal. You get 64. I get excited. If not, you're a scammer, Habibi. That is true. Honestly, I haven't seen Kim Kardashian and Morgan Freeman. What's his name? I'm laughing because I just said Morgan Freeman out loud, but I was thinking of Floyd Mayweather. So I don't know how I just confused the two. Maybe they're both greats in their own respect. I don't know why I just confused Floyd Mayweather with Morgan. I said Morgan Freeman, but anyways, yeah, you don't see them promoting AI. So yeah, Morgan Mayweather. I don't know, man. I don't know. That's what I thought of. But you don't see them promoting AI. Like, you don't see them on Instagram. Like, yo, man, check out my chat GPT. Talk to Floyd Mayweather. It can talk back to you, but it can't read to you. Sign up today just for a limited time. I'm glad to be a part of it. Floyd Mayweather AI GPT Max. You know, you don't see that. So I guess that's the difference when it comes to the mania. You just have the CEO of NVIDIA like, whoa, we're about to make a fuck ton of money. And then fucking what did Palantir? Like, listen, man, it's a weapon. It's a weapon. I don't want to sell weapons, but listen, I'll sell it to whoever's going to pay for it. You going to pay me to watch it. I'll sell it. I'll sell it if you want to buy it. But it's a weapon. It's safety. We safer. Higher. We better. I've been telling them this. Like, okay, but somebody. So I don't know. But we'll find out. It's an interesting world we live in. Welcome to 2023. I hope you're having fun. Welcome. I hope you liked the video too. Amen. Argentina corn production came in at estimates. You make me laugh. Hey man, it's just the real world. It's not even like, it's just what's happening. It's giving you. It's a different take on the daily updates. And again, I mean, this is what we're living in. That's it. I mean, let me just tell you now. I guess I love it. I love it. You got to think about it. There's only a couple things that are going to happen. I mean, 5-10 years from now, you are either going to look back at this AI thing, and you are going to look back at it how you are looking at NFTs in the metaverse right now, and maybe other things, maybe like even 3D printing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. That's the thing. Maybe some of you who are seeing, I think that would be the best thing I could compare AI to if it ends up being a dud. It'll be like 3D printing. Yeah, if you know, you know. If I feel like, I don't know, maybe I'm too old. I've seen other bubbles, even like the weed bubble. But 5-10 years from now, you're either going to look back and it's going to be something like that, or it's going to be like, damn, I just missed out on an Amazon-esque cloud upgrade type beat. I think that's the simple way to put it. But yeah, I think 3D printing is, do you guys remember the 3D printing bubble? I mean, maybe I'll make you a video on it we could talk about it now. But do you guys not remember that? Like, say, like back in like 2014, even like throughout like 2016, even, dude, 3D printing was. I don't know if people spent that much money on it. Like, again, I think maybe people just have more money today, and we're still going up, or at least Tesla is, Microsoft, Nvidia. But it's like 3D printing was like, people were hyped on that, and like the stocks went crazy. I mean, there was 3D printing stocks going up. I will tell you this though. I don't think 3D printing was mentioned on corporate earnings as much. So I think even NFTs and metaverse was mentioned more by executives on earnings calls. I think that was mentioned more than 3D printing at the time. But 3D printing did have the stocks would go crazy, and people did think, they were like, oh, dude, you're going to 3D print houses, you're going to 3D print fucking hammers and nails and everything you could think of. They were like, 3D printing is going to do like that. It was world changing to it for a little bit, but it really didn't last that long. And then it kind of, it exists today. It's used. It's not like, it's not like it's died. It's actually still developing, but that's it. Yeah, AI's tech. It's scalable. Very good. Very, very good points. Again, and even then, like I'm saying, I just don't think at the time, I don't think 3D printing, like, it wasn't mentioned as much. Like, there was hype behind it, but like, you didn't have people on conference calls saying like, oh, well, yeah, AI, either we're looking at it, we're adopting it, we're investing in it, we're facilitating it, or we're a customer of it, it wasn't mentioned as widely as it is. But then again, the social world and other things were very, very different then too. I mean, neither was cloud back at that time, neither. PNC CEO says private credit will have a fun time on office loans. Oh, okay. Do you mean that positively, sir? A fun time? SPY massive pop. It's at 422.05, but it is starting to break out to another high right now. You're half a point now below the level. You just hit a new high of the day. Editas on the high. Illumina. Where's healthcare? Healthcare is like the second. I mean, actually, real estate's up 1/4. Healthcare's up 0.5%, and then everything else is up 1% right now. Again, even energy is up 2.3 right now. Tesla, I mean, if it holds this 209, is great. So it's good. Again, it's that even that covered call is, you guys got to see it here from the morning, but I'm down $20 on the covered call, but now we have 400 on the day on the shares. So we got $4 a share almost, or extra like $200. Then this moved down 20. So I'm liking the covered call idea for now. But like I'm saying, 210 is going to be the real test. And then, I mean, it kind of tweaked out at 200, so it just moves quick. Oracle's on the high. Isn't Tesla AI? I thought so, but it doesn't get the same AI treatment, I feel like. And I guess, and it's because, again, there's so many types of AIs. Like, your Tesla can't write poetry. Like, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, it's different. It's like AI for transportation. Which again, I would even argue is crazier if you think about it. I'm still waiting on that mother effer. You know that, Elon? I got a crazy Elon real estate play. You know that? It's not even Elon. But I've said it before. It's tinfoil. It's not even tinfoil. This is just like, yeah, you guys remember Olivier? You sit down with Olivier, you start thinking like this. You know that. I talked to him the other day too. I might get you an interview with Olivier. We might, for some of you who remember Olivier, we might need I told him we need to get him on a video. I've been talking to him a lot lately. I was like, you need to get on here, but he has his future. He's a futurist. You guys, and if you remember that, I don't know if you remember that video. That video was like 2018, 2019, bro. He was talking supply chains, bro, to you. I don't know if y'all remember, but my how many likes? 1,500 likes. Y'all cheap today. Is that today it will happen? What's up with it? I thought there's job opening. The video's at a high. Tesla's at a high, and y'all cheap on the likes. Oh, okay, maybe is it core like is it producer like inflation? Is it the ISM likes? Is that came in? That's in a contraction. I'm saving it. Well, this could be a good time to use it. This could be a good time to use it. I don't want to influence you though, Make your own decision, not a recommendation to what to do with your like, but hey, Tesla's going 208. Let's see, maybe it hits 209, 210. We do this today, Ease questions, concerns much faster. Mulan squeeze again. SPY. That's it. You're above 4225. That's it. One more level is your previous high. That was Tuesday. That was 2 days ago. And yeah, we still have 2 hours too. Maybe we should have held that long. Again, I'm down $70, so I gave up most of the profit now on the long side by switching to the short. Should not have switched to Geico. Could have saved 10% or more. Senate votes to repeal Biden's student loan forgiveness plan. White House warns Biden will veto. I mean, even Snapchat's up. Nvidia's about to hit 400. And then again, Meta was earlier just ripping on the highs. And I think Google's the one who hasn't moved. Google's just been chilling. Then again, Tesla's still 208.27. Oh, where's CRM in the middle of this? Kind of didn't do much. All right. So here's your real estate tin. I've always had the real estate of the play on transportation. Pretty much as transportation advances and gets better in maybe sometime in the future, you're able to travel much larger distances in 20 minutes. That is what's going to change all real estate values, as now it becomes easier to get places. And depending on that, it will change accessibility. And I think that is either going to be very bullish and very bearish for some areas and parts of the world, but especially in the United States and then in big cities. Not like a mobile home, but like just movement in general. If we're able as a society to move places and distances faster, how you view at real estate, it will change forever. So like teleportation. You're like, what? I did not know. No, I'm saying like bullet trains and who knows? I don't know. There's something we don't even know yet. Maybe it's let AI figure it out for you. I don't know. But we'll see. Yeah, because it's different because America's big. It's not like Europe and other places and Japan and other stuff. China has their own way to do it, but who knows? I'm just talking. Again, I'm just saying that's it. As a society, if somehow we transport ourselves quicker, that's it. If we get an upgrade on our speed ratings somehow, then there's just something to think about. It's future. I told you, this is futurist talk. Okay? This is very, very future. I'm not talking future. That's it. So take it as you and then don't get mad at me. You want to talk about AI. Man, come on. The metaverse, I'm going to slap you. I don't think the metaverse is the answer to that. Tesla's still going. I'll take it. Microsoft's still moving. I mean, honestly, we could have squeezed out a couple more dollars out of that. So once Treasury starts selling bills, we'll see. It was interesting. Harker said something about it, and I really like that, but he didn't really give an opinion. But they said that is one of the uncertainties. The Treasury said, I think, on Monday by 10 a.m., we're going to get an update on the refunding. But what's the date? June 8th, I think. June 8th or June 10th. They said I think June 8th, they said they're going to do the refunding. NVIDIA started chilling out a little bit. Again, SPY just, you hit the other level, 42.25. The next level is the previous high, but we're kind of chilling out. But still, the momentum, the 30-second, 1 minute, 5 minute is gassing. The China plays now. Again, even Baidu, Baba, even Macy's. Bro, Macy's, that's like a 13% turnaround. Nordstrom's is back up to 7. But those are still pretty big. And then Staples, those are the Staples go green. Only thing red will be utilities on the day. And then there it is. Tesla, calm down at 208. DXCM. Yeah, Google's been the lagger, but then remember, Google went just crazy after all of that AI stuff. So they went up 20% or just under that. So they're lagging because they led into the most of this. Roblo's been an interesting one. He's been working his way up. And then First Solar, again, Enphase, and a lot of clean energy plays on the high today. Marvel, too, they're going up there. Qualcomm was running earlier. Broadcom to 1,000. I mean, anything is possible. Bill, nah, we're chilling. I'm very excited about Bill. So Bill already reset. So that's the beauty, because now if you want to buy Bill, this is where you should buy Bill after the reset. Ironic, you'll get the dividend too if you even buy now. That's the funny part. So I think the ex-dividend is June 4th. So you could buy Bill now on the reset, still get the dividend, and then that's it. Again, none of this is a recommendation. And remember, it's just the ghetto savings account, or you could use an Apple savings account or anything of that nature. But it's beginning of the month now, so we're going to get guaranteed dividend now on next month. So nothing to worry about. And then that's it. It's going to repeat like this every other month here. It'll probably go a little higher. And that's it. Oh, ex-dividends today? Oh, then is it really? I thought ex-dividend was on the 4th. Oh, no shit. Ex-dividend is today. Yeah. Why does it yield 3? I think it yields more than that. So I think right now it's yielding 4%. And anything you're getting a little less on, whatever you're getting less than any other alternative, the benefit is in the, what's it called? The benefit is in the liquidity. And actually, I think I'm just going to buy a bond now that I think about it. Now that we know that, we should get back into buying the bonds. It was very fun activity, Habibi. You remember we look to the bond market, we buy the treasury bond, the issue. You remember this one? You remember, huh? You remember the bond. Bond, very good. Where is it? Trade a bond in the CDs. I feel so old. I feel like a boomer. You know, CRM, again, he wasn't moving at all. He was doing the post-earnings recovery trap. See if that breaks out. What is this? Is this the whole page? So yeah, U.S. Treasury. I don't know. It might. The thing is, we could buy bonds now. I'll see what's available. But if after the refunding, the rates might be a little higher. Treasury auctions, no. So there's nothing available until next announcement, 5/30th. So we have to wait. You could buy other bonds. Again, you get treasuries. See, these mature in June. But yield London is 2024. Some very, very high. September yielding 5. How many months is that? That's 3. That's a 3-month. We'll see. I like the new issue. Tesla again. And then RNG. Dude, so Tesla 208.50. You think Lyft will get bought? They said they don't want to, but they've said it's not out of the question. But I mean, they're pretty attractive, I think, valuation wise. Like Lyft is in the bargain bin. I liked it at $8. If it was gonna go like a little lower from there, I could even throw 100 shares at it. I mean, even at this price too. But that's kind of where it was last time. So I don't know if they'll do it or not, but I definitely think it's in the card. Redfin, I wouldn't buy at $10. I mean, it's held up here in the stories a lot better than when we bought it, but I don't know. I mean, again, it's still holding it's holding a very high price from where we got it, but it's now been like a solid 6 months of doing this, 8 months. So it's been a while. And then their situation again, they changed their exposure, but I mean, we bought it at $3, so I don't know if buying it at $10.30 is in the cards. Apple 180 is big. When it does, it'll probably go like $1.50 above 180. Lucid volume, Tesla still at the high. Intel kind of doing nothing, and then Intel and Pfizer. The news was, if anything helped today, it was the prices paid going down. None of the other data really surprised anything. Like, none of it was negative or not. Again, yesterday's bad jobs data got balanced out by the Fed speakers saying the skip, but the prices paid dropped dramatically. So it was a good sign for inflation. Kind of gets you prepared for the jobs report tomorrow, alongside, again, the Fed logic and what they said to kind of get us up here if over the last 2 days. And then, again, debt ceiling, too. That's fully done now. So they passed everything last night. The Senate is a virtual certainty. So that out of the question now. We have nothing to worry about. Matt Mango. Mr. Mango. What a name, my friend. Hello. Everything squeezed. Well, the last 2 weeks in a row, we've sold off the beginning of the week and then legitimately hit the optimism level by Thursday, and then Thursday, Friday, squeeze. So that'll be 3 weeks in a row, that same back and forth. Just got out of kindergarten graduation. So cute. Was lit. Any of the kids, do they do like any songs or anything? Because anytime the little kids have to do like coordinated songs, I think that's pure comedy. I've gained a new appreciation for that. Adobe on the high. Tomorrow has market moving data, the non-farms. The non-farms are actually going to be somewhat bigger. Apple aims to open or redo 53 stores by 2027 in retail overhaul. New stores in Shanghai, London, and Miami. Retail plans will push stores deeper into China and India. Enphase still going. I don't know if that's good or not for Apple. More stores, more money. Enphase, maybe Enphase moves a lot. So again, all the solar, I think TAN is even up like 2-3%. Miami. Alrighty. So let's see if that gets Apple above 180. Enphase is hitting a new high. Again, 185, I think, is the breakout level for Enphase. And then Tesla's kind of chilling out, but still at 208. And then Nvidia right below 400. Apple, he's 4 cents below. Nvidia above 400. Apple 5 cents, 4 cents below 180. MP Dubs chilled out. UMC, I think real estate, they're still lagging. Real estate's actually coming down. Oh, where's the banks? And then even PNC. Netflix was, still, Netflix hit a 52-week high today. Pfizer. Clear Sky Tesla. I think it has to get above 210. I mean, it could do it tomorrow, but I mean, Tesla, it's pretty wide. I mean, wasn't it? It didn't hit 190 something today. Again, and even then, it was just like at 182. So it's not like this is all just recent, but we'll see. It is good because it's higher than the post earnings, and this is where they've been kind of pinned from. But like 200 to 210, and then they're 220. It's kind of like the market at the 420, 430. Lucid. Again, Lucid had that weird offering news. Wow, they just dumped big, though, here. Lucid is down 20. No Dell plays. I don't think I'm not playing any earnings. Is there any earnings you guys are watching? And is there Dell? I haven't even looked. It is Thursday. You have VMware, IoT, Zoom Scaler, ChargePoint, MondoGob, and then Broadcom. Yeah, just Broadcom. Oh, Lulu. Lulu, do you love me? No? Lulu. Oh, nice. So that's why they're running in Broadcom. I think Netflix is banking they'll make more revenues with the auto charge for multiple IPs and assumes customers don't check or care. I think people get pissed, though. But that, or just even, I'm sure I think at least 1 million. You don't think there's 1 million people out there who just got scared into doing it right away? Like, that's it. You know, there's like 1 million people instantly. I would even argue 5 million people minimum. 5 million people in the world who are like, I don't want to do that. And then they go and they just instantly just make the account or do whatever. And they're like, okay. I would say 5 million at like $15 a month. That's a lot of millions. You know, it's like what, 70? That's like almost 100 million a month just off of that. And then, you know, there's somebody out there who just got sick and tired of sharing their Netflix with their college roommate for the last decade. And they use that as their opportunity to just say, hey, man, it's time. You got to get your own, bro. Amazon's North America fulfillment head to depart CNBC. Isn't that you? It is me. That is exactly me, actually. So I do. Me and my college roommate still have a Netflix account that we share. It's a long story. So yeah, that's a true story. It's an autobiography, or is it an autobiography? Yeah. But Netflix 403, Spy 422 still holding up. I use my friend's account too. Yeah, I'm saying this has been for like 10 years. Yeah, okay, yeah. This has been for a long time that we've done this. So, but it's okay. It's time to move on, Netflix. We'll see what they say. That's the crazy thing to think about. How many people, like, for real, still have never bought a Netflix subscription? Because most people have. But I could only imagine how many people who have watched Netflix for years and straight up never have bought in an account. Autodesk on the high. And then Airbnb even 113. So that's good. Things waking up a little better. They used to send you DVDs. They did. And that was revolutionary. Like, that's crazy, bro. You just put it in the wrap. We were putting DVDs in a wrapper. It was crazy, bro. Remember, it was just like a little slip. And you just send it in the mail. They had so much faith in you. Airbnb's breaking out here. AXP too. And then even Expedia, Visa. Dude, high ticker is nonstop right now. I'm still down $70 on the short future. I did that one way too early. Too early in the morning. Airbnb. I think Airbnb. Remember that covered call? I was even thinking of covering it. It was up. It's 88%. We had 99% on it the other day. Autodesk, Netflix now getting some. Spotify's been hitting 52-week highs too. Tomorrow at close. Well, at least now, I mean, there's zero.
I mean, there is still the Senate vote, but for the most part now, there's way less uncertainty coming into today regarding debt ceiling. I mean, overnight, or remember, there was a nice surprise China data this morning. If anything, Europe and Asia will give us a little bit of movement in the morning, but it all comes down to that non-farms. And then we'll close out the debt ceiling non-farms, and then one more week until CPI and Powell, and then that's it. And it gets good. At BNB still going. Not everything, though. Again, a couple of different names there, like Visa, MasterCard, AXP. They're all popping. I don't think NVIDIA and Tesla are going into highs. They're just holding. The Broadcom, if I could get it cheap enough. I mean, let me see the... We paid 75 cents for the first one, but that's just, we could just get way closer, I think, for the same price. Let me see. Because I just don't want to, if I could do it cheap, let's say I just don't want to throw any more money at it. Because that play is just going to be, they guide up or not. If they don't guide up, there's nothing there. So it doesn't even matter what price we buy it at. But if that's what we're looking for. You get $20 closer to the money for like the same price. No, it's not for the next week's. Goldman came back. PHILO, no PHILO today. We did not get around to that. I mean, I could give it to you. I could just, I even think it might be time now that Bill has came back. It might be time for another 10% PHILO. I don't want to bore you with it, but just don't forget, halfway through the year too, I think it's a good time for some checkups. Seriously, that's it. I'm gonna have to start screaming 10% a lot here. I like that, dude. The idea of PHILO for real too, man. And think outside the box, my friend, and think. Think. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to try, my friend. Don't be like. Just don't get me into this right now. I might start screaming it like I'm saying. Just there's a couple things we could talk about, but don't forget about your 10%, your long term. It's 6 months into the year right now. Again, we haven't finished 6 months. We're just starting it, but a lot has changed. I wonder what ideas have stayed the same or not, but hopefully, on any path to building wealth and finances, like, this is halfway through the year. Hopefully you're still pursuing goals. Have the goal. Again, it's been 6 months maybe since you've heard the last rant about the long term and 10%. You know what I'm saying? And again, see what has changed from there. What would it have been to your benefit to begin or not? And hopefully some strategy, you're either seeing what you did good on, what you did bad on, and giving it that checkup there. I think that's a good place to definitely to start. But I get excited, and then middle of the year always reminds me of stamina, that, and then coming into summer, and and then show some love too, bro. Dude, I'm spitting through like a lot of PHILOs right now. See, you shouldn't have asked. I don't know. Am I giving you like the mid-year recap of a lot of it? I'm just giving you a lot of things on my mind as we are holding near the highs here. But show some love, man, and pray for your chads. You have a lot of chads going through a lot of different things. And that's something, bro, for real, from the prayer requests all the way down to like, finding the identity out of my stalker. It's just like, you never know what people are going through. And that is why I say, so show love. It's something I got to work on too. I think we all do, but just always keep that in mind, man. And that's another one I could throw halfway through the year. I think that'll be good advice for you in both business, social, keep you out of danger. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, you never know what people are going through, and just never forget that. Okay? Just that's on top of everything else. And I let's pursue some goals and get to the goals, and the 10% is still the main ice cream, and then that was your cherry on top. And then potential, you don't forget about it. You know what I'm saying? Amen. 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 I just watched the Ted Lasso episode on this. Amen. Amen. I love Ted Lasso. I love it. Ask AI if you have any doubt. If you scared, go to ChatGPT. What? Microsoft, we still chilling out here. And then bonds have been climbing ever since, but half of that little thing during Harker, the downturn or the slowdown, was when bonds started catching a bid. Bank of America, Monahan, he's speaking now. He says spending up 3% this month, down from 9% growth. Monahan says U.S. consumer spending is slowing. Restaurant spending down to 3% year over year from 17. So Bank of America CEO, kind of some cold water on the, what's it called? On the consumer. Let's see if that stays in their stock or if everybody gets worried. Broadcom 675 put absolute lotto. I like it. Honestly, maybe we should look at that. It sucks that I don't know if the puts are already expensive though on the first day, but that's if you want to short AI, fucking put on Broadcom. That's it. Like for real. Or if you think even the chips too, and you think any of the broader slowdown there, but you also think AI is like, again, if you think kind of it's only, already even just enough blow off top with NVIDIA. I think, again, I'm speaking dollars here. I just think Broadcom moves a lot of dollars up and down. So I am not restricted to the bull side. I only have the bullish play. Again, it's just expensive no matter what way you play it, but that is the AI bearish play to a degree. Monahan, the Fed has won the battle by slowing consumer spending. Okay, so that means you like the rate pause, rate skip. Okay, but when I use the iPhone, the iPod, I do the pause. It is not but when I press the skip, the song does it not. So when I pause, the song stop. But when I press the skip, it go to the next song, Habibi. How does this? Is this what you mean? I like this. I hear this one today. The man on the Bloomberg, he say this one today. I say, wow. Okay, I look to my iPad, the iPad, the something similar. Senator Braun says he will vote no on debt limit deal. Senator Mike Braun. It's cool, bro. It's done, man. It's done. Look, we're already looking at treasury auctions. Listen here every day. God bless you and Chad. Amen, man. Bless all the Chads. And God bless you, Chris. Love it. Chris. One letter shy of Christ. Did you know that? I made that spelling mistake the other day. Elon said regulate AI. He's scared of what Tesla's working on. Well, Palantir CEO said AI is a weapon. I don't know if we should sell it, but we'll sell it to whoever pays us the most amount of money. And companies that want to slow down AI are just scared and that it's to their disadvantage because we're the fucking best. That's it. He kind of reminded me of DJ Khaled. Oh, yeah, I forgot that news. 3M and DuPont, $100 million to settle like a Georgia PFAS suit. I think that was better than expected, but stock didn't really react. Palantir sympathy is Lockheed. Okay, I see where you're getting at, but I don't know. Bank of America says deposits will be similar to other large banks. We'll be like them. We'll be like everybody else. So how do you think you're gonna do? You think, well, how they did? We don't know how they did. Well, just whatever they. But like, how do you have any idea? Like a number, whatever their number was, will probably be around just whatever the industry standard is. Okay. SoFi, I mean, $7 is pretty big, I think, for SoFi already. So anything could happen, Habibi. Anything could happen. I've learned. So high-low ticker. It's getting some juice, but I mean, it's been a solid like hour and a half of the RPM. Honestly, ever since I shorted it, the RPM, I don't think the RPM gauges have dropped. It's been nice, slow and steady. No real major pullbacks. Again, just one little bond bid after selling all day. Most industries green. Staples working up. Anything that bid up on the red yesterday unwound. And now we're here. And then again, a couple of earnings. A little bit of AI, Broadcom after hours, or chips. I save 10%, then I save 10%, and that 10% to make sure I always have 10%. 10%, Alex, understand. Bro, for real. Amen. 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 I feel you. And then that 10% you save will begin to save by 10%. You know, that's just what it does. Amen. It's always got to keep the 10% on you, bro. That's it, bro. Seriously. When I gave you the PHILO yesterday and I thought about it, like if I really thought, if I died today, if there was one idea that I hope everybody held that I could have impressed upon you for you to live by and keep living on, is for you to own some shit. And maybe I would have more eloquent. Maybe I don't want my tombstone to say own some shit. You know what I'm saying? But like, I really hope you own assets, and I hope you do save, and like these principles are for real what will live on, what will make you wealthy, and I'm telling you, it will change your life for real. And I really hope, and I can't wait to, you know, God willing, I hope I'm here to see it, and I hope you are too. Just all of you, just again, if as little by little, day by day, year by year, owning assets and owning quality. You know, some won't be quality, some will be, and you'll see over the years you will get your real estate and your hit, you know, and the land too. I hope so, but it's like that is the ownership and becoming an owner. That's what it's on, man. That's what it's on. So amen. Tombstone, own some shit. I know I could get behind it. Should I invest in my new job that wants to expand? If they have stock. So trust me, that's it. We own. You will set your gambling balances aside. You'll learn to set aside your Vegas budget. You'll learn to have your balances, and you set it aside, but just own. You're gonna own stocks. You're gonna trade. You're gonna do options. You're gonna do whatever you want, but you're gonna own something. And then real estate too. You're gonna buy a house, mother effer. You ain't gonna hang around me this long. That's it. Give me 5 more years. That's it. You're gonna find a house deal one day. That's it. You heard me too many times. You're gonna stumble across a house one day and be like, why is this house for $1, Bob Barker Harker? And like, hold on. And be like, okay, maybe I will. Or who knows? I don't know. He said maybe there's a black swan. He said there's a couple suspects. Like a banking collapse. Who knows? Maybe the interest rates go down to negative 15,000, and Powell is begging you to buy a property like last time, and then be like, I didn't know this would happen to real estate prices. That maybe you never know. Maybe you might do it. I don't know, but I'm just saying, you're gonna own something. You're gonna own something. Tesla is. I'm surprised. I'm waiting for his like random pullback, but I'm down with it for now. He was talking black swans, Mr. Harker. Square crazy. I think it could go up more. Again, even both PayPal and Square are still kind of suppressed more or less. MP dubs a little bit. Where's Nvidia? They back to a trill. SNA is on the high. $2% to pump it up level on the SPY. Are we 2% away from 430? Josh made the sacrifice to short. I shorted the contract, so maybe that's it. But it was a covered call, so it's a win-win. But maybe, I hope. I'd be down. I would love to sell at 225, and then it goes to like 300 with my luck. But either way, I'd be very content at 225. If my covered call hits tomorrow, I say, here you go, Habibi. I will give him, I would clean it, I'd wash it, I'd wash the shares. I say, here you go. I'd take him to lunch. I say, don't worry, premium on the house. You take it from me, 225 today. Cash price, I give to you. You're a top client. You give me phone. I give you reward point. You give your phone number, reward point. I give to you. Don't worry. Very good. TT. Intel goes to 300 plus. What are you saying? Is this some way to compare Nvidia's forward price to Intel's? Because there's otherwise, if that's a genuine question, then I don't know. Well, Tesla too, but the next dollar on Tesla is going to be very interesting. Because again, I'm like 205, 208. So let's see here if it could actually hold these levels. Or 200 and 205 are the two tests. So you're already getting up to 210. I think Broadcom's after the bell. I hope it is not 30 minutes late. Bro, AI came out like an hour after the bell. I got food and I came home and it still wasn't even out. Dell halted for news pending. Oh. Check like HP and who else is linked to Dell. Why is Dell halted news pending? I'm seeing 5 p.m. Eastern. I'm gone. I'm gone, bro. I don't know. I feel like companies that report that late are like people who go to the club on weekdays. That's it. That's just a different breed. I can't do that. You could do that. That's up to you. I understand it. You have your reasons, whatever, but that's not, I'm not, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, even then, I don't even like to go to the club like that, but like, I'm not going on a Wednesday. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going on a school night, bro. It's a stock night, bro. That's it, school night. Bank of Monahan says we'll pay for deposits when it makes sense to. What? He's like, we're not raising your interest rate until you all pull out your money. Until then, most people don't know how. That's crazy. That means a lot of people probably aren't even tapping any of the shorter term yields. I don't know. Dell's halted, news pending. I don't know. All I see is it's halted. Again, check any sympathies, maybe any of the other chips. And then Tesla 209. Again, this is where it gets interesting here. Young Tessie 210 opens the door. That's it, Habibi. 210. That's it. This is the door of February, the March, every month. You test it every month. This is a moment for him. Getting fired with the Dell news. I don't think that's what made it go up, but I'll take it. Again, he's been outperforming a little here. And then SPY's trying to tilt up. Well, doesn't Dell have earnings? I don't know why they're halted. They're like, AI. Woo! Tesla still going path on the high. 422.13. All Tesla's free. Good work. I mean, we get some free Tesla shares out of this, but I'm ready to. This one went down before it went up. Again, it's only been the last 3 days of Tesla moving. So where'd China go? Where'd the China plays move? They chilled out. And then Uber's on the high. Yeah, Baba and Baidu coming down. Tesla, again, just watch 210. It either goes crazy or chills. And then if Apple didn't hit 180, it's literally right there just waiting. It's probably going to do that at the end of the day. They partnered with C3 AI. Intel or Dell? C3, again, I'm surprised the stock even came back up. Because, again, it still has its hype and people trading it, but they didn't. They said stuff about AI, I mean, clearly, but the guidance wasn't no leather jacket, no leather jacket. Still holding Broadcom. And then 10 minutes till power hour. Let's see. I'm holding both of them. I mean, the other one just clapped. I don't think there's any point to sell for 50 on the weekly. And then the spread for next week, I think that's the real lotto ticket. But then again, I mean, leather jacket guidance is that's what I'm calling it. The leather jacket guidance, and then that's it. I don't know if Dell's bad news. It could be good news. But I don't know yet. Twitter to face EU stress test this month. And Monahan says non-interest deposits around today less likely to move. What was it? Dell? Yeah, they're halted news, Ben. I don't see anything else. Again, I think they have earnings. And that's it, Habibi. Yeah, I'm talking McRib. That was up. I think it chilled out. UONE on the low. Well, it's not even power hour. 9 minutes. Today flew by. Yesterday felt a lot slower. But today, I mean, you got off to that quick start, and then that's it. It was all ISM. And then a little bit of extra Harker, but the bigger response was from the data. NASDAQ 1.4 now. SPY up above 1%, and then Dow Jones up 0.6. That was a very big turnaround from today. Microsoft's going now. And the SPY, there's Apple, 179. Is it bad? I want to do it. I want to go for the 180 break. But I could also be content doing nothing. I think I'll do nothing. But watching out again, it's been up there all day. But SPY's starting to break out. Microsoft's going. You just hit a new high, 422.25, 23. So 5-6 more points till the next level. And then after that, it's 42.50. And then 40. We might, if tomorrow really is going to move big, everything in the morning is good, then that's it. 4,300 if you start holding up these hires. Bank of America, Monahan says sales and trading will be flattish this quarter. ChargePoint, we went over it. They had some sales guidance or analyst guidance. I think people are just looking for revenue guidance to go up, and that's it. Because, again, they like charges and then how much their cash burn is, because they still have a lot of cash, but they spent a lot to make new chargers. We went over the report yesterday, I believe. Ford on the high, PayPal now, Tesla still. Bank of America is starting to move a little bit. Where's the rest of the banks? Microsoft now, too. Wait for Apple. Pump it up. 4,300 is, yeah, that's, you're close to pump it up. There it is. Oh, Apple with the 180 popped what? I said 15. I thought it would go like $1. It only went 15 cents above and then just got beaten down. But SPY's going. Biden trips and falls during Air Force Academy ceremony. Helped up and walks away unassisted. Okay. Plus 25 fundamentals. It's good. Plus 3 team morale. Negative 25 bad block attempt. Man. Damn it. So Qs. Oh, I forgot. I still have the Qs. That one actually is what? 383. Okay. I remember at 383 I was surprised. But that was on Tuesday. And then Tesla 209.40 now. I have 2 of those. $399 for NVIDIA. I want to see what Tesla's going to do. UNP2. Again, everything. All the RPMs. They go, Habibi. They go. Crowd is impressive. Okta even had a little bounce. And then crowd was even all over the place. Still negative on the day. That's the crazy part. Abivai bounced a little. Walgreens came down. 3M still there. I still have Zen V. That thing is just weird. We're like barely down on it, but nobody trades this thing. It had that one Google partnership AI thing, and then that's it. P-Core on the high, AMAT, and then even ACAM was on the high. Or earlier it was. Tesla call volume. Google led the way. Just don't forget, before the market, before NVIDIA, Google went like 100 to 120 or 108. So they led everybody. So now all of the other stuff in tech, again, Meta, Netflix, none of those names were that high. And then Google was the first one. So now they're kind of catching up. That's my opinion on it. I forgot about even Netflix. 205 or 405. BILL is on the high. Not the OG. Pfizer. 4 minutes till power hour. Tigo, TYGO, pause due to volatility. Tigo Energy. PRTK, Paratech Pharmaceuticals. Yo, PRTK, 22% pop on one candle. And then Zoom and Microsoft still going up. I don't see any news on this. A month ago, they had a mixed shelf in earnings. Generac. Is that more energy? Okay, so PRTK, 20%. High ticker still going, even PayPal. Even the SPY now about to hit another high. I think all that matters is 42.30. You're 5 points off of Tuesday's high. Oh, my goodness. Let's see. Tesla is still working up there. Again, a lot of medical devices. ISRG, Suave, now IBM. And then software too. And then bonds really, again, they're not. SPY just constantly hitting these baby highs, but bonds are in the range. Where's gold? That was leading earlier. That chilled out. And then energy still up. MMM on the way to 90. Generac hurricane season. Pump it up. Almost. You guys are almost there. Honestly, you get this high. The next high is 42.50. And then it's just like 25 points at a time. I mean, unless acted upon by equal or opposite force. So, but it's going to be interesting. You're closer. You're closer than you think. 422.38. So still just slowly working up here. Again, different sets of names. Like Microsoft is really waking up. So now we could have got like $5 a share. I walked away with 2. So Microsoft's really, really going now. Apple still just did the 180 dance. They had that big sell, and it's working its way up again. AbbVie had a couple of updates, like one failed drug partnership, and then one other one came out, a competitor to Humira. Redfin reports mortgage rates are up, home sales are up, and prices remain resilient. Redfin's up 5. Redfin is like holding the higher. It's holding the high of February. There's Tesla again, 50 cents off 210. And then SPY even 422.50 almost. Fresh Pets on the high. That's it, my friend. I think you're going to test it. 422.28. Redfin says pending home sales fell 17% from a year earlier during the 4 weeks ending May 28th. DE, DraftKings, okay. What time is it? 12 o'clock. It's Power Hour. Oh, Chattadonia. How you feel? How you feel? V. You know what else Redfin said? Pump it up. I don't think they said that. I don't think he said that, sir. Monahan says expense base across past decade is basically flat. J&K on the high. Pepsi's on the high. Vote 22. Vote it. Again, they gave the update on trading, and they moved 422.28 is the high. You're literally right there, setting a new high on this candle. Dell reported earnings. Dell earnings came out. EPS smashed. 85 cents expected. They came in 131. Yeah, so remember they halted early. I guess they decided to come out with their earnings early. Yes, very, very early, Habibi. Adele? No, just Dell, not Adele. But unless it's a singular Dell share, then you could reference it as Adele. They halted earlier, then they just came out with their earnings. So I don't know. I don't make the rules, Habibi. You know, very weird level. It's late earnings season. Weird things happen. And TYGO resumed trading. Power Hour. Beat because you bought that Alienware laptop. Yeah, I do remember that. Maybe, man. That's big. I don't know. I didn't check the revenue. I just got the EPS number. U.S. April ethanol. Cushing used 416 million bushels of corn. All right. But hitting a new high, Chad. It is now Power Hour. And I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. I'll be right back. And God bless you. Here it is.
Countdown to the close. 60 minutes left to go here in the trading session. Romaine Bostic joined right now by Scarlett Fu, as well as our colleagues Carol Massar and Matt Miller. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, television, radio originals, and those folks streaming on YouTube. Scarlett, bunny to you.
Bunny.
I have no idea what that means.
What's that? What is that?
I don't know.
You say on the first day of the month. You say rabbit
Happy.
on the months that have R's, but for the ones that don't have R's, it's bunny.
5, 6, 7. Okay.
I'm kind of loving that. Bunny.
I really like that too.
Bunny, everyone. Well, maybe
You
that's
learn
why the
something new every
market's
day.
up.
That's why you tune into this show.
When you say bunny, the market goes up. When you say rabbit, it goes down. Is that the deal?
Well, you just
I
said
haven't
it, so-
tracked it, but let's go back and look at
Carol
the data.
Massar just crashed the market.
Okay. All right. Having said that, I feel like Mom, Dad, tech gets all the attention. So I'm going to give a little love to retail today because we certainly, I'm assuming you guys have been
Were
talking
you
about
Jan?
it.
Was that Jan just now?
Marsha. Retail. All right, so let's get to it. So the S&P 500 retail index overall, we're seeing the group up about 1.5%. Bunch of retailers, as you all know, reporting earnings. Bloomberg's been reporting on it throughout the day. Nordstrom, check it out, rallying in a big way, up about 6%, reported better than expected revenue and profit for the quarter. Then you move on down to Macy's. Macy's. Go figure. This company cut earnings outlook for the rest of the year, lowered sales guidance. We know they've been talking about, some bad things for a while, but nonetheless, you see the stock rallying now about 2% off of its lows, earlier declines. And then you had Dollar General plunging the most on record, down about 19%. It slashed its annual profit forecast, citing economic pressures on its shoppers. So we're going to talk about it with Mike McKee a little bit later on, but I'm assuming everybody's been talking about it today, Matt.
All right.
What?
I think this is weird. And
it's weird.
I don't think it matters if it's an accident or not. Dell Technologies comes out with earnings at 3 p.m. It looks like they were warning the market because the stock was halted at 245 pending news. This must be the news. First quarter EPS, $1.31, blowing away the estimate, 85 cents. Revenue, $20.9 billion. Which was a drop from last year, when it was $26.1 billion. But I think it's interesting, Romaine, that they come out an hour early with earnings.
Yeah, of course, this is unusual for a company to report earnings while the market is still open. As you did say, there was an official halt out there, so that lends some credence to it. And there is official statement on the PR Newswire. We're going to try to get some more details on this just to make sure that these numbers are accurate. But as Matt just told you here, it looks like a beat on a couple of key numbers. Let's get back to the broader market here because we are at session highs pretty much across the board with the NASDAQ up 1.5%, the S&P 500 above that key 4,200 level up about 1% on the day. And look at that, even the Russell getting in on the action, a bit into some of those cyclical names, into some of those transports. The Russell up 1.3.
Okay, I only had time to go back and check the last two earnings reports for Dell, but they did report after the close. So this is unusual where they report an hour before. I wonder if there maybe have been a leak of some sort and then they had to play catch up. In any case, when it comes to the broad sectors, who isn't rallying at this point? You're looking at utilities and consumer staples. They were some of the big gainers yesterday. So I guess it makes sense that they're giving back some of their advances from yesterday, but really they're not really giving back much of anything. There's little change when it comes to staples. Utilities down 0.9%.
Let's take a look at some of the individual movers here on this day. NVIDIA, which took a little bit of a breather from that torrid rally, now, well, having a torrid day, up 5.5% here, right around that $399, making a flirt with $400 a share. Meta Platforms at $273.50. That's a fresh 52-week high, up 3% here on the day. Meanwhile, to the downside, two interesting names. Broadcom down about 1% here on the day. A lot of folks are really interested in those earnings, which are scheduled to report after the bell tonight here, and whether they are getting any sort of a lift from that AI boom. We should also point out that Broadcom is kind of inextricably linked to Dell and VMware, primarily because of Broadcom's bid to close that deal for VMware. We'll keep an eye on that space and have full coverage for you after the bell. And Goldman Sachs down about 1.6% here on the day. An interesting story a little bit earlier from our reporter Sri Natarajan.
All right. I was listening in, and you just rallied, bro. 42.32. So, I don't know. If you think bathroom breaks bring the market down, just don't forget this one, because on that bathroom break, you have now hit a new high of 2023, ladies and gentlemen. For the S&P 500. I think the NASDAQ, too. Actually, no, never mind. Oh, no, yeah, for this year. That's it, January. Actually, you only got, look at this. This is your only competition. The time was August 2022. They said the Fed was cutting. They said a lot of things. They said inflation is over. It's all everything. And Powell was like, no. So that's it. That was the last time you were remotely close at this price. And it was a big move here. Again, even that day that you even got above the 40. This is why I'm telling you, watch for the 4,300. Because last time it went just straight 25 points at a time. So you are hitting a new high right there. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and you still have an hour left, or 53 minutes. Broadcom, again, they could be moving there, like you said, related to Dell. That was an interesting point. Bank of America says consumer quality is still very strong. And 1.23 on the SPY, 1.5 on the NASDAQ, 0.7 on the Dow. Bro, the high ticker has not stopped. It's still going all day. Amazon's even hitting a new high. Let's see. Tesla came close to 210, but not enough. Google's the only one that hasn't moved. Apple right below 180 still. I think Microsoft. That one now I kind of wish we kept holding those. That was a good pickup. NASDAQ pushing. Costco's even up. I think that's helping the consumers. Yeah, Staples went green. Remember I was telling you, Those are the only things red there. Consumer staples are now green by 0.05. So that's like one of the weaker ones on the day. Even real estate came up, but utilities are the only thing red right now. MP Dubs holding. Oh, Tesla. Nvidia is still right below. So these are just a lot of everything else, though, too. Because, again, the bigger names we keep looking, they've kind of already made their moves. PayPal, Qualcomm, Intel's moving a bit. Oh, is that on Dell? Bank of America feels good about real estate loan portfolio. And then that Jeremy Siegel guy speaking on CNBC. You guys like him? You want Siegel? Let's go. I got me a, what's it called? I got me a non-caffeinated carbo. So I could listen. I was drinking. That's what I was going to get on earlier, but I kept burping. I didn't want to.
So these divergences are really big. They don't last forever, but they can last a long time. And they can last
really
longer
bullish.
than I think we probably want them to, because it doesn't necessarily make a ton of sense in the moment.
Oh, you guys don't
so the
even like
market
it?
right now, if you're looking at it just on a headline basis, looks pretty good. And it looks like there's enthusiasm. There are clearly buyers in it. That tech trade continues to be durable in the face of even rising rates and sort of this back and forth about hike, no hike, which is an impressive thing. It's also something that usually happens late in a cycle. And here we are still sort of with all of these signals that
Tesla,
say
some
late
big
cycle.
candles.
All right, we'll get back to the conversation in just 2 seconds. I want to go to Seema Modi, though.
No, that disappointed me. Target even bounced, yes. They did that early on in the day. But then they actually like went green. Even Snapchat's hitting a high. Again, a lot of these names are just still like, I'm surprised. I mean, even Snapchat's kind of holding some of the higher levels of the year. Yeah, because I was still a bounce off of $8. That's still like 25%. So a lot of these things are holding, even Roblo all day. And then there's like Crowd, and some of them are still red. Like Crowd, big bounce, but still red. Then you had other big leaders like Team, but that one's still big move in red. Yeah, even PayPal. PayPal's close. Close to getting exciting on PayPal, but until I'm telling you, if you don't break 64, this is all because they hate you. It's all a fake. It's a lie. Yeah, Dell reported earnings early for some reason. They had a halt, and then they were like, yeah, we did good. So again, you could kind of relate Intel to that. I think that would make some sense. Bitcoin dead? Really? I remember last time we had it up on the chart, it was making like a $300-$400 pop. It's still holding up decent. Are they still down? Back to March. Still a high level. I mean, this is following SVB. So again, banking collapse turned into this. Banking collapse added an extra $6,000 to Bitcoin. Low key. Not bad. Not bad. $4,230. Micron on the high. See if Qualcomm's still going. Micron could even be related to the Dell, I think, a little bit. And then even Qualcomm. I think all the chip makers except like Nvidia is doing its thing, but they're already leading. AMD a little bit. I don't know if it was leaked. I didn't hear an early leak. I didn't see, it's not like Dell moved. It kind of was, I guess, here, but then they halted it, and then they just came out with it early. Skyworks, I mean, that's a chip play. We were talking about it the other day. I think they're more linked to, what's it called? To Apple, but I could be wrong. I haven't looked into Skyworks in a while. They used to be the Apple in the glory days. HP rises to session highs after Dell results. Oh, you're still wearing CDNS? What was this? Cadence Design, they're running a lot of names still. You've seen this all day. This is like a Friday squeeze, but on a Thursday. Excuse me. But like I was saying, this has been the setup for the last 2 weeks. Again, chill out, then Thursday, Friday run, chill out, Thursday, Friday run, chill out, Thursday, and then we see Friday. But this one's bigger. I mean, you could even see it when I pull up the 1 hour chart. I mean, considering things got resolved today and all of it, I mean, this is the most consistent. And remember, the other good driver on the day besides anything else, political debt ceiling, whatnot, and then even the positive China, it was the prices paid coming down on the ISM data. But whatever happens tomorrow, we will see. Micron still going. Yeah, Square was on. Micron's still kind of moving good now. Again, I think Micron, Intel, any of the chips after Dell. PayPal, I'm suspicious. I don't trust it. Yeah, S&P is now up 10% this year with big tech rally. Bank of Monahan says you're seeing signs of a slowdown coming. Dell unhalted. So all the other chip makers are moving forward on the high. You might hit another high. Again, we have set a new high on the year right now. The next level is 4250. Dell is popped. Dell's up 5%. So this is earnings. So literally the earnings was supposed to come out after hours. Their net revenue first quarter was $20.9 billion. Estimate was $26.1. Again, this came out 15 minutes ago. That's the crazy part. But where was it? That was net revenue. I don't know. I don't even know what their estimates were. It says they beat though. They beat by 400 or 4 million on infrastructure. Client solutions beat by 500 million. Margin beat by 1%. Operating margin beat by 1%. And then, yeah, not bad. MDB, I think they have earnings. MDB is an earnings play for the day. Peep the level 425 to 54 of 2022. I think it was, isn't it right here? Give or take. Where is it? 425 to May 4th. What is May the 4th here? Is this little box? I forgot that was the... I know there's an expiration, and I think there was a CPI or a Powell around there. I want to say CPI. Maybe even a non-farms. We recapped it in one of the videos. Monahan, mid-sized U.S. firms at risk of risk globally with tight lending. Monahan has a lot of comments. Out of any of the other people we've heard at the conference, you got more headlines from them. And then MDB earnings today, that's trying to go up. It's trying to go green too. Visa again, and then Dell after the early earnings. TME, they're up 5%, but they're not doing anything. So NASDAQ's $45 from hitting the high. S&P hit the new high on the year. HPQ is running with Dell. And Broadcom just hasn't moved. They're waiting. June 9th, thank you. Yes, we can't forget June 9th. That, again, is it June 9th or June 8th? That's the refunding. Or that's the first one. They said, again, tomorrow, 10 a.m., we're supposed to get an update on that. June 8th. What is that? P Jewel? That looked like Raul on the high ticker. I thought they said PJ. Oh no, I thought I saw Raul. I said what? HPE still going? Yeah, HPE is up 3.7. Qualcomm now too. That's a new high. Bonneville Power Admin trading twice average. Okay, not bad, Habibi, huh? Not bad. You want to hear me commentate Broadcom? Or what? Because I'm not staying for Broadcom. If it comes out an hour after, that's, you know what I'm saying? That's, if management gonna take some time, I'm gonna take some time. You know what? I'll see that later at the day. Raul, he's enjoying his life. Raul, sell in May and go away. Oh wait, today's June. What are we saying? You can't say that. So you just hit another high 3 minutes ago. Back to 422.29, but a couple points off of it and a couple points above the high on Tuesday for the S&P. We went over the Broadcom preview. I don't think it's that intense. I think revenue is 10 billion. Estimate adjusted EBITDA 5.6 billion. Their expenses are going to be a big factor. They're expected to do 950. And then what was it? People, it's like their backlog. There wasn't even that many analyst comments on it. Let me see if I can get you the other one. QBT Pop. QUBT. Quantum, that's the one. Quantum computing. And then HPE, that's Dell's Sympathy. I'm going to swap that one out with Dell. $50-week lead time backlog. Yeah, that's a big part. But I'm trying to see. Surprisingly, there's not that many analyst comments. There's only one price target, 785. Yeah. I think it just comes down to earnings, guidance, and then expenses. Very, very simple. And then if they throw in that leather jacket for the guidance. VMware's on the low. But yeah, that's related to Broadcom. But yeah, GSK, little pop and drop. Or it says CSK? No, I think it's GSK. ARC showing some. Well, actually, rate hike odds have changed. Oh, no, we should have bought those, actually. The rate hike odds is ARC. That's it. I really feel like ARC is a ghetto Fed futures. Intel. Where is it? I don't even think the Zaza moved today. Oh, a little bit higher. But again, pricing in the pause as of today. The VIX below 15. Damn. It's at 15, 17. So remember I was saying that in the morning. I was like, wait, the VIX was below 17. And now it's 15, 16. It's very, very, very harsh out there. Very harsh. NVIDIA up 20. Intel coming down a little bit. Burl on the low. Burlington. Then Skyworks on the high. Or Sky W. I don't know if that's Skyworks. But yeah, Broadcom earnings preview. Not anything crazy. Skyworks, Mozzie on the high. Let's see, Broadcom. I don't think it's moved. That's everything. Oh, Tesla, some candles. It's 7 minutes till 12:30. This will be your first couple of red candles. I mean, you've had a couple along the way, but you hit 3 points above the high. Now we're coming down a little bit. Little baby chicle. I mean, I'm down what? I think I'm still down. I'm down $80 on the MES short. I think the worst was 100. And then like right here on the first squeeze, it was like 70. Yes, they accused Elon Musk of insider trading Dogecoin, which I don't know if he owns Dogecoin, or maybe he was working with the founders of Dogecoin. Maybe he colluded with the board of directors of Dogecoin. Maybe him and all of the Shibas sat down around a table and they conspired to bring the stock price up, and then they developed a plan to slowly issue more coins every single day to dilute the coin. And they implemented it from day one. And they all colluded and worked together to bring the price up and siphon off the value. That's it. And then they DM'd each other. What? Okay, I'm sorry. But yeah, there was like it was a baby move on it when that headline came out, but I don't know if it's a big deal. Would I invest in an AI data center partnership? Yeah, if it meets, most like red flag, non-red flags. Yeah, just all depends. I would invest in anything, assuming the right criteria is met. My Broadcom play is the same ones from the watch list, same ones from the last 2 days. I did the numbers on another one. I don't think I'm gonna take another because it's like $20 closer to the money for the same price, and that doesn't really change my risk on the play. I may want to look into a put actually. That's the one that I could cover that basis, and then I'll be good. That's weird. They start moving by like fives after at one point. Yeah, it kind of expands, Habibi. It kind of expands, That's still like 2,000 upside. All right, not bad. Let me see. Because even the puts went down in value today. They all got cheap. They just killed the premium. Oh, what? That's still expensive as shit. Scammers. Let's go. SVIX. I think we're just back to that. No, that was when Harker's speech ended. I'm looking at Broadcom. I'm trying to see if there's something that makes sense. That doesn't make, how does this make sense? $3, $5, $2. It's very expensive, BB. You know, they don't have a discount. You know, they don't have a discount for the people. What's that? It's only 10. Phase back down. Lulu, I didn't see it on the list. We could actually go over that preview, and then we're coming down a little bit, couple of Chicles. This is the first time I've seen the low ticker actually move up. No news on this sell-off. I mean, again, no even movements in bonds. I mean, Staples came down. You could watch Energy for a lead, but I think it's just kind of moving here after setting the high. And then now it's 30 minutes, so you're either going to get 330 ramp or maybe we shift until 10-minute rigged. SoFi, Nvidia came down. SoFi's coming down a little bit. Google ad to start the flush. It's 12:30. Hello, how are you? Yeah, I don't know. I don't like Broadcom. I'm trying to find a put right now. Because again, the calls, like I said, it doesn't make sense to average on one. The best idea if I was going to throw more money would be go both ways, but even then the puts, it's like $1. If you want anything like decent, it's like $1.90, $1.70 to make like 1,300, and that's like I think just outside of one standard deviation too. So that's still even possible. But I don't know. My shares are expensive. Shares is expensive, Habibi. You know, that's the only problem. I mean, maybe if we have the call, we have a shit ton of calls. Now that I think about it, maybe I get like, but then my risk, I still know my calls don't even go. My calls are at like $1,100 or high 1,000. Like it's not. So that's still $200 a share of insurance until you hit the insurance starts paying out. High deductible, Habibi. Do liability, Habibi. You know. You know that. You know how long I drove with liability insurance? I mean, they don't know about that. Like, stop playing with me. That's it. Arab, they say, no, get liability. You don't need to. You shouldn't be driving. Don't worry. Liability. Coming down a little bit. 330. Not working. Yes, the biggest catalyst of the week is tomorrow. Non-farm payrolls. 1 hour before the bell. I should be awake. I should be here early. We'll be good. Money market flows got $31 billion in the week ending May 31st. So you're bearish on Broadcom? Aw, Tanner, that's sad. You asked me about Broadcom so much today. I thought you were like following along. I thought you knew Josh's play. I thought like, you know what I'm saying? I thought you were with me. Now you just like, damn, that's cold, bro. I really thought. That's like if someone was like, I'm a big fan. I'm like, tell me a song. And they don't know. It's like, what? You know, that's what, who said that? I think it was ASAP said that, somebody. Dell. Oh, I guess. Maybe. Hold on. I might have something on all the go. Sell the news. Well, there wasn't any news to sell. All you did was hit a new high. Yeah, Broadcom, I'm looking at like even less time. But still very difficult. Yeah, so I don't think I'm going to do the put. And then that was a pretty wild drop. Bro, I'm only down $20 on the future now? No way. So I didn't short it that bad, I guess. Because I don't know, man. I'm stuck in like a squeeze time loop. I don't know how to describe it. That's crazy. You would really think I would be down way more than that. 'Cause I couldn't. I just felt like it was just down. I was like, I thought it was up all day. What time did I do that one? That was at 8:55 my time, I think. Yeah, so I was right here. I was on this high. Yeah, so we're right back up here. It could easily bounce, though, from here. We're going to see. We'll see if they'll give me an opportunity. Yeah, it looks a lot bigger, and it took a couple of hours. So that was 11 o'clock. I mean, now it's 3. So that was like 4 hours ago. Intel. I'm in Intel still. I like it. I think it all depends, though, on clearly these chip earnings and the AI hype. Otherwise, Intel without any of that stuff. You could. We'll see. They'll usually give me a chance. They'll give me it'll go break even for a second, and then it'll rip, and then that's it. Dell went below halt level. APLM. What's this? Apollomics. Up 44% and running. Market to go down. It could go up or down a lot based on the non-farms. So depending on how strong or weak that jobs report is, especially if it's like a major surprise, that can make us go up a lot or down a lot. I think a big drop would be good, but then people would probably get worried about recession. But then again, a big drop a lower jobs report would probably be what you want to see. However, a strong jobs report, I think that's what most people are expecting. But if it's still too strong, then that won't be really necessarily good. But then again, we'll see if too strong affects the interest rate futures. Big drop. It's pretty decent. I mean, it's pretty quick. I mean, the last 4 hours of gains have pretty much gotten wiped out for the most part. Again, that's like even the future. We were just saying that future. I took that short early in the morning. That was like the early greedy short. It's pretty much back to break even. The Yang break even. Bro, I'm telling you. No. It goes break even, and then it goes down. Right to break even, then that's it. Then no news. Again, I mean, there wasn't that. I mean, this was like Harker and that he got you up yesterday. But remember, most of this fuel was from what's it called? The PPI. This is crazy. Well, back to 421. What level is this? You've gone through every level. So 420, 25. So watch 4210. So again, I'm pretty sure that's kind of where I'm around. That will be a kicker. But VWAP's climbed everything. Again, bonds, nothing's moved. I think a lot of the up and down is just doing its thing. SoFi, couple names are all coming down. Yeah, SoFi, even Twilio. Dizzle. Even Tesla. You had 209.50, 209.60. So close. So close, Habibi. So close, but not enough. Intel came down. Pfizer. Yeah, Dell came down, so Dell gave up that little earnings gain. Even Microsoft, after that little blow-off top, 333. I don't even know if that's even a blow-off top. It just started melting. Amazon, Meta, Google. Yeah, they're all coming down. Yeah, MDB earnings. I didn't see the Biden falling video, but I saw headlines on it. It's wild reading that as a headline. Like, imagine if you ever, like, fell down and there was, like, a news report. Like, come on, guys. Yeah, come on, everybody give a share. Fuck you, come on. Just open Instagram, really? Just like that? Let's see. On the next episode of How Connected Are We on Social Media? I opened it. I see a cult real estate agent. I see Yee, baby. You're showing the house. That's what I'm talking about. Second post. The live view of the U.S. economy. Oh. That was not. It was here, we got it. I'll give you the play-by-play. I see. It was, that was, it was just the, you have to see it. It's not, it wasn't bad, but I think it was just more the post reaction. I'm trying to find a clip that isn't from a conservative news station. That's it. I see one 2 years. Yeah, it's kind of hard. It's all 2 years ago. There's other ones. It's all the... All right. So here it is. I think after here. Yeah, see, the fall wasn't bad, but the reaction, the getting up, bro. Yeah, you see that little hesitation coming up? That's what it was. They made it. They shouldn't have helped him up. The second, like, oh shit. That was like when you get knocked down, like a boxing match, and they like try to get up and they do the fumble again. The other, it wasn't bad. I don't know how he fell, but it didn't look like, it kind of looked like gentle. Time to agree, he kind of just floated. Like, I don't know, like, oh, he tried to run. That's a bad first step. No, bad first. It could happen. It could happen. No, I think it was just a bad first step, but it wasn't that bad. I think on the way up. Well, that is wild. It literally is the second one. The second thing on my Instagram when I opened it up. MP Dub. What's time? 15 minutes? We all trip up the stairs. Dude, I do that so much. But actually, have any of you ever closed a car door on your leg? Or like you ever like close the car door and then like the back of your leg like hits the door? I did that and I have like a giant scar on my leg. I almost like took out my ACL by closing. Dude, it's the most painful thing ever. It's awful. 15 minutes. Yeah, 15 minutes on the day. Car door on the face. I haven't had that happen in a while, but you know, knock on wood. Lord protect me, because I don't like, dude, car door jams are like, that's like messed up. So Tesla's working its way back up. Oh shit, I should have closed out the MES. I thought we were gonna get our time. It's 12:45. You'll get your 10-minute rigged. Nah, I think you might be able to hold up. Okay. I closed the MES, $28 loss, $50 net on the day after the upside. So we bought the bottom, sold one of these, shorted this one, got squeezed, covered it here, and that's it, mate. No Pony Montana, no Express. It's very simple and small. Pop. I hope he wasn't hurt. Donald Trump's comment on Biden's fall. Yeah, I hope he didn't get hurt. You know, a fall like that could hurt a guy like Biden. He's an old man. I hope that didn't hurt him. I hope he's good. But don't even get me talking about Michael. I heard what Michael's doing. He's running for president now. I was offended. So what do you mean you're going to run for president? You can't even, you know, what about Michael? He's no backbone. How can he run with no backbone? No backbone. Nothing. Nothing's there. I don't know how he moves. Everybody in the MDB. They're going. They're about to go green. Earnings after the bell. Someone said, did I flip this on earnings? I don't remember playing it post earnings. I know they're a big mover, but they report now they're going green right here. I'm working on the Trump. Trump is working. We're working on the Voice, where we got to work all day. I got to work every day at the Voice. We're getting better at it, but still a lot of work. Okay. Yeah, but I got this one down. I can do this one. I can do this one. I can do this one in my sleep. Oh yeah, this one gets me excited. I tell you a lot. Don't worry, I don't need help up. I got it. Don't fuck you little prick. Come on, I just passed the biggest budget deal in the world. The world's never done that. We got a deal done. I mean it. Now, Mr. President, can you tell me though, if you got the deal done, what does that mean? It's done? Is it? Can we take the day off now? Does that mean we're done working? Does that now mean Congress doesn't have any more work? Are you done for forever? Is that how that works? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who that one is. That, again, figment of my imagination. Is just a Whirlpool and JB Hunt. The micro. It was a great one. Yeah, MDB still going now. Green. High ticker's starting to gas again. So 10-minute rigged in 20 seconds. Mm-hmm. 4220. Oh, 10-minute rig to the downside. Oh my gosh. It's not too bad. 422. Well, you're just at 20. See how this holds up? And this is like right around where I just closed it. And we will find out. I need to go pee again. I downed the ginger ale, bro. All right, 10-minute rig. I'm going to the bathroom. I think we could do it. I think we could get it out there. You know what I'm saying? I think we have time. You guys give Romaine Bostic. You know what I'm saying? Let Romaine speak to the people. Okay. I'll be right back.
Guidance. The other strike against Okta is that its customers are mainly small and mid-sized companies rather than large enterprises, and that's a weak point as you head into a slowing economy, maybe recession.
Yeah, and we see that in the small business surveys, right? Small businesses have cut back, and even though I wouldn't say security is a discretionary spend, security to me is still non-discretionary in this environment. Every company has to invest in security just because generative AI or all these new technologies make it easier to do more damage when it comes to cyber attacks. And they talked about how generative AI could help overall growth. But clearly, I would say security is less discretionary or non-discretionary versus application software. Application software, you can clearly just shut it off or focus on your core business, keeping the lights on, and security is definitely part of that.
I think it's interesting, too, when we talk about kind of these single product or single kind of service companies here. I mean, what's the future here? Because there were layoffs announced the other day by ZipRecruiter, 20%. We've seen some of these other companies also say that they were having to trim workforces. Is this sort of a thing that they can lean out and still survive, or is this kind of the beginning of the end for some of them?
I mean, just in terms of facts, there is no pure play security company with over $10 billion in revenue. So this has always been a fragmented space. There are always new companies. The private market is huge because the cyber attack vectors keep changing. Every year there is something new, where there was some sort of a new type of vector which somebody will capitalize on. And those are the type of things which spawns a new cybersecurity company. Yeah. So no company is able to get to that point where they have scale. And that's why you have a lot of consolidation in this space.
All right, Mandeep, going to have to leave it there. Mandeep Singh, a senior technology analyst for us here at Bloomberg, taking a look at Okta shares down 17.5%. That was our stock at the hour. 15 minutes until we get to the closing bells.
Okta. All righty. Yeah, that was a little bit behind. We only have 10 minutes. Or no, we have 8 minutes now. Again, 10-minute rigged brought you down a little bit. Pretty much last 4 hours of gains were given up, 15 minutes during power hour. Now we got a couple of earnings, and then that's it. If you're making a play now, you're making a bet. It's either on earnings or whatever you're playing. Hopefully it represents your ideas and views of the non-farms too, because that'll be our other driver in the morning tomorrow. Non-farms. Time keeps on slipping. And that's it. A minute and a half till 10-minute rigged. Broadcom puts to the moon. I was looking at them, but they're still, for any of the debit spread, like by itself, they're really expensive. Actually, let's see. But if you cap it if you try to get it cheaper with a debit spread, it's not the cheapest, or the return doesn't pay out the same. Let's see, one more. Yeah, I guess I'm kind of down. You could just go for the cheapest ones. How much time we have? Oh, that's the final 5. All right. This is super far at them. I did a Broadcom for next week. I did a put for like $70. It's a very cheap exposure compared to the upside. But even that plays down 50% from yesterday. But that's so far. It's really far at the money. A ZS both ways. Again, I think those are the only... Isn't there one more big earnings? You said Lululemon. We didn't go over that. Why? I just think it can move a lot. I have calls on it too. Again, if you haven't been following along, you have no idea what's going on. So I look at the watch list, but I have an upside lotto play. Now we have a downside, and that's it. More to the upside, and then we see what happens. Oh, there it is, Chad. Softies, I love you. Out of all love, respect, and sincerity, you got to mute your speakers now, because we're landing. It's that time. It is that time. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking on promptly around 6 a.m. at a sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 62 degrees, another day of cloudiness, especially if you had puts on anything that was negative going on in the world. But fortunately, we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Cult Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Cult, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. It's game time. That's it. You got potentially big earnings. We see what happens, and that's it. And then just data in the morning. What happens with China? What happens with Europe? And then the non-far. That's it. There you go. And then one more week until the... Bring it home, Chatadonia. You don't have much time left. Again, 5:30, an hour before the bell, okay? So we will be here live and early, but bring it home. 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's been 7 hours right now. You have 30 seconds left. Finalize your plays. Are you going for the earnings? Did you go for Bill? Are you going for Apple near all-time highs? Do you think you should short it? What do you think about the jobs, the Fed futures, all of it? And it's now the beginning of June, but you have less than 20 seconds left. Finalize the first day of the month and bring it home. Let's go. 10 seconds. Oh, Chatadonia, you're going up. You're going to close. You're going to close near a high. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or nah, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. Are you kidding me? We did it. We made it, baby. Let's go, GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. I need that GG in the chat. Let's go. Good game, baby. All the members, all the non-members, all the stream alerts. Anybody that contributed, good game. If you made it to the bell, GG. Let's go. Don't be shy. Come on, all my lovers, all my lurkers, all my laggers. Let's go. It don't matter. What do you mean? How'd you make it to the bell and you ain't GG, bro? It's good. It's good sportsmanship. GG, dog. GG. Good game. Yeah, good game. What I'm talking about. That's how you play. That's how you play. Good game. I see you too, Twitch. Everybody. You got people all over. GG, even if you didn't make it, good game, bro. I said GG if you contributed. GG if you a little baby back. GG. I said it. Still shake hands, even if you foul, bro. It's GG. Amen. Good game. Let's go, Chad. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Oh, it's earnings season.
Hey, man. It's a cop.
Oh, Chatadonia. All right, man. How are we looking? Match group. Do we have any earnings? I don't even think Mongoob nor Broadcom has came out yet. But Chatadonia, that is the day, baby. Nah, man, for real, good game. So if you guys don't even know, I mean, one thing, if you got to get going, we're waiting here for a little bit for the earnings. We'll see what happens. I'll get you those drops there, but I usually say thank you here, and I am very, very thankful today and every day. But if you don't know about the GG, man, it's for real. Good game. Like, if you made it to the bell, I don't even care if you just got here, but, for real. A lot of things are in the chat, a lot of things day to day, and like for real, whether you were like a joy to play the game with or whether you were like a little bitch. Like, you ever played, like, you remember playing like Little League and like high school basketball games, and there would be like somebody on the other team who would just be annoying as hell, and like they were just like a dirty player, and that's, you know what I'm saying? And like but you still shook. It was still you still, like, that's what I'm saying. Then there's some people like, that's a good sport. You could swap jerseys. You'd be like, I was like, it's GG, bro. So that's all I'm saying. It's just good game, and that's it. Just good game. I for real, whether you contributed or not, but for real, I think to some it's like it really means a lot. But it's just, at the end of the day, we made it. And even all as one, man. So just good game to all of you, okay? GG, baby. Spit on your handshake? Wow, that sounds so philosophical. Because you can't spit on that's like you spit on yourself, sir. You know what I'm saying? That's like the violence and the eye for eye make the world go blind. Okay, no. Al Koreans, let's see. Let me get you charge point. I don't have their earnings, actually. They will get affected. But Chad, so we're waiting. There's going to be a couple of earnings here. I think there's the bigger ones. I think a few have maybe dropped, but that is the day. For real, thank you for being here. And I appreciate you. If you clicked on the video today, you gave me your time. You showed up in the chat, especially if you made it a good experience. If you were here with sincere comments, contributing, interacting with me and everybody else in a beautiful manner that was very productive, I really appreciate it. But for real, if you held down the community, even helped furthered it, shared it, liked the video, were a part of it, brought smiles and positivity, God bless you and thank you, man. And even shout out to the donos, all the members. I see y'all right now, man. That's why I'm like, thank you for it. It is always very humbling because it is just a blessing to be able to do this every single day and to be here and be surrounded and to meet the people I've got to meet. Is Apple going up after hours? Apple finally broke out at 180. But For real, thank you all and appreciate it. It is all very humbling, and thank you for your time. I hope we made the most of it, and I hope you have a good rest of the day. I hope you're ready for Friday and ready to turn up and ready for the day to tomorrow, and just I hope you're blessed and ready for the next half of this year, bro, because it's already halfway through 2023. And I get hyped, man. I go a little crazy sometimes, but thank you for your time, and I hope we made the most of it, and God bless you, my friend. GG for real. GG for real. So I don't have these earnings yet. I'm waiting for it, but check out the links in the meantime. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Okay, if we're ever going to ever sell you anything, it's going to be there. You even get some free stuff too, so it's 50-50. Oh, Lululemon is out. Boom. Lululemon has guided higher, 9.4 to 9.5. They previously saw 9.3 to 9.4. Mongab, MDB. So Lulu just guided up on full-year net revenue. Mongab lost 70 cents a share versus 114 a year ago. Revenue $368 million, estimate $346. Adjusted EPS 56 cents. Estimate was 18 cents. So that's for Mongab. And then Lulu just raised guidance. That's the first number, but again, they raised full-year guidance. Them yoga pants is killing it. First quarter net revenue $2 billion for Lululemon. Estimate was $1.90 or $1.93, $1.93 billion. Full year EPS $11.74 to $11.94. They previously saw $11.50 to $11.70. Full year net revenue $9.4 to $9.5, and then they previously saw $9.3 to $9.4. And that's it. Comp sales 16% excluding Forex. Estimate was 11%. That's killer. That's killer. Margin 57.5, estimate 57. So comps killed it, EPS killed it, revenue killed it, and then they guided up on all of those metrics. I don't know about they don't give a guidance for margin or comp sales yet. So that's a killer. They killed it. Mongab, they beat it. Let me see if they have guidance. Zscaler, again, 16%. Whoa, it went up even more. Yeah, they went up. Mongab went up even more. Again, they killed it on EPS, and then they beat by 20 million. But that's like 10% beat on revenue. And then Apple's running, and then again, Lululemon. Lulu and the retailer is gone. Ason clapped. Ason the ruler. Oh, Ason, not too bad, 10%. This could be worse. Could be worse. Okay. That's it. And for the final event. Where's young Broadcom, bro? He's moving. He's too scared. He ain't going to do it. Maybe it comes out at 110. Maybe 115. Broadcom. No. Ason. Yeah, Ason, I think they missed. 9-cent loss. Beats the 18-cent estimate. Revenue beat by 2 million. I guess people wanted more AI probably. Dude, Lulu's crazy. Lulu's up 9% now. Again, Lulu beat top and bottom line comp sales. They beat on literally everything and then got it up. So Lulu's up 9%, I think a little bit more. Mongab 14%. Big beat. There it is. Mongab guided up to 1.52 billion to 1.54 full year revenue. Previously saw 1.48 to 1.5, and then full year EPS $1.42 to $1.56. Previously 96 to $1.10. Zscaler, I think their guidance is the same. ChargePoint revenue 130 million, estimate 128.2. Zscaler revenue full year came in line. Broadcom's not out yet. ChargePoint guided lower, 148 to 158 million. Estimate was 169. ChargePoint guided lower. Zscaler guided higher fourth quarter revenue, and they see adjusted EPS 163 to 164. Previously 152 to 153. Zscaler sees full year calculated billings 197 to 198. Estimate 1.96. HBI, Ozempic, Sympathy. That's funny. Dude, Lulu's still going. Again, they killed it. Broadcom's moving, but no Broadcom earnings are out. Let's see. Give it what? What time is it? Give it to 110, 115. Dude, does Broadcom really come out later? Because I'm not going to, like, I'm going to turn off my router. You know what I'm saying? I can't do that, man. It says 4 p.m. RTX, ChargePoint, clap. Yeah, ChargePoint, they just missed. Or they beat on revenue and then they guided lower. Sentinel 1, Lululemon, Tilly's, Sentinel 1, that's S. Yeah, ChargePoint's down 2.6. They were up for a little bit. Picked up 11 more. Bill. You know, talking about Bill. I don't think my cash settled yet on the deposit. T-Beam. Heritage Global upsized credit facility. Bill I am. Sentinel 1 net revenue retention rate 125%, estimate 128. Again, that's S. They're on the low. They're dropping a ton. They just died 20%, Sentinel 1. They guided lower on second quarter revenue. 5, earnings were below consensus, or they narrow full year EPS view 531 to 571. Estimate was 521. I just saw that one come across. Again, Sentinel 1 killed. No Broadcom yet. Five Below EPS they lowered. Full year net sales 3.5 to 3.57. Previously saw 3.49 to 3.59. So they lowered the top end, raised the bottom end. Their EPS for this quarter 67 cents. They guided lower for next quarter, 80 to 85. Estimate was 88. And they see net sales next quarter, 755 to 765. Estimate was 768. Below first quarter comp sales missed. Came in 2.7. Estimate was 3.29. I don't think Broadcom's not out. And then they see full year comp sales 1% to 3% growth. Estimate 2.9. Yoga pants say they did good. I don't even it's the SPY didn't even move really after hours. These earnings aren't like your big ones, but that could help some of the retail. Again, retail stocks were really weird. I mean, Nordstrom's did bad, Macy's did bad, or Nordstrom's did good, Macy's did bad, but the stocks were all over the place. Tilly's. All right. You think it comes out at 115 for Broadcom? You think we get lucky? Or are we really waiting? I'm not waiting that long, but like if it really is that. Broadcom. It says aftermarket. Sentinel 1 beat. I thought they missed. Again, Lululemon and MDB. Those are your big winners right off the bat. God willing, Habibi. Inshallah. Inshallah, Habibi. Good luck, good luck. All right. I think that might be it. We'll see. I'll give it a little bit. I'll just tell you. I love you. Thank you for being here. God bless all of you. Check out the links. Second link, nightly watch list. What were we talking about? I need to make you a video. I need to make you a video on the 3D bubble. We need to talk about some other things, but you'll have your watch list tonight, I hope, unless anything else comes up. But it should be good. It's Thursday. I think it's very simple. It's all non-farms tomorrow, so we'll be here live and early. But you can check out the main channel. Second link in the description. Third link for the membership badge, baby. Salute to you, members. You make it look good. And look at the badge. Look at it. God bless you. Look at the ponies. We made it, man. That crazy, too. And we got something past the pony, too. God bless you, Chad. So y'all make it look good. Thank you to all the members. There's your link there. Shout out to anybody with the merch. You could check that out, too. Again, they say no recession, so maybe you could justify it if they got your size. That's up to you. Check out the new channels. Again, you could ask me real estate questions tomorrow, but not today because Call Real Estate was yesterday. So check it out. There's also some other ones. I might even make a car video. I might just put it on the main channel for you. I got it for you. You might like it. We'll see. But check out all these links. Follow me on Instagram. I am the private Instagram account. So if you ever wanted to see my face, I post a lot on my Instagram. Oh, is that Broadcom? Is that our friend? Broadcom is out. They barely beat. Hold on, Broadcom is there. There it is. So revenue, they guided barely higher. They guided higher by 100 billion or 100 million. 8.85 estimate 8.7. Second quarter semiconductor revenue 6.8. Estimate was 6.7. Adjusted EPS 10.30. Estimate was 10.15. And then net revenue 873. Estimate 872. Yeah. Chad. EPS 1032, estimate was 1015 or 1008. Yeah, no AI. I don't see an AI mention yet. But do you not see did you not just hear what I just read you? I don't know if you heard what I read you. Yeah. It came in like perfectly in line. Yeah, they said no, thank you. They wanted to move it 2 days before, and that's it. Yeah, it's good it's decent earnings. I don't know. I don't even know if it's good. We'll see what they say on like the backlog, and then there's no full year guidance yet. Give me the full year, and then we'll see what's up. But no AI, no advanced purchases or anything else spurring anything outside of the last 3 months. 8.73 second quarter. Yeah. No electrolytes. Yeah. If they said electrolytes, they would have had it, but I don't think they have electrolytes. That's it. If you have electrolytes, then it'll go. They beat on EPS, but I don't know. It seemed perfectly in line, especially for something that has moved so much. So I think you wait for the conference call, and then we'll wait after in the morning, and then how it plays out see if any other sympathies move. But they haven't given full year guidance yet. Yeah, they guided up a little bit, so that's still good. But again, it's they've ran up like $300 or $200 on the year leading into this. Even from I think their last earnings, where are they at? Yeah, they were at 580 to 630 on their last earnings. Been feeling drained recently. You're not tired, you're thirsty. You know, someone told me that one day, and it changed my life forever. Especially when I feel tired. Down a wire, man. I'll toast with you. Toast with you, bro. I got you. They're not in the cloud, yeah. Well, I'd wait for the conference call. See, dud, robbed, scam. Broadcom is gone unless something goes crazy. And then Sentinel 1 is down. Lululemon killed it. And then Mongob up 350 now. They're up 18. But that is it, Chatadonia. I think we're going to call it a day right there. Right there. I love it when you... No, you remember that one? Come and meet me at the holiday. Okay, anyways, but I love you, Chad. I think we're on the Instagram. I was telling you to follow me. Check out all the other links. You got an option tutorial, a long-term tutorial. Shout out to Bill. We got the prayer request wall, too, so before you head out, maybe anytime, you can check this out, man. We believe if it can't flow through you, it won't flow to you. Me and my mom and thousands of other Chads in here is something we take seriously, and we just rooting for everybody. We spend a lot of time with each other. You see a lot of names in the Chad, and even outside of the Chad, we all go through a lot of stuff. So rooting for each other. You never know what anybody's going through, so hopefully you can send some good vibes their way and shoot a prayer. If you ever want to do anything for me, man, not only just pray for all the people you see here every day, but shoot me a prayer too, man. It goes a long way. It goes a very long way. So thank you if you have prayed for me. If you fill it out, I won't tell your friends. It's okay. Don't worry. It's not that deep, man. We just showing you love, man. And it's just a core belief. It's a core idea, some would say. So Chad Adonia. That is it, man. That is it. That's the day. We'll see what happens. We'll see where Broadcom ends up. I don't even have Broadcom up here. We'll see where everything is tomorrow. Again, by the morning, you're going to have big data, so we'll get some movements. I got to sleep early. You know what I'm saying? I got to sleep early to make sure I can wake up early. You know what I'm saying? Because that's it. We got to be here an hour before the bell, okay? So I love you. God bless you. Thank you. And that's it, man. Check out all the links. Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, baby. Why we here? Why we keep going? Why you don't back down? Why we got ideas? Why we try to stay towards the ideas than the contrary? Huh? Why you always got to be in the game, baby? Why? Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo! So, Chad Adonia, I love you. God bless you. And that's it. I'll see y'all tonight, man. I'll see you in the morning for Friday already, baby. Friday already. But Chad, I love you. Have a wonderful day. See you on the watch list. And peace. What about me, huh? What's going on, Chad? How you living? You feeling good? Yeah, I told you we got a deal. Boom. The house. I got the house. We'll buy a house, pass a house, and then we're get it in. You know what I'm saying? Let's go, baby. We got it. We're in the game, baby. So I love you. So God bless you. Enjoy your day. All right, Chad. I'm leaving. Have a good day. Peace out. Love morning. Hello. Huh?